As we begin this session, the first of Unit 2, let us recall some of the, or at least two of the basic themes that we have pursued in our course so far. First of all, we've emphasised experience, your experience. We've said that experience is the great teacher, but it doesn't stand alone. The development of a personal spirituality involves a conversation. Listening to your experience and putting that in a conversation with sources of wisdom from multiple places. The most obvious source of wisdom for us as Christians is the person and teaching of Jesus Christ. But it doesn't end there. We may find our wisdom in the newspaper or the movies. We may find it in the person next door or our children. We may find it in literature or the arts or music. If we are listening, we are in touch with our experience and aware of what's going on with us, everything can be a source of wisdom, which is another way of saying that in any moment, in any circumstance, God can break through into our lives and guide us and strengthen us and enlighten us. The other theme, already implicit in what I've just said, is the importance of listening. We could say there are three essential things that you and I must do if we are to build a personal spirituality that is well grounded in reality rather than just an ideology. First of all, we must listen. Second of all, we must keep listening. Third of all, we must never stop listening. That is where our best energies ought to go. And having listened, we will hear. And having heard, we must submit. We submit to what is true in what we hear. At the heart of building a personal spirituality is facing what must be faced, is listening to what must be listened to, is being attentive to those people, events and things in our lives through whom the wisdom of God speaks to us. This session is entitled Crises in Life Formation. Let me say right at the very beginning, we're using the word in a particular kind of a way. The word crisis comes from the Greek word krineo, meaning a parting of the ways. In popular language, we use the word crisis generally to refer to very significant moments in which something extraordinary happens, typically something tragic or painful. What I suggest is that in those very significant moments that we call crises, we have a pattern writ large that is already present in each moment of each day. And it is that pattern that I wish to focus on in this particular session. Yes, we will refer constantly to those moments when it is writ large because that's where it's easier to read. That's where it's easier to see what is actually going on. But it is going on in minuscule and microcosmic ways in every moment of every day. So when we talk of crisis in life formation, we are talking of a pattern or a rhythm that pertains to daily living, from the moment I get up in the morning till the moment I retire at night. Let us look at some of the epigraphs or quotations to launch us. The first one is from a German social philosopher, Alfred Schutz. He writes, "The term taken for granted means to accept until further notice our knowledge of certain states of affairs as unquestionably plausible. Common sense thinking simply takes for granted, until counter-evidence appears, not only the world of physical objects, but also the social cultural world into which we are born and in which we grow up." Now, Alfred Schutz has opened up an area there that we will reflect on at some length, because our taken-for-granted world, the ordinary routine life that you and I submit to and participate in on a daily basis, is where we find the pattern of crises, of partings of the way. And if we know what to listen for and look for, we can see those partings in even the smallest things. I draw attention to a turn of phrase that Alfred Schutz has used here also. He says, our taken-for-granted world is taken for granted until further notice. In other words, that routine daily world where expectations are constantly being fueled and creating for us further expectations of the same continuing to happen, always carries the rider until further notice. The second quotation is from Adrian Van Kaam, his essay, Crisis of Transcendence and Christian Formation, in Religion and Personality, the 1980 edition. Transcendence is one of the fundamental dynamics of Christian formation. The Holy Spirit moves us to approach our original divine image by way of transitions from less to more inspired and graced forms of life. Each transition God calls us to is accompanied by a transcendence crisis. Note again that because this transcendence crisis is in fact the Spirit's invitation to disclose and implement more of our original life call in Christ, it can also be called an originality crisis. Let us take a moment to pick up a few themes that Van Kaam opens up there. First of all, recall the notion of transcendence. We spent a whole session on this in Unit 1. The word transcendence comes from the two Latin words, trans, meaning across, and scandere, meaning to climb. The human person as transcendent, or as transcending, is a being who is constantly climbing across, breaking boundaries. We never are static. We always are pushing on to the more than. We are dynamic beings. Our lives keep moving, and of necessity, that movement, that dynamism, presupposes that we are leaving some things behind, that we are making choices, at least implicitly, that there are many partings of the way. In terms of the Christian perspective, as Van Kaam reminds us here, this is all under the influence of the Holy Spirit. We are put in mind of St. Paul's comment to the Christians in Rome, chapter 8, verse 16 of that letter. Our spirit and the Holy Spirit bear a united witness that we are children of God. We trust that the movement of our lives, potentially at least, and to the extent that we accede to it and choose it freely, are the joint synergy, joint collaboration of our Spirit and the Holy Spirit. So that this passing from this to that, the movement from this to that, this parting of the ways is actually passing over. Our lives are a constant passing over. Van Kaam uses the word originality. That is a common theme in his writings, and it refers to the manner in which human formation unfolds. The word original comes from the Latin word orira, meaning to arise. Human living, to be human, is to be arising. Again, this is another way of approaching the movement, the dynamism of transcendence. Our arising is a constant passing over. Our arising is a constant parting of the ways. Our arising is, in fact, we could say, looking through the template of the Gospels, a constant resurrection. Recall, if you will, the incident recorded in John's Gospel of Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. He says, "Come out, Lazarus." And then he says to the community, he says to the human family, "Unbind the man. Arise, resurrection, come out of that tomb." Our lives, we may use this as a metaphor, our lives are a constant emerging out of the place of death. Our lives are a constant coming into life. Our lives are resurrection. The transcendent movement of human life, the originality, the inside-out process, the coming to birth, the coming into freedom, is an essentially Christocentric passing over. We will say, as Thomas Merton described it, we submit to the paschal rhythm of life in our movement into more life. The third quotation is taken from the Dominican, Bernard Brault, writing about Thérèse of Lisieux. He quotes, first of all, Thérèse, and then he comments. Thérèse said, "We must weekly," that's Weakly, "we must weekly carry our cross." Brault goes on, "Yes, if we love mercy, we must consent to leading our lives and carrying our cross deplorably badly. Only then do we know that we haven't been cheating. We know that we've reached the light at last. Yes, says God, this is all I ask of you, and you will be my disciple." This echoes G.K. Chesterton's comment that if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing badly. If it's worth following Jesus Christ, it's worth doing it badly. Perfectionism is a terrible enemy, a destructive force in our lives. We can become so caught up in trying to conquer our imperfections, in fact, get away from the mess that reminds us of our need for grace, that we forget the grace that we need so desperately. It is worth being the clay jar, as St. Paul says when he writes to the community in Corinth, 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 7. We are the earthenware vessels, or the clay jars. And we remember this, and this reminds us that the great mystery belongs to God. All of which is pointing to a theme that will emerge again and again more strongly in this particular unit of our course. And here again I draw on the thinking of Thomas Merton. The human vocation is to be the place where God enters the world. We are the God bearers. We are the Christophers. That's what the name Christopher means. Christus facere, to carry, to bear, or Pharaoh is the Latin word, not facere, to do. We are the bearers of Jesus Christ. We are indeed like Mary, if you like, those who give birth to the mystery in the world. Our beings are the place, the privileged place where God enters the world. The next quotation comes from Deuteronomy. "See, I've set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and observing his commandments, decrees and ordinances, then you shall live and become numerous, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land you are entering to possess." This raises the whole issue of freedom and choice. It also is a most promising and hope-filled statement. If you put the word life there, as it were, step back from the tradition of the Old Testament into a pre-religious stance, and where it's got Lord your God in that passage, substitute the word life. So it reads, "I have set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. If you obey the commandments of life, walking in the ways of life, and observing the commandments of life, the decrees and ordinances, then you shall live and become numerous, and life will bless you in the land you are entering to possess." In other words, life formation is not about doing what we feel like or doing even what we think. Life is about searching out, or living is about searching out what life is asking of us, and submitting and yielding and being obedient to reality. Finally, a quotation from John chapter 12, verse 24. "I tell you most solemnly, unless a wheat grain falls on the ground and dies, it remains only a single grain. But if it dies, it yields a rich harvest." John gets to the heart of human crises. Right there in the center of the pattern that is the pattern of our days is the business of dying in order to live. This will be a central theme in what we are about to talk about. Two universal human guiding principles. First of all, Because we are transcendent and transcending beings, beings who necessarily seek to move beyond the current boundaries of our situation, our lives will be marked by a series of partings of the way. This is a summary statement of what we've already looked at. To live is to be involved in a dynamic movement. To live is constantly to be parting ways, moving here rather than there, going on from this place to that place, saying hello and goodbye. The second principle. The depth and richness of our life formation process will be closely linked to how well we live those partings of the way, those crises. Let's reflect on our taken-for-granted world, that matter raised by Alfred Schutz. When I get up in the morning, I get out of bed, I expect the floor to be there, I expect to be able to kneel down, I expect to be able to stand up, I expect to be able to walk, I expect water to run out of taps in the bathroom, hot water out of the one with the red cap on it, cold water out of the one with the green cap on it. I expect the toilet to flush. I expect the light switch to bring power to a light bulb which comes on, etc., etc. And so my day begins to unfold. It is filled with many normal expectations. I have those expectations because so many times before they have been fulfilled. This is a taken-for-granted world. Now, what if, when I got out of bed and I went to the bathroom, water did not come out of the tap? Supposing there'd been a broken mains down the road and the water board were fixing it. What would be the reaction? Supposing I'm awake enough to have a reaction, I'd probably have a moment's frustration. There'd be some confusion. I'd be wondering, what's going on here? This is unusual. I turn on the tap, water should come out. Most of our days find most of our ordinary expectations fulfilled. Also, most days find some expectations, at least minor expectations, not fulfilled. We might expect traffic to move a bit faster than it actually does. We might be walking down the footpath and expect the person coming towards us to stick to the left-hand side. In fact, they stick to the right-hand side. Things like this happen. No day ever works out exactly as we plan or expect. A healthy, mature human being accommodates these kinds of interventions, more or less with equanimity. What about, and here we move to the larger canvas where the partings of the ways are writ large, what about if that taken-for-granted world is interrupted in a very significant way? For example, I wake up in the morning and I discover a lump on my arm that wasn't there. Or I get a phone call to say that someone near and dear to me has been rushed off to hospital. Or the house next door burns down. Or I turn up for work and I'm told you can't come in, you've been sacked. Those kinds of moments in which our taken-for-granted worlds erupt have very significant effects. They may prompt a feeling of great frustration, anger, confusion, numbness. What is actually going on here? Humanly speaking, it is helpful to ask people what goes on, and through human experience we know typically the sorts of things that people will say when they encounter such moments of erupted or interrupted or blocked taken-for-grantedness. They feel frustrated, they feel angry. Now, depending on what else happens, they might also feel guilty. They might feel confused. They might feel sad. They might feel as though their life has fallen apart. They might feel a great darkness overwhelming them. Deep depression might follow. This kind of experience can be momentary, can last hours, days, weeks, months, even years. It is, if you like, a sort of a dying. That which is writ large, that dying which is most obvious, is actually present in the moment you get out of bed in the morning. That movement into dying. Now, these kinds of experiences ask of us some kind of action. It is almost as if life is saying to us, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to respond to this? And depending on how well we respond, the outcome will be more or less good. Sometimes these sorts of experiences are overwhelming and people seem unable to respond. A person may, for example, in an extreme situation, commit suicide. The pain of it all is just too much. Or we might quite simply work harder. We might get drunk. We might take drugs. We might run away. We might do a whole lot of different things that could be deformative. Or we might take stock and after a moment's destabilization, we say, well, I have to respond to this. I must do something about it. And life goes on, and typically those sorts of experiences that are substantial actually shape us into human beings of some depth. Let us consider half a dozen likely facets of such an experience of the intervention of the taken for granted world being interrupted. First of all, there is, as I've mentioned before, a sense of frustration, and we manifest this in the sort of language that we use. We would normally say, I will get up at 6 a.m, there will be water coming out of that tap, the light should go on, when you drive down the Gore Hill Expressway, you should get an even flow of traffic before 6:30, etc., etc. When it doesn't happen according to that way, we might say things like, damn, oh, wouldn't you know, or isn't this frustrating, or Murphy's Law, or Murphy was an optimist, or why, etc., etc. Our language reflects our experience, which is one of frustration. Second manifestation of experience. There is, in fact, in these moments a shifting centre of gravity. Our taken-for-granted world generates a feeling, again mostly implicitly, that we have the initiative, that we are in charge of making the decisions about our lives. We are in control. That's when the flow of life is interrupted, we may have a sense of losing that initiative, at least momentarily. Listen to the language people use. Listen to the language you use, again, in those sorts of moments. You use the passive voice. Or we may use the passive voice at this particular experience of a shifting centre of gravity. Like, there was a burst water main. Therefore, my tap didn't deliver water. There was a car parked in the lane, broken down. It was raining. She did not turn up. In other words, I manifest the fact that something has happened out of my control, and therefore my taken-for-granted world has ground to a halt, more or less. Now, it may not have ground to a halt, but it may have had a hiccup. But that shifting centre of gravity is an important aspect of these sorts of experiences when our taken-for-granted world is interrupted. Thirdly, waiting becomes an important part of such experiences. And the more substantial the experience, the more we are asked to wait. Sooner or later, we come to realise that being human includes a lot of this, a lot of waiting. When we're forced to wait, we realize we are definitely not in control. This is one of the facets of waiting that makes us agitated, I suggest, the loss of power. And it's embedded in the comment, let him wait. It's a way of punishing somebody. We hold power when we can make people wait. In the normal routine things, when we expected to meet somebody, for example, we might say, I wonder where they are. Maybe they don't know we're here. Perhaps there's been an accident. One way or another, we attempt to cope with the loss of control and maintain some equilibrium when we are not able to enforce our patterns and our expectations. Waiting can be a distressing experience, which prompts us to ask what's happening when we're waiting. And in fact, we'll deal with this quite specifically when we talk about the person as anticipating in session 3. But for the time being, waiting goes hand in hand with this shifting centre of gravity, this loss of control. Fourthly, we have to respond. Life demands a response from us. In these moments in which the taken-for-granted world erupts in some more or less significant way, we must act. We must respond. We're forced to make a choice, at least implicitly. And we say things, manifest in this experience, like, what can I do? Or what can we do? Or what can be done? Let's make the best of this. Does anybody have a mobile phone? When did you last see something? We start to take actions to deal with the situation. Normal human response. And that applies in the minuscule moments and in the large moments. Fifthly, and this relates particularly to the shifting centre of gravity and the waiting, there's a certain letting go. It may pass in those tiny moments as it were unnoticed, but it's there. In the very big moments of our lives, when there's a parting of the ways, there's a substantial letting go. We are not in control, we've lost the initiative, there's been a shifting centre of gravity, and our response includes a willingness to let go and move on. We aren't in control. That is an illusion. And finally, we are changed in and through this process. The more substantial the parting of the ways, the passing over, the more significant, and of course, the better we respond, we are changed well. Adrian van Kaam sums this up nicely in a threefold, dynamic, interrelated way. He says, life is made up of a constant series of dying, responding, and emerging, or we might say re-emerging, actually. Dying, responding, and emerging. We use the idea of dying, not in the literal sense, but in the sense of something has been terminated here. Something that was is no more. Something that used to be present is now gone. We've had to leave something behind. We've had to move into new territory and go away from familiar territory. It is this dying, as I indicated when quoting John chapter 12, verse 24, that is actually at the heart of this. It is also in the dying where we lose or win the battle, I'd suggest. Are we willing to do the dying daily, moment by moment? Are we willing to live life graciously and generously and intelligently, committed to passing over all the time? Or, which is a commitment to dying, or do we withdraw from that, step back from it, evade that? Let me just use a simple daily example before we go on to talk a little bit more about dying as part of a central paradox in living. Supposing when the alarm goes off in the morning, it's 6 a.m., You're dog tired. You don't really feel like getting out of bed, but that's what you normally do. Now, I suggest to you that that is a moment of parting of the ways. That is a dying. And if you do the dying, that is, you get out of bed, you actually step into life. The dying is the birth canal to living. What if you refused the dying? What if you refused to get out of bed? If you said, I'm just too tired, I don't want to do this anymore. You turned the alarm off, you rolled over and said, I refuse to get out of bed. You would, as it were, die. Your life, as it was, would cease. Now, clearly, you'd have to get out of bed to go to the bathroom and eat and so forth, or at least have someone bring you a bedpan and a bowl of food. But you see the point. Only by dying do you live. By refusing the dying, you die. And this brings us into the heart of the greatest paradox of living. In dying, we live. In evading the dying, we simply die. So we are speaking of dying under two aspects here. Dying is organically linked to living. Dying is part of living, a natural, normal process within the rhythms of our days. It's not something to be denied or evaded, it is something to be embraced. Dying denied is simply death as we normally speak of it, termination. We must talk more about that in a moment, but let's look at some people who've written about these things. First of all, the poet Robert Browning, who in his poem The Ring and the Book writes, "You never know what life means until you die. Even throughout life, 'tis death that makes life live, gives it whatever the significance." Now, is Robert Browning talking about literal death at the end, or is he talking about something that's happening in living? Perhaps it's ambiguous. The first line seems to be, I think, could be interpreted as talking about the end, literal end. You never know what life means until you die. But maybe there too he's talking about discovering the meaning of life by dying daily. The second line is perhaps closer to what we've been saying. Throughout life, 'tis death that makes life live. Gives it whatever the significance. William H. Auden comes closer, I think, to what we are saying. He writes, "Afraid of our living task, the dying which the coming day will ask." William Auden is actually pointing to the possibility that we will evade the dying, that we will deny the passing over into living, afraid of our living task. And when we do that, we accumulate bundles of death. As we step into the day carrying unlived dying, we put in our knapsack, we carry with us in our beings death. Not the death that is organically linked to living, but death that is sheer termination and destruction. Death that has a sting to it. The Roman philosopher Seneca wrote, "I, Seneca, remember one day you, Lucilius, were handling the well-known commonplace that we don't suddenly fall on death, but advance towards it by slight degrees. We die every day. For every day a little of our life is taken from us. Even when we are growing, our life is on the wane." And so Seneca goes on. I think clearly there, Seneca is talking about the termination, the end of our days, which in a sense already begins before we get to the point of the end of our days. That is not the that is an understanding of dying. That is not the understanding of dying that we are going to be looking at here. It is more in the manner of the following writers. The first one is William May. William May is an American moral philosopher. He says, death is not merely the biological incident that ends human life. It appears in all those destructive forces in the course of life that grip the heart with love, fear, hope, worry, and flight, long before the end is reached. Whenever the concert is over, the meal is digested, or the career turns barren in one's hands, a man experiences the quiet, disturbing fall from life to death. Now, William May actually raises another subtlety for us here. I think he's roughly in the area in which we are speaking of dying as part of living. But William May seems to be talking about dying as a destructive force. That is not the way we are presenting it. Dying is part of living, and it is a constructive force. It is a movement into being, not non-being. André Malraux, the 20th century French Marxist writer, philosopher, writes, to reflect upon life in relation to death is perhaps no more than to intensify one's questioning. I do not mean death in the sense of being killed, which poses few problems to anyone who has the commonplace luck to be brave, but death as it manifests itself in everything that is beyond man's control, in the aging and even the metamorphosis of the earth, and above all, the irremediable, the sense that you'll never know what it all meant. Now, I think André Malraux is actually pointing more towards what we are saying here. And this particular author, Claude Jeffrey, writing about Martin Heidegger and Martin Heidegger's thought, actually, I think, gets to the heart of the matter. For Heidegger, Jeffrey writes, death is the only thing that really belongs to man as his own. It is not just the end of life. It is present at the very core of life during its whole course. But this anguish does not lead to despair. On the contrary, it is this daily confrontation with death that makes sense of human existence. It is the hidden spring of self-realization and all human creativity. We cannot be original. We cannot arise to be who we are. We cannot be creative. This dying, this mechanism that we call dying, is absolutely critical to it. Let's reflect a little bit on the decision that we must make and the possibility of emergence. The deciding must be, the responding must be with respect to both the dying and the emerging or the re-emerging. That is, life takes away the taken for granted quality of our lives and reminds us that the taken for grantedness actually is pretty much a fiction. It's an illusion. It is until further notice, for the simple reason that we don't have absolute control. And when notice is given, when the taken for grantedness is taken away, we must respond and we must say yes. Now, the inclination, if you like, instinctively of us human beings is to say no. Our first instinct, almost certainly, is to resist. How many of you have had discovered some kind of a sickness, maybe a lump on your body, and found yourself saying it's not there? It's not happening. Denial is a common human experience. Now, when we gather our senses, we say, well, it is there. We need to do something about it, and so we proceed. And we enter into this new territory. We embrace this process, which may be painful, embarrassing, confusing, various ways demanding a dying of us. This process we affirm. We say yes to this. We must also say yes to the emergence, yes to the life that will come from and be born of this dying. So the responding is twofold. And we are not in a position to respond in a mastery kind of a way. We must respond by way of submission to the truth that is presented to us. We must face what is there to be faced. We must face our life as it is unfolding at this moment, if we are to be born into the next moment. Supposing we refuse this. Supposing we say no to the dying. And we accumulate these little bundles of death. What do they look like? How are they experienced? What do human beings do who accumulate a lot of death? Well, for one thing, we may carry grudges. That's a bundle of death. We may carry resentments. We may carry our own little hurts because somehow or other we find an identity in the pain of it all. And we refuse to live through it and come into the breadth of freedom and life that is at the other side of the dying. And this raises a very interesting question. Do you think human beings, when it comes down to it, are more afraid of living, or are they more afraid of dying? Given the propensity that I find in myself and any other human being I've met to hang on to these little bundles of dying and refuse the dying, I rather suspect that at the heart of that is the fear of living. Because living, coming through the dying into the spaciousness of freedom, actually strips you of people to blame, of people on whom you can put the responsibility for your life. You are accountable, you are free, you are simply you. That surely is the aim of becoming an adult, but we refuse it. And we hang on to little bundles of death and we become purveyors of death. In this whole process, what goes on with the individual, whether it's writ large or it's the microcosmic moment-by-moment business of a routine day, the pattern that is there of dying, responding and emerging, or being challenged to die but refusing the dying and gathering, accumulating death, that pattern is not only present in individuals, it is present in groups. It is present in families. It is present in parishes, in work groups. It is present in whole cultures and nations. We might ask the question, what happens in the life of a group when the group implicitly, unconsciously refuses the dying? When the group, therefore, accumulates bundles of death? What would happen to the church if it refused the dying? If it accumulated bundles of death? When we talked about tradition in Unit 1, we emphasised the importance of change to preserve the tradition. Tradition is not mere repetition. If you find people simply being repetitious and rigid and keeping the old ways in place, I think if you examine it, you'll find people refusing the dying. People who refuse to move on, to pass over, to arise, to come out of the tomb, to be unbound. The church, like any other human organisation, like any other human individual, must constantly be engaging in this passing over, this dying in order to come to new life. And it is the refusal to die often, consistently, regularly, that will bring about the stultification and the death of an organisation, just as it does with an individual. Oh, in every other respect, the organisation and the individual may appear to be successful, but it will carry a worm in the midst of its life that will eventually erode it and undermine its energy, and it will become simply irrelevant and die. There is another aspect here, and it operates both with the individual and with groups. When we refuse the dying, which may in fact be a significant falling apart, an embarrassing experience, the appearance of failure before the world, when we refuse that, we have to invest a lot of energy in holding ourselves together, in containing the forces of life that are asking us to do this dying, and carrying the death that is trying to drag us into non-being. The energy is wasted. It is a waste of creativity and talent to invest it in preserving something that must pass away. One final reflection on this process of dying, responding, emerging as a radical pattern in our days. If we submit generously and graciously to this, and our submission is by way of listening, is by way of being ruthlessly honest with ourselves, it is by way of constantly addressing the open question, what's happening? And doing what we can to face what must be faced. That's how the dying is lived. Now, this might involve us in seeking counselling, seeking help, seeking therapy, taking a holiday, reading books, attending courses. I strongly recommend the focusing process as a wonderful aid to this work of dying and coming into new life. What you actually do if you submit to this process is you discover your identity in ways that give you confidence and security. The word that I've used a number of times there, submit and submission, is important. It comes from two Latin words, sub, meaning under, and mittere, meaning to send. When we submit to what is true, what is real, what's actually happening, not what we reckon should be happening and what we wish was happening, but what is happening, what life is asking of us. When we submit, we discover our mission in life. We experience ourselves as being sent under what is real and what is true. And there's no more sure place to stand in the world than that. There's no more confident place to approach people, events, and things than that. People who engage in this sort of process and know this sense of mission also know a sense of vocation, also know that existential must that is within them. They develop a good conscience. They are able to approach people with freedom without strings attached. They are not as manipulable. They can't be manipulated like people who haven't been purged by this process, for the dying is a cleansing process. They become more transparent, more able to be the place where the mystery, the great mystery beyond the mystery, floods into the world, because there are few obstructions. There's little to stop God speaking to people, events, and things, and having God's way with those if we've gotten out of the way, if we've let life purge us. And note, this is a process of grace. This is gift. This is life doing unto me. This is not mastery. This is not conquest. Yes, it takes commitment, it takes effort. Sometimes it takes enormous courage just to hang on, just to face what must be faced. But in the end, We know it as pure grace. And the language with which we describe it manifests this. Anybody you speak to who has passed through such a significant experience of dying and responding and re-emerging will talk of a moment or a part of that experience in which they will use language like, it occurred to me, it happened, I realized, all of a sudden it dawned on me. This is the language of grace. This is the language of recognition of gift. This is not the language of conquest, mastery. Mastery and conquest invariably, I would say even inevitably, lead us to denial in the end. Our call as human beings is to submit and become participants in a world of grace. And here we move to the Christian dimension of our reflections. That world of grace is the world of the incarnation. That world that God loves so much, He gave His only Son. And the centerpiece of God's incarnation, God's enfleshing in our midst, is what we call the Paschal mystery. The word Paschal comes from the Hebrew word Pessah, meaning Passover. And the Greek word for Pessah is Pascha, and we get our Latin word Pascal, and we get our English word Paschal. And we talk about the Paschal mystery. It refers to Jesus' Passover, His dying and rising. In order to understand this Paschal mystery, we have to go back to the Old Testament. And there we find the paradigm of dying, choosing, and rising, or dying, responding, and emerging. What is the central story of the Old Testament? The central story is about the key, the pivotal event in the history of the life of the people. It is the Exodus event. What happens? What's the plot? The people are slaves in Egypt. God says, I will free you. Moses is God's special ambassador, leader for the people. God intervenes and sets the people free. They are taken out from under the boot of Pharaoh. They are taken where? If they were taken straight into the promised land, you'd have to say that the story, the great event of the Exodus, ends right there. I suggest to you that the story does not end there. The story has only begun when the people have been taken out of Egypt. The story takes on a whole new dimension because they are left in the place of dying. The people are taken into the wilderness, the desert. And it is precisely in this place of dying that the covenant is forged. It is also precisely in this place of dying that the people rebel. The book of Numbers recalls them saying, why did you bring us out here to die? Why don't you let us go back to Egypt? At least there we had some predictability, which gave us control over our lives. Here, who knows what's going to happen? You don't go into the place of dying unless you go with the one who has the map. These uncharted places can simply be places of death. They may not lead to the promised land. The people must depend on God. The people must give themselves over generously to the covenant that is on offer. The same story unfolds in the Gospels. Jesus is the new Moses. The redemption, the liberation that is happening in the Gospels is not a literal political, social, cultural liberation. It is a profound, if you like, existential liberation. It is a liberation from the slavery to sin. How does it happen? In order to know how it happens, we must ask a prior question. Where is the place of dying? Where is the desert in this new Exodus event in the New Testament? The place of the skull, the place of Calvary, is the new desert. That's where the ultimate dying happens. That's where the effective defeat of death. St. Paul says, death, where is your sting now? That destructive possibility of death has been defeated. God has entered the rhythm of our lives, the normal rhythm of dying and rising that is part of everybody's life, be they atheist or believer. God has entered that and made it one of liberation, so that the days of our lives, when they end in literal death, that moment of ending will be the end of dying, not the end of living. That's our faith. Let's go back to the new Exodus event as told in the Gospels. The new Moses, Jesus, goes to the place of dying and defeats death by dying. And that's exactly how you and I defeat death on a human level. When you get out of bed, when you do the dying, you defeat death. You are cleansed. You enter living. Jesus takes that same basic pattern on the cross. That is why the cross is absolutely critical. A number of years ago, I bumped into a pastor of a non-Catholic tradition, lovely fellow. But he said, why must we have the cross as our symbol? That is an awful portrait to give people in our times. Somebody dying? This is not just somebody, this is God. This is the incarnate one who is defeating death by dying. Holy Saturday, the first Holy Saturday, would not have been called holy by the first disciples. It would have been a dreadful day. It would have looked like what my pastor friend was saying. This is a terrible thing. This is failure. This is the absence of God. That first Saturday would have been a huge black hole in the history of the world. It is only the empty tomb that allows us to call that day a holy day and to look back to the place of dying and say that was a good day. We'll call that Good Friday. The great symbols, therefore, of our Christian tradition are the empty tomb and the cross. These remind us that the daily human rhythm of life is a paschal rhythm. That to live our human existence as it is before us is to enter into Christ. St. Paul emphasizes this in chapter 6 of his letter to the community in Rome when he says, you were baptized into Christ, baptized into his death, which is a baptism, an initiation, and that's what baptism means, an initiation into freedom, into life. Because of his dying, our dying is unto freedom and living. We can enter the dying of our days with absolute confidence that they will lead us more and more and more deeply into living and ultimately into life itself. We have no reason to despair. Death has been defeated. Dying, that is part of living, no longer has the burden of death's sting attached to it. We can build a Christ-centered personal spirituality by entering the stuff of our days with grace, with generosity, with commitment, with confidence. We can enter that rhythm, that parting of the ways that is of the very essence of each and every moment of our existence. From the time we get out of bed in the morning, when we meet people whom we find unpleasant or who frustrate us, when we are caught in traffic jams, when we are on crowded buses, when we're in the supermarket, when we're doing work that maybe has lost something of its entertainment or challenge or stimulation, when we feel as though life is running out of zest, these are moments that call us into deeper living. These are moments of dying. Thanks be to God. To enter them conscious that we are baptized into Christ, conscious that we are in Him and through Him and with Him passing over into life. In that way we become Christian. We become Christ bearers. We become Christ in the world. Beyond ego, beyond stoic virtue, we become gracious and free human beings by submitting to what is real and what is true and what is there in our days. St. Paul puts it very, very well. I'm sorry, not St. Paul. Matthew's Gospel puts it very, very well. If you want to save your life, you will lose it. But if you lose your life for my sake, you will save it. Or again, Luke chapter 14, verse 11. For those who raise themselves up will be humbled, and those who humble themselves shall be raised up. Or Matthew again, chapter 19, verse 30. Many who are first shall be last, and the last first. Or St. Paul writing in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12. For it is when I am weak that I am strong. These kind of references in the sacred scriptures don't summon us to a willful self-denial, a mastery approach to conquering humility and so forth. These are statements of what will happen if we are faithful to the stuff of living, if we submit to the paschal rhythm of our days. We will gain our life. If we refuse the paschal rhythm of our days, we will lose our lives. You're not going to die if you do that, not in any literal sense. And you might even be very successful. You might make a lot of money and you might gain a big reputation. So, what does it profit if you gain the whole world and lose yourself? When you raise yourselves up, you will be humbled. Now, it's possible for us as Christians to attempt to raise ourselves up through virtue, by willfully conquering virtue, in the manner perhaps of Stoics. Virtue is gift. Virtue is grace. Virtue is the presence of God, finding a way through the entanglement of our lives into the world. And we untangle our lives through the many, many, many deaths that we graciously submit ourselves to. Karl Rahner has some wonderful reflections on dying. Let me just read a couple for you here. He writes in Theological Investigations, Volume 7, "Death and life are not simply two events which follow one upon another, and are distinct one from the other in human existence. They interpenetrate one another. We are in process of dying all through our lives, and what we call death is the culminating point of an act of dying that extends over the whole span of life. This is why we are constantly undergoing a foretaste of that descent into death which the Lord took upon himself. Do we not sometimes feel as though an immeasurable distance lay silently between us and the things of this world, dividing us off from them? Are we not slowly in process of becoming those who depart? Are we not constantly and ever anew saying goodbye? Is not that which is familiar to us changing to an ever-increasing extent into that which is alien and hostile and almost repellent? Long before the hour in which we close our eyes for the last time, we are already being drawn back into the depths of the world. This descent into the poverty of our own being has already commenced. It has been in progress ever since we received our human natures, even though only in an invisible and hidden manner at the roots of our being. Is it possible that in our culture, which does seem to be a death-denying culture, one which emphasizes convenience and satisfaction and avoidance of pain at all cost, is it possible that, in fact, not only is there a lot of unlived dying there in individuals in particular and the culture at large, but there's actually a lot of grief? That many people in our culture are silently grieving and they do not even know that they're grieving. Grieving not about the loss of loved ones, but grieving about the loss in living, grieving about the pain of living, without even knowing the pain in living. Because our culture doesn't allow you to face it. Our culture doesn't know about it. It doesn't have the wisdom of the ages to address the organic link between living and dying. It thinks that the avoidance of dying is the gaining of living, when it's the gaining of dying. There's nothing morbid about this. The morbidity, ironically, is found in the denial of the dying. The true joy, the true living, the true creativity, as Heidegger points out, is in embracing the living and the dying together. Karl Rahner again, this time from his essay Remarks on the Christian Life in Foundations of Christian Faith. Among the central mysteries of Christian and church life, we proclaim in the Lord's Supper the death of the Lord until he comes again. We Christians then are really the only people who can forego an opiate in our existence or an analgesic for our lives. Christianity forbids us to reach for an analgesic in such a way that we are no longer willing to drink the chalice of the death of this existence with Jesus Christ. And to this extent, there is no doubt that in living out its Christian existence, Christianity is required to say in an absolute and sober realism, yes, this existence is incomprehensible, for it passes through something incomprehensible in which all of our comprehending is taken away from us. It passes through death. And it is only when this is not only said in pious platitudes, but rather is accepted in the hardness of real life. For we do not die at the end, but we die throughout the whole of life. And as Seneca knew, our death begins at our birth. And it is only when we live out this pessimistic realism and renounce every ideology which absolutizes a particular sector of human existence and makes it an idol, it is only then that it is possible for us to allow God to give us the hope which really makes us free. Our topic is another metaphor of the self. We call it the structural self. By way of introduction to this particular reflection, let us recall one of the earlier metaphors that we had of the self. We talked about the forms of the self. In using these metaphors, we are endeavouring to, as it were, provide a place to stand from which we can reflect on, with some degree of realistic reverence and practical insight, the mystery that each of us is. As Christians, we believe we are made in the image and likeness of God. We bear the characteristics of the eternally incomprehensible, unnameable, and uncontrollable one. So when we talk about the human self, we're talking about a mystery. I am a question to myself. I am a question to the world. Each of us is a question and always will be a question to every other person and to the world. The forms of the self looked at the kind of shape our lives take. We talked about the actual form, how you are in totality at a given moment. And then we talked about the apparent form, the appearance you take, the way you dress, your facial expressions in response to real or imagined stimuli. We talked about the current form, the shape you might take on during a given period of your life. We talked about the core form, the kind of more or less enduring constellation of likes and dislikes and inclinations and urges and expectations and felt needs and so forth that are in the depths of your being. We talked, fourthly, about the foundational life form, the deepest identity that you and I are, struggling to be free. Beyond that, and grounded in that, is the eternal form. The eternal form endeavouring to manifest itself, show itself to the world in and through us. Life, as we have said before, is an inside-out process. It is driven by the divine, by the desire of God to be present in the world through each and every one of us. Life formation is liberation. The more free we can become, the more likely God is to find a place in the world through us. The more transparent we become, the more likely the world is to see God in and through us. The metaphor that we will use in this session is, as I've said, the structural self, and we'll talk about the kind of structure. It's a bit of a clumsy term, but I think it is a fair one to talk about the structure my life takes on, or actually operates from, because I am what I am. Let us begin with some quotations as usual. The first one is from Adrian Van Kaam's book, Formative Spirituality, Volume 1, Fundamental Formation. Human life is rich in possible modes of forming presence. The science of formation has characterized these under 4 main dimensions: socio-historical, vital, functional, and transcendent. Much of what we will say in this reflection is an unpacking of what Van Kaam has just said in those 2 lines. What he is really saying, briefly, is that we are structured in a certain way so that there is a socio-historical dimension to our lives. There is a vital dimension. Now, I'm going to use the word bodily. There is a functional dimension, and there is a transcendent dimension. Now, if you haven't yet read Adrian Van Kaam's essay, Introspection and Transcendent Self-Presence, you really should read it. There he puts forward the point of view that we should never think of ourselves except in the context of the divine. Transcendent self-presence. Be present to yourself in the context of the transcendent. Introspection, as he calls it, is to think of yourself as dislocated, as disconnected from everyone and everything else. That is a very dangerous way to proceed. Always think of the context of God, eternal love, eternal compassion, eternal forgiveness. Which brings me to the second quotation, and it's from Karl Rahner. As we reflect, using this metaphor, on the self, bear in mind the context, the sea of love in which we find ourselves. Rahner writes in his book, in his essay concerning the relationship between nature and grace, in his Theological Investigations, Volume 1, God wishes to communicate himself, to pour forth the love which he himself is. That is, the first and the last of his real plans, and hence of his real world too. God's desire and God's initiative to communicate eternal love to us. Rahner goes on. Everything else exists so that this one thing might be the eternal miracle of infinite love. And so God makes a creature whom he can love. He creates a human being. He creates that human being in such a way that she can receive this love, which is God himself. And that she can and must at the same time accept it for what it is, the ever astounding wonder, the unexpected, unexacted gift. And let us not forget here that ultimately we only know what unexacted means when we know what personal love is, not vice versa. We do not know what love is by knowing the meaning of unexacted. Thus, in this second respect, God must so create human beings that love does not only pour forth free and unexacted, but also so that the human person, as real partner, as one who can accept or reject it, can experience and accept it as the unexacted event and wonder, not owed to him or her, the real human being. As unexacted, not only because we do not deserve it as sinners, but further because we can also embrace it as unexacted when, already blessed in this love, we are allowed to forget that we were sinners once. Rana is stressing the graced quality of God's love by using repeatedly that word unexacted. In Greek mythology, the Greek of Prometheus is significant. Prometheus has to go and, as it were, steal fire from the gods. And hence we have this, in English, the expression of the Promethean project. It's a great heroic struggle to get what is not given. Thomas Merton has a very fine essay in his book, The New Man, arguing that too much of Christian spirituality has been reduced to a Promethean struggle. We'll come back to that. Rana is saying God gives eternal love even before we ask for it, and we certainly do not have to earn it or steal it. It is there. The quotation from Job, and this comes at the end of a long wrestling with the nature of evil and why do good people suffer, and eventually the nature of God. How can these inconsistencies occur in God's creation if God is so good? And the answer is no answer, or the answer is live with the mystery of it. And Job submits. I have uttered, he says, I have uttered what I did not understand, things too wonderful for me which I did not know. This is, in part at least, a commentary on the mystery of the human person. We must never fall into the trap of thinking that we understand what it is to be a human being, nor must we fall into the trap of thinking that we understand what it is to be me. Human existence, human beings, the human individual and the human community will all remain mysteries to us, mysteries to be lived. Finally, a quotation from Luke's Gospel, chapter 4, verse 4, Jesus' response to the evil one. Human beings live not on bread alone. There is more to the human being than bone and gristle. There's more to the human being than simply the material. So this mystery involves the more than. Two universal principles. First of all, as human beings, our presence in the world is always multidimensional. The structure of our lives is such that we encounter people, events, and things at different levels. That's principle number one. Principle number two, we can employ a useful metaphor. We're going to call it the structural self, to speak of human presence, highlighting these different levels or dimensions through which we are present to people, events, and things. Let's take an example. A couple, Simpson and Delilah. Simpson and Delilah are young and vital and in love. Simpson and Delilah court each other, and Simpson and Delilah get married. Simpson and Delilah set up a home, their home, in a certain neighbourhood and begin a family. Now, you don't have to be terribly well trained in sociology or social work to indicate certain aspects of, or certain dimensions of, the structure of their lives. There is an obvious bodily dimension. Simpson and Delilah enjoy each other bodily. They touch each other, they hold each other, they look at each other. They love the bodily presence of each other. Secondly, Simpson and Delilah bring with them a human story. Each comes from another family, and each of those families comes from other families, and so on. There's a whole social, historical reality about Simpson and Delilah. And they will participate in an ongoing, emerging social, historical reality. That too is part of the structure of their lives. Thirdly, Simpson and Delilah, in setting up their home, will have a lot of jobs to do, tasks around the house, like cooking, like budgeting, like buying, putting up curtains, like maybe landscaping the garden, etc., etc., etc. We have a whole functional dimension to our lives. We need to be able to do certain tasks, to solve certain problems. Very important to living a reasonable life. People who are dysfunctional or non-functional often create immense difficulties for themselves and others. But there's a whole other dimension to Samson and Delilah's life, a dimension that may not come out immediately. But let's suppose Simpson and Delilah, in their marriage, have a child, Isabel, and for Isabel's 16th birthday, Simpson and Delilah allow Isabel to invite 10 or 12 of her friends around to the house. They're delighted that she's willing to have the birthday party at home. At about 10:30, after the State of Origin football match has been played, Simpson goes out and two of the girls are prone on the back lawn, unconscious. A couple of others are giggling under a tree, smoking something. And Isabel is with these kids taking drugs. It's an awful moment for Simpson. He goes and tells Delilah, his wife, something has to be done. Now, question. Is it reasonable for these people, Simpson and Delilah, to treat this simply as a problem demanding a solution? In other words, is the functional dimension of their lives, the problem-solving dimension of their lives, going to be adequate to this situation? I suggest it's not. In fact, if they approach this simply as a problem that has a solution, they will exacerbate the situation. This human reality requires some fairly subtle, wise, complex approaches. It implies a certain amount of patience. It will imply compassion and care and strength and courage. It will imply a certain grace and graciousness. There is, to the human life, a certain transcendent possibility. We could ask the question of Simpson and Delilah, will they rise to the occasion? Or will they reduce this to a problem to be solved as if their daughter Isabel is a machine, as if these other girls are machines, and as if this can be sorted out with a little bit of strength and authority? Will Isabel rise to the occasion? Has she, in her family situation, experienced enough of this openness to that dimension of the transcendent to respond with courage and with strength and with vision? Now, this is just a preliminary little opening into the reality of the structure of human existence, and let's continue in a playful sort of a way. How would you track the trajectory of those four dimensions of the structure of Simpson and Delia and Isabel's lives? The bodily, the socio-historical, the functional, and the transcendent. What if you had a graph, supposing the vertical axis is quality, achievement, whatever, the horizontal axis is the number of years or the age, so that from birth to, say, 80, 90 years of old age, what would the line of bodiliness look like? It would start ascending and would draw a wobbly line because human lives don't travel in straight lines. It's a wobbly line that ascends to a certain point, probably plateaus, and then starts to decline and starts to fall away. There is, if you like, a wonderful little piece in Jane Smiley's novel At Paradise Gate, in which a middle-aged woman called Claire is talking to her niece called Christine, who's about to get divorced after a year's marriage. And Claire says to her, "You know what getting married is? It's agreeing to take this person who right now is at the top of his form, full of hopes and ideas, feeling good, looking good, wildly interested in you because you're the same way, and sticking by him while he slowly disintegrates. And he does the same for you. You're his responsibility now, and he's yours. If no one else will take care of him, you will. If everyone else rejects you, he won't." Now, I'm not wishing to comment on all marriages, and I'm certainly not wishing to say that some marriages break down. They don't break down. There are times to terminate relationships. My point in raising that example is the stark image of Christine being invited to take this man who slowly disintegrates. It's a blunt way of telling the truth. That's the way it is. The trajectory of our bodiliness, that's part of the structure of our lives, will be like the path a ball might take if you throw it in the air. It rises and then it falls. What about the functional dimension of our lives? How would that appear on the graph? Would appear in pretty much the same way. There would be an ascending, there would be a plateauing, and there would be a decline and eventual demise. That's life. No avoiding it. What about the socio-historical? That's in fact a little more complex and a little less predictable. But might I suggest that one distinct possibility is that the human being embodies in a very positive way what is good about a social, cultural reality. They carry the story in their very beings. They carry the memories. They become wise because of their age, because they carry the story. So that the trajectory of that dimension of our lives might be an ongoing ascending. The older we get, the more valuable we are. The more we are able to keep and manifest and reveal the secrets of living as the culture has learnt it over the years. What about the transcendent dimension of our lives? This openness to the more than, to the possibilities of courage, of wisdom, of forgiveness, of mercy and compassion and reconciliation? Would it not be fair to say that the trajectory there ought to be, ideally, one of ascending also? Ought we not, as we grow older, be more compassionate, more merciful? Ought we not embody the richness of the transcendent more and more as we grow older? Adrian Van Kaam has a very helpful, simple way of speaking of the structure of our lives, using pretty much that language that we've just been using in reference to the example of Simpson and Dahlia. There is the bodily dimension. The bodily dimension enables us to participate, to give and receive in the world by way of impulses. As bodily beings, we find ourselves the subject of reactions, bodily reactions. You stick a pin in me and my body jumps and I may say, ouch. I may have impulses of pain or pleasure, approach or withdrawal. Secondly, as a social historical being, that dimension of my life has me engaging the world through what we might call pulsations. If you go to various cities around the world or various towns in Australia, you will find different moods, different ethos, different vibes. The human community, the human society in those places, in their interactions and through their history, set up a human climate. And if you come into it, you must interact with that. And if you bring with you a social, historical reality that is vastly different, you're going to find some kind of tension or stress in joining that society. In minor ways, this is what happens when two people meet and get married. Each brings a social, historical reality, and it's not surprising that there are certain stresses and strains in that as they work out the way that they are going to be one in their marriage. And in some instances, they can't work it out. Thirdly, the functional dimension has us engaging in the world through ambitions. We use the word ambition in a broad sense. We become inclined to seek mastery, to solve problems, to achieve tasks. We, for example, seek to learn another language. We seek to become adept at the keyboard on a computer. We seek to know how to grow vegetables, to cook, to dress ourselves, to put on makeup, to drive a car, to do a whole host of jobs, tasks, life tasks. Very, very important part of getting a sense of identity and a sense of confidence that I am able to participate in the world. Fourthly, the transcendent dimension, that's part of the structure of our beings, has us participating through aspirations. We aspire for those deeper qualities of life, like wisdom, mercy, compassion, forgiveness, courage, and so forth. These are the graced qualities of living. And each of these dimensions of our lives, the bodily dimension, the social, historical, cultural dimension, the functional dimension, the transcendent dimension, each of those we engage with the world at that multidimensional level. Each brings up certain needs, certain limits, and certain possibilities. What I'd like to do now is reflect a little bit on our experience of being human by taking each one of those structures and working with it. Let's deal with the social, historical, cultural one first, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because I've already indicated what it's about, and I think it is fairly obvious. We have in another session on the tradition and culture dealt with a lot of this material. But if we go back to Simpson and Delia and their child Isabel, they are part of a neighbourhood. They will have their friends. That child Isabel will become shaped by the kinds of lives that they lead, where they live, what neighbourhood they're in, what school she goes to, what are the values in that school, and she will be a bearer of those, for better and for worse. And that is an important part of a person's sense of belonging and how you belong, the ways you relate, the kinds of expectations you have of other people, kinds of approaches to personal space, the way you greet people, etc., etc. And unexamined, the social historical can have a profound impact on the way, a profound negative impact on the way we treat strangers, people who don't share our social historical cultural world. So there are needs here. We need other people. We are relational beings after all, and we reach out to connect. We will connect in certain ways. There are limits to this. As the individual endeavours to be part of the group has to accommodate the individual, but the individual has to make compromises. There's a price to be paid for being part of a culture. The possibilities are quite remarkable, that if you are part of a good, healthy, social, cultural, historical environment, you get a sense of your humanity, your place in the world, you get a sense of vision, and it becomes a launching pad from which you can become an individual person of some originality and some vision and explore your talents and possibilities. I would like to spend a bit more time, however, exploring the bodily dimension. This is a fascinating part of our living and one that is fraught with very, very significant and practical limits and possibilities. First of all, let me just ask you to reflect on a question. What are your absolutely necessary, unavoidable bodily needs? What do you need absolutely in order to go on living? Well, obviously you need food and you need water. Do you need clothes? Do you need shelter? Do you need sex? What do you absolutely need in order, perhaps not only to just survive, but to thrive as a human being? I'm not going to try and answer that. I'm not sure that there is any simple answer to it. But I say it, I ask the question to prompt you to think about the difference between needs and wishes, or between perceived needs and actual needs. Viktor Frankl, in his book Man's Search for Meaning, and I do encourage you to read that book, recalls the experience of those who went into the concentration camps. He said they discovered that you didn't actually need as much sleep as you thought you needed. You didn't actually need as much food as you thought you needed. We are discovering in our Western world a huge problem with obesity. I think it's reasonable to suggest that we Westerners, we in the affluent world, think we need more food than we actually need. And we do eat, it seems. We do eat more food than we actually need, and perhaps the wrong kinds of foods, which suggests something of the complexity we are about to look at. Our bodiliness is an expression of who we are. We have inherited, again in our Western world, a terrible dualism. In the 17th century, René Descartes, the philosopher, talked about the human person being like a pilot in a boat. That is, you are inside, your body is some kind of a vehicle in which you reside. The real you is not your body, or so Descartes would have indicated. Now, this is something of an inheritance that has come down to us from the Greek tradition, perhaps a distortion of the Greek tradition, where we distinguished body and soul. That is not a biblical distinction. That is not a biblical distinction. They had a much more integrated sense of the person than that. But it seems to be a persistent way of thinking throughout Christianity, sadly, that is dualistic. You find this also in the Gnostics, and Gnosticism existed before Christianity, perhaps 100 or so years before Jesus. And let's say right at the word from the outset, Gnosticism as such has nothing to do with Christianity. Gnosticism did have an influence on Christianity because it got inside the culture in which Christianity grew up. What are some of the essential marks of Gnosticism? It was a syncretic religious response. It came out of the East. One of the Zoroaster was one of the great figures in this religious expression, and you've got people like Mani, from whom the Manichees took their name. There was a sense that matter is bad, spirit is good. There is a bad God that makes matter, and there's a good God that makes spirit. This was a way of handling the tricky issue of evil in the world that we mentioned with Job. Gnosticism is inherently dualistic, always. Gnosticism also gives priority, obviously, to the spirit and the so-called spiritual. In the Gnostic view of the world, you are redeemed, you are set free, you become human through knowledge, through gnosis, that's the Greek word for knowledge, through an esoteric, specialized knowledge. It often involves secret knowledge. There is overlap here with a Platonic view of the world. There is some appeal you can see for those early Christians in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th centuries trying to formulate a way of being in the world that is in accord with Jesus' person and teaching. And although Gnosticism, this includes the so-called Gnostic Gospels, have nothing to do with Christianity as such, something of that dualism is expressed in early Christianity. And we'll come back to this when we articulate the Christian view of things. My reason for raising it here is this. I suggest to you that what we find in Gnosticism, this dualism, is this conflict or this setting of matter over against spirit, actually comes from something very deep in the human person. That the bodiliness represents something ultimately frightening to us. Let me further suggest that what is played out in our bodiliness is a struggle between living and dying. If Ernest Becker is right, and I think he is, that the denial of death is a profoundly significant urge in the human person, and if that denial of death is played out preeminently in our bodiliness, there are two ways we can go. And in essence, they reflect exactly the one thing. They are both manifestations of the denial of death. If this radical, primitive urge to deny death takes hold, we can go towards, if you like, obsession with the body. we can become, say, promiscuous or addicted. The body becomes our master, the place where we preeminently enjoy ourselves, and that's what life is about. It's sort of a hedonistic approach. I think that manifests a denial of death. Alternatively, we can go in the direction which a lot of religion has gone, and Christianity particularly has gone, of a disengagement from the body, as if the body was the place of evil, as if the body was the place of the demonic. And so you get false asceticism, not true asceticism, false asceticism, a sort of a pseudo-spirituality which says that the holy person is the spiritual person, the one who has, as it were, risen above the mess of bodiliness. I'm going to suggest to you that the challenge of living lies not down the path of obsession, nor does it lie down the path of disengagement. And in order to avoid those two deformative paths, we have to confront the issue of dying, which brings us back to what we discussed in our last session. The dying in order to rise into life. To the extent that we are evading the dying, we are in fact evading the living. Hedonism is not living any more than disengagement is living, in the truest sense of the word. The incarnation, the enfleshing of God, clearly calls us into a relationship with the world bodily. The story of creation, which has the Creator taking the earth and fashioning the human creature from the earth in the image and likeness of God, the earth is part of the image and likeness. The bodiliness, the materiality is good. Consider some of the deformations in bodiliness. Human beings who experience a lot of stress, maybe unresolved conflicts, will manifest this typically in bodiliness. Maybe skin conditions, maybe stomach ulcers, maybe backaches, maybe muscle tautness, maybe headaches, maybe sexual dysfunction, maybe eating disorders. These are all part of the person struggling to be free and not dealing with the basic issue. If a person is getting chronic headaches, organic genesis aside, the person is manifesting their inner pain through their bodiliness in that way. We need to look at the inner pain. The body is the sacrament of the spirit. The bodiliness is an expression of you, as it were, crying out in this way. There is something about the bodiliness, as I said, that frightens us, disturbs us. Sigmund Freud said, "Inter urinas et facies nascimur," which literally translated means between urine and facies we are born. Ernest Becker suggests that this is one reason why Freud was hated so much. He reminded us of our earthiness, our animality, if you like, the limits of it all. We are not at ease with that part of ourselves. We are not at ease being, again, to resort to a phrase of Ernest Becker's, we are not at ease being gods who shit. We feel torn apart. Kierkegaard has the image of two horses hitched to the one cart. One of those horses is an old nag that limps around the milk run, can't wait to get back to the stable to put the feed bag on and rest. The other one, hitched up to the old nag, is Pegasus, the winged horse that wants to fly. There is always the temptation to shun the lame old nag, to reject our bodiness in favour of the high-flying possibilities of the spirit. It is the source of tragedy. Getting back to, again, the bodiliness from another angle, bodiliness enables me to connect with other human beings. It enables me to seek out and find a deep intimacy sometimes with other human beings. But even in that communion and that unity, my aloneness and my singleness is accentuated. My bodiliness, while enabling me to connect with another, also reminds me that I cannot disconnect from myself. I am other. The other is always other than me. Merleau-Ponty, the French philosopher, says our bodiliness is always an experience of ambiguity. Through our being bodily in the world, we are enabled to seek out others and become part of a communion of being, and we find that we are alone. Our bodily limits and our bodily possibilities are fairly considerable, actually. Our bodily needs are fairly meagre. The great religious guides, and I'm not only talking about Christianity here, the great religious guides have pinpointed this. This is an area to deal with our bodiliness and find out what it is we actually need, and to focus the energies of our bodies in ways that don't allow those energies to become rampant and disintegrated. This is actually the work of asceticism. Let's take now a look at the functional and the transcendent, and recall the story of Simpson and Delilah and Isabel, and the limits of the functional when you come up against deeply human situations. It is those deep human situations that remind us that life in the end is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. There is a danger in the Western world with our excessive functionalism and our rationalism that we reduce the human being to basically a functional, machine-like individual. That life is about problem solving. Life is about doing tasks. Life is about solutions. And it is typical of that functionalistic view of the world that it puts a commercial value on solutions. Just recently in the newspaper there was an article about an American company that has been formed to provide friendship, and I put the word in inverted commas, friendship for lonely old people. The friendship is provided at a cost. Adele Horan, who wrote the article, made the observation, purchased or bought friendship is an oxymoron. Where do you draw the line in our culture with outsourcing, as we call it? That kind of view of the world seems to me to betray a fragmented, disconnected kind of a culture in which what is most deep to us, our relationality, has been annihilated virtually, or at least contorted and manipulated under the effects of excessive functionality. Being functional is good. Our ability to do tasks, to do jobs, is part of our gaining identity. It is our bridging with the world. But it is not the only way to relate. And certainly as we grow older and our functionality declines, we are reminded that there's much more to living, much more to being human than simply doing jobs. In fact, if we have our wits about us, we are reminded of that all along the way, especially by sickness and by failure and by disappointment. Where does forgiveness come in? Where does mercy come in? These are not functional qualities. These are transcendent qualities. It is entirely appropriate to be functional about learning keyboard skills or learning another language. It is entirely appropriate to be functional if I want to build a prayerful life, be functional about making a prayer stool or choosing times or place. That is an appropriate application of my functional energy. But prayer and prayerfulness are not achieved by functionality. They are graced experiences. I can dispose myself, I can place myself there, I can facilitate the emergence of prayerfulness through functional actions, but I can't become a prayerful person merely functionally. A word about ego. I think of ego as the organizing center. It is that quality of our beings which enables us to think practically, to see what needs to be done, to mobilize ourselves, to do this and to do that, to solve problems, to achieve tasks, to master difficult operations, etc. The ego is to be our servant. In the mature person, the ego becomes the servant of our transcendent aspirations. In the immature, the ego becomes the dominant overlord of our lives. The egocentric life is an immature, deformed life in the so-called adult. It's typical of the young. We go through a time when, in our early adulthood, when the ego is exploring, is expanding, is working out a career, finding a place in the world, and so forth. It is a normal experience then for a healthy human being to discover the limits of ego, and this may in fact be an experience of ego desperation. That the ego, thinking it's the main thing about living, the ego functional is the main process about living, discovers that it's not, and it despairs and it says, well, what else? What's left? That can be a blessed moment, a moment of grace, a moment of discovery, a moment of freedom and breakthrough. Many authors have talked about the second half of life. It's a bit sad that we have to discover in the second half of life what could well be discovered much earlier in life and be permeating our lives with the graced quality of mercy and reconciliation and forgiveness. The more contemplative approach doesn't necessarily destroy efficiency or functionality. Let me just say a few words about the development of virtue and the functional and the transcendent dimensions. My own experience in the seminary, and I entered the seminary in 1965, was that we were encouraged to develop virtues in a functional sort of a way. That is, the pursuit of virtue became an ego mastery project. More akin, I would say, to the teachings of the Stoics than the teachings of the New Testament. Let me give you an example. And the approach used was a distortion of the approach of St. Ignatius of Loyola. We would go to the chapel at 5 to 6 in the morning for examination of foresight before community prayers began. In examination of foresight, you looked ahead to the day to see where there may be issues arising. You prepare yourself spiritually and thoughtfully. In principle, a good idea. But we were encouraged to work on certain virtues and building them up over time, so that this month you could work on patience, for example. Look forward to the day and see where in this day I might be impatient. Think about it. How are you going to respond before you actually get there? Do something that will minimize the impatience and maximize the patience. And so you go through the morning and you get to the middle of the day, and just before lunch we had particular examen, it was called. You sat down in the chapel, you quietly reflected on the morning, and you looked at those areas that you'd examined in foresight. How did you go? How much patience did you show? How much impatience? You sought forgiveness from God, you renewed your resolution, and you went into the afternoon. At the end of the day, there was examination of conscience, and you did much the same thing. You looked at where you'd failed, and you sought forgiveness, you showed remorse, you thanked God for the grace of patience that you'd been able to achieve, master, during that day, and so it went, with the expectation that over time you would conquer the impatience and become a patient person. Now, I would suggest that the worst failure is the success of that ego mastery project. And the most blessed success is the failure of that ego mastery project, provided it leads one to what I would call a graced emergence approach to the development of virtue. Let's go back to the issue of patience and developing patience. It seems more important, I would suggest, to accompany oneself, to pay close attention and to listen, especially in the moments of impatience. What's going on here? This is a cry. This is a signal. This is an invitation into a conversation with yourself to hear what needs to be heard, to submit to the truth. Impatience implies judgment. Every judgment is autobiographical. My reaction against something in you or something in the situation is calling me to face something in myself. If I just take the ego mastery approach, I will miss all that conversation. I will miss the learning that can come to me by facing what must be faced within me, by doing the dying that must be done. If I do that dying, I will be purged of what it is that's causing me to be impatient. And the patience will emerge as pure gift. What if we were to think of virtues, compassion, mercy, forgiveness, patience, kindness, etc.? These are other names for grace. And grace is simply the presence of God. And where God is, God acts, God does. God is never inactive. God's being is God's doing. And God's doing is always loving. And God's loving is always liberating. Here's a little test that you can apply. If you catch yourself being virtuous, and you may from time to time catch yourself being virtuous, is your immediate reaction one of satisfaction or gratitude? If you tend to be satisfied, listen carefully to that. It may suggest that you are building your virtue in an ego mastery way. That is egocentrism. That is the very antithesis of true virtue, certainly in a Christian sense. Maybe the Stoics will be satisfied with it, but it's not Christ-likeness. I would suggest a more appropriate response is one of gratitude, where you want to fall on your knees and say, isn't it wonderful that God would enter the world through someone like me, that God would be manifest through this person that I am. Going back to the bodiliness reality, our ability to be patient, to be kind, to be merciful, to be compassionate has a lot to do with our being bodily present in the world. And it also has a lot to do with our attitudes to our bodiliness. A person who is at odds with their bodiliness, whether it's at odds with their bodiliness through disengagement or through obsessiveness, is not going to be truly compassionate. They can't be, or merciful, or patient. the bodiliness very often will be the place where we experience the resistances. That's where the dying has to be done, in our bodily experience. And our bodiliness also is the place where we learn compassion, where we experience the fact that life is a tragic comic story. When you go out on the street next time you're sitting on a bus, just take a quiet look at the people around you. They, each and every one of those, is a tragic comic story just like you. It helps you to be compassionate. It helps you to be non-judgmental. And if you are inclined to be judgmental, as I say, listen carefully to that. The Christian articulation. What can we, as people who intend to be followers of the way, say on the basis of this construct that human beings are multidimensional beings, that we connect with the world of people, events and things through a social, historical, cultural dimension, through a bodily dimension, through a functional dimension, through a transcendent dimension. Not as if these are watertight compartments, but these are parts of a total integrated whole. Let's begin with 3 principles from a Christian point of view. First of all, through the incarnation, God has entered completely into all the dimensions of our human presence and enhanced the possibilities available to human beings in and through those dimensions. God has entered the world in a social, cultural, historical way. The enfleshing of God in Jesus Christ says something about society and culture and history. Secondly, God has entered the world bodily. God is in the flesh. That says something about the flesh, about bodiliness. God has entered the world, in fact, it seems to be as a carpenter. Work. It says something about problem solving, about tasks, about ego in a very positive way. God has entered the world of the human openness to the transcendent, the availability to grace, to mercy, to forgiveness, to reconciliation. It says something about these human qualities. Second principle. Christian virtue is never the object of mastery, but the emergence of grace in our lives, and is therefore primarily the outcome of transcendent aspirations and only secondly the outcome of functional ambition. We've already looked at that. It's worth repeating over and over and over again, because we can be seduced by the quick results of the functional fix, of becoming patient or humble. The functional approach to Christian virtue destroys Christian virtue. In aspiring for detachment, if we reduce that to an ambition, we become attached to being detached. In aspiring for humility, if we reduce that to a functional ambition, we become proud in our humility, and so on. It is self-defeating. It is organized despair. Christian virtue is a matter of aspiration, waiting, disposing ourselves. And in the waiting and in the disposing, we are actually cleansed. We become transparent. We become the clay vessels in which the great mystery comes to the world. The third principle. Human beings have a natural openness to the liberating love of God. We are not wicked, evil beings. We are made in the image and likeness of God. Yes, we need redemption. Yes, without grace, we cannot reach the fulfillment of our possibilities. But the reaching of the fulfillment of our possibilities is a story of continuity, not discontinuity. The incarnation of God's liberating love, the enfleshing of God, is a mystery. Like God, like you, like creation, the incarnation is a place of unending intelligibility. Not mystery in the sense that we can't understand it, but mystery in the sense that the more we understand, we don't understand. Unending intelligibility. We must always remember that no matter how we talk of it, our language about God and God's actions, at best, give us a place to stand in silent awe while we look towards the far horizon, beyond which is the essence of the great mystery. The historical person of Jesus, we believe, is the enfleshed God, which ought to remind us of our own possibilities. But in fact, as we've already indicated when reflecting on Gnosticism, the history of Christianity is fraught with great difficulties in accepting the incarnation. One of the enduring heresies, perhaps the most common enduring heresy, is called Docetism, from the Greek word dokeo, meaning to appear. There were many, even this is reflected in John's Gospel, down through the ages there have been many people, many teachers who have emphasized the divinity of Jesus at the expense of the humanity of Jesus, that he only appeared to be bodily present. He wasn't really a human being. I think scholars suggest, for example, where Thomas is asked to put his hands in the wounds, that is an indication of the gospel time dealing with an issue that had already arisen. But it comes forward in the fathers of the church. For example, St. Basil, who is just a wonderful guide in the Christian tradition in every other respect, made the comment that, of course, Jesus only ate so that his disciples ate food, so that his disciples wouldn't get confused about who he was, but he didn't have to go to the toilet. And there were those who thought that Jesus on the cross didn't really suffer, but went through the motions in order not to scandalize people. The incarnation is incomprehensible. We cannot fathom how this one person can be both God and man. But it is our faith. Jesus is the second person of the Blessed Trinity. Jesus is fully human, enfleshed like you and me. With regard to Christian asceticism, the same kinds of dynamics that has many people denying the bodiliness of Jesus also leads to what we have called a moment ago the disengagement from the body. And you put that together with the call to asceticism and you can get a false asceticism. That we take steps to act as if the body was somehow or other irrelevant to the essential project of becoming human. To deny the body. And if you read some of the great guides, for example, John of the Cross, at face value, you might think that is what they are saying. I don't believe it is. The essence of asceticism, in the best sense of the word, and incidentally, the English word asceticism comes from the Greek word askesis, meaning exercise. Asceticism is about taking steps, doing things, and here the functional becomes the servant of the transcendent. We do things to enable our energies to be focused rather than dissipated. For example, fasting. Now, we don't fast to punish the body or to deny the body. We fast in order to focus our energies. We also fast in order to teach or to learn as a person through our bodiliness what matters most, to become more alert, to become more aware, more acutely, focused on what matters. A person, for example, who just eats every time they're hungry doesn't know the sharpness of hunger doesn't know the difference between what they, in the end, really need and don't need, is a person who is less human, I would say, than the person who, through wise and prudent engagement with the world through eating and drinking, has learnt a sense of realism, a sense of what is needed and what is not, a sense of economy, a sense of frugality, a sense of respect for those who don't have access to food, for example. Asceticism at its best is liberating. Asceticism at its best sets us free to be more deeply human, opens us to the transcendent dimension. The functional dimension in terms of our Christianity has also been somewhat problematic for us. There was in the 4th century, coming into the 5th century, starting in Rome and travelling around the empire, a monk by the name of Pelagius. He was a very popular spiritual guide. He was of the opinion that if you emphasise to people the work of grace and say that you really can't do anything towards your redemption except by grace, people will tend to give up. This has become a sort of a tension throughout Christianity. It arose again in the 1700s with a fellow by the name of Molinos and the heresy of Quietism. It also influenced the Jesuits after Ignatius, the second superior general after Ignatius of Loyola, before the 16th century had ended, forbade Jesuits to pray according to the higher forms of prayer that Ignatius had given them in the latter weeks of the exercises. The fear was that they would move into the contemplative, the mystical, a sort of a passive way of approaching life, and that wouldn't be good. So the emphasis was on doing. The emphasis was on, in fact, ego mastery. And that was passed down to us. It was a travesty of St. Ignatius's mystical horizon, actually. So that in the 20th century, when young people like me went to seminaries and novitiates, work, doing, problem solving, engaging in tasks was the primary thing. Doing dominated being. And I think it was a sad misrepresentation of the best of the tradition. Being doesn't necessarily mean you don't do anything. Doing actually follows being, as the medieval scholastics knew, that if you are focused on being, which means listening, which means alertness and awareness and attentiveness, in fact, experience would suggest that the doing becomes more focused, more effective, more efficient. Many religious congregations made their decisions on the basis of jobs to be done, projects to be carried out. And so people were subservient to the jobs to be done. And that sometimes was a good thing because it challenged certain people to rise to the occasion, and they did. But sometimes it was a very bad thing because people were assigned jobs that they should never have been assigned. People went into classrooms, for example, and they should never have gone into them. I suggest that this may be a contributing factor to the incidence of pedophilia amongst some male religious, that it was compensatory behaviour for an intolerable situation they didn't know how to deal with. Nature and grace, a final word. Let me quote to you from Noel Dermot O'Donoghue on this one. So it is that these explorations of the mystery of prayer are in various ways explorations of the riches and the resources of the human. Again, Noel Dermot O'Donoghue is pointing us back to a basic principle in spirituality. Human experience is the great teacher, the starting point for us. Listen to it. Listen to the reality of your spirit and the Holy Spirit bearing united witness that you are a child of God. Noel Dermot O'Donoghue goes on, even the dark companions of human life, companions such as pain and death, are seen as horizons of man's destiny and possibilities. One can accept that men and women are born under the shadow of what is called original sin without denying or questioning the goodness and greatness of the human in all its energies and dimensions. The heart of man is troubled and the mind of man confused, not because of what he lacks, but because of what he has. It is the new man within him seeking to be born that troubles him. Most Reformed theologies and most contemporary Catholic theologies tend to see the new man as discontinuous with natural or fallen man. Again, I see this attitude as destructive of the human and ultimately of the divine. It leaves us with a fantasy God playing with a fantasy man. Like all fantasy figures, these are supremely manageable. And the theologian lives a beautifully insulated existence as a theologian. He pitches his tent comfortably at the foot of the mountain and regales the would-be climber with tales of the unknown as a substitute for the great adventure that calls him to the holy heights. Our topic in this third session of Unit 2 is entitled The Three Pillars. Broadly speaking, we're going to examine the issues of good and evil, bearing in mind the question, particularly, where do they come from? When we speak of people behaving well or behaving badly, are we making a comment about the person as such, or should we be thinking of some other source for the good and bad behaviour? By way of introduction, I would like to share a little story which I wrote. It comes from a couple of imaginative promptings. Number one, the question arose in my mind, what would have happened back in 1939 if Pius XII had been as firm in the face of Nazism as John Paul II had been in the face of communism? The second idea was that of the emptiness of the empty tomb in the first Easter morning. I find that a haunting concept, the emptiness. This story came out of those and other imaginative thoughts. I've called it Hope. Last night I dreamt that Pius XII was suddenly and inexplicably possessed by the spirit of John Paul II. As the latter was later to publicly and deliberately oppose the communists, so Pius was going to publicly and deliberately oppose the Nazis. He was standing on the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. It was 1939. I'm not sure whether the war had been declared or not. It doesn't matter. Pius announced to the thousands of people gathered below that he had just completed an apostolic letter to the bishops of Germany. In that letter, he spoke very strongly against Nazism. He forbade any of the German bishops or priests or brothers or nuns or any Catholics in any way to support the Nazis. Those who did support the Nazis would be excommunicated. He directed the Catholics in Germany to do all in their power to thwart Hitler. You could have heard a pin drop in that square. Then, as if a signal had been given, the huge crowd fell to their knees and Pius blessed them. I've never seen a blessing like that before. So solemn, so full of things to come. Hitler, in his fury, outlawed Catholicism. He ordered the immediate arrest of bishops, priests, brothers and nuns and prominent Catholics throughout Germany. Like the Christians of old, these Catholics were given an option: choose the state and live, or choose the faith and die. Most took the horrible choice. They chose to die rather than live under Nazism. Trains drawing endless numbers of cattle cars behind them carrying Catholic bishops, priests, brothers and nuns, and prominent lay people daily went off to places of extermination. In a few weeks, the persecution began to round up all Catholics. Catholics were required to wear a yellow cross stitched to their jackets and shirts. Millions were savagely exterminated. As if that was not enough, Hitler ordered Goering to have the Luftwaffe bomb St. Peter's Basilica and the Vatican. In a matter of days, these grand old buildings were reduced to dust, nothing but dust. And all of a sudden, as happens only in dreams, there I was. I knelt in the dust, somewhere near where those thousands knelt to receive the Pope's blessing in 1939, and I wept. I picked up a handful of the dust and it streamed through my fingers. I wept for the vandalism and the destruction of priceless works of art, magnificent and matchless expressions of the human spirit, destroyed out of sheer nastiness. Never again would there be another ceiling to the Sistine Chapel or another Pietà. Gone were the priceless treasures of the Vatican Museum and the sheer majesty of St. Peter's. Through my tears, I looked across to an ancient, small building on the edge of the dust. There was no one else there except a fragile old man in a white soutane, walking stick, bent double, as if he was intent on finding something he'd dropped. He slowly straightened up to a half bend. It was Pope John Paul. He looked across at me. Slowly, his face broke into a smile. What do I make of this dream? I'm still thinking about it, actually. Initially, at least, it prompts me to think a couple of things about hope. The strongest and most real hope springs from despair, or at least the nearness of despair. It grows out of the dust of our broken dreams, when we've become desperate to do something real rather than something right. The categories of optimism and pessimism cannot carry the weight of our struggles. The proper categories are hope and despair. And the emptiness of that place in the dream put me in mind of the emptiness of the empty tomb. Maybe our greatest hope is found in our emptiness and the church's emptiness. Maybe the Spirit of God is working mightily through purgation, stripping, deconstruction, and disintegration. Perhaps the gifts of hope is more readily available to our generation than any other generation in a long, long time. Let's begin by way of reflecting on a few quotations. And the first one is from Shakespeare. Good old Hamlet. What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action how like an angel, in apprehension how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence but dust? In Act 2, Scene 2 of Hamlet, Shakespeare raises for us a theme that we'll reflect on throughout this session, the theme of ambiguity, the theme that is at times expressed in the tension of opposites each of us feels within our own breast, our own heart. The second quotation is from the psychiatrist Karl Menninger, and he begins by quoting the rationalist thinker Cyril Jode. For most of my life, I have been a rationalist, my name appearing regularly with that of Bertrand Russell as a derider of religion. All things, I held, are theoretically discoverable by reason, and when the universe had ceased to be mysterious, God would go to the scrap heap of man's discarded superstitions. Then came the war, and the existence of evil made its impact upon me as a positive and obtrusive fact. All my life it has been staring me in the face. Now it hit me. Menninger writes, Cyril Joad goes on to say that he had been taught to believe that the evil in man was due to economic circumstances or other such explanations, that if certain things were only removed, good would prevail and virtue reign. I have come flatly to disbelieve all this, he said. I see now that evil is endemic in man, and the Christian doctrine of original sin expresses a deep and essential insight into human nature. Reject it, and you fall victim, as so many of us whose minds have developed in an atmosphere of left-wing politics and rationalist philosophy have fallen victim, to a shallow optimism in regard to human nature, which causes you to think that the millennium is just around the corner waiting to be introduced by a society of adequately psychoanalyzed, prosperous communists. The third quotation is from Blaise Pascal. Knowledge of God without that of our misery equals pride. Knowledge of our misery without that of God equals despair. Knowledge of Jesus Christ strikes the balance, since in him we find both God and our misery. At the beginning of the Bible, we find the story of creation and the story of the fall. In the image of God, he created them. We are made companions of the infinitely lovable, infinitely wise, infinitely incomprehensible, unnameable, uncontrollable one, the creator of the cosmos. We are made in the image and likeness of this one. This one seeks companionship with us. As the story has it, we have fallen away from that intimacy with God. St. Paul reflects New Testament theology and thinking when he writes in a very stark turn of phrase, "For our sake God made the sinless one into sin, so that in him we might become the goodness of God." A universal human principle that we'll explore. All human beings have within their nature a twofold potential. We are capable of being in the world for good or ill. In our sessions, we have in fact been developing an anthropology, what we would technically call a formation anthropology, an understanding of the human person that will enable us to promote and develop a good, well-grounded spirituality. We have, for example, said that spirit is the ultimate ground in which and through which our lives unfold, that all human life formation is ultimately spiritual formation. We're not separating spirit out from body. We also have used the metaphor of the structural self, in which we've emphasized the bodliness of our beings. I am my body, but I am more than my body. Ultimately, my body is an expression of my spirit. Secondly, we've said that the deepest manifestation of the human spirit is freedom. I am freedom. This is an essential human potential, and it is a potential. We can develop it or we can diminish it, depending on how we actualize our freedom. It is a constitutive part of the human life formation process. Human life formation is liberation. Human life formation is a growing sense and ability to actualize this potential to be free. Thirdly, we've emphasized relationships as of the very essence of our human nature. The quality of our relationships is the measure of the quality of our humanity, or more precisely, the quality of our relating is the measure of the quality of our humanity. We are constituted in our very beings in and through relationships. Fourthly, those relationships form and are formed in and through what we have called a field of formation, a certain context which involves 5 dynamic polarities. We've talked about pre-formation, the biological soul givens, the data with which we begin the journey. We talked about interformation, the influence of other human beings on our lives. We've talked about intra-formation, how we process reality. We talked about the immediate world in which we find ourselves, the world of culture and environment. And we talked about the larger world, the world of the human family and history as we experience it. All these dynamics, these 5 polarities, are at work all the time in my life. They are part of who and what I am as an existent, as a being. Fifthly, we have emphasized transcendence. From the Latin word trans, meaning across, scandere, meaning to climb. The human person is an inveterate climber. We are constantly pushing into the unknown, seeking the more than, the beyond. So much so that we have referred to the human self as a transcendent self. This is further expression of the human person as spirit, the human person as free. Sixthly, the concomitant pattern with this transcendence, this urging, this travelling, this journeying that we are as human beings, is the pattern we have called a Paschal rhythm, the dying, the responding, the re-emerging, death, decision, rebirth that marks every moment of every day. It's like a DNA, genetic code. Sometimes it is writ large in moments that we call crises. But that crises, or those crises, those partings of the way, are right there in each moment. Seventhly, what we discover through that Paschal rhythm, through that dying, that deciding, that re-emerging, is that ultimately life is gift. At the heart of living is grace. Life formation is essentially a graced process. It is one that asks of us facilitation, not mastery. It is centered not in our egos, but in the mystery. The life formation process is therefore a shifting center of gravity from egocentricity to mystery centricity. We might also recall, together with the metaphor of the structural self, I mentioned a moment ago, as the metaphor of the forms of the self, where we spoke of the apparent form, the current form, the core form, the foundational form, all grounded in the eternal form. Now, each of these ways of speaking are actually ways of meditating on that which we will never fully understand, the human person. For the simple reason, as we will stress later in this session, we are made in the image and likeness of the incomprehensible and the unnameable. However, we need to point. We need to have ways of speaking about ourselves, to naming. But we also need to recognize the limitations of that naming. We are not defining in any definitive way what we are or who we are. think for a moment about your experience of life. Your experience of good and evil. Or, step back a bit from those strong terms, humans when they behave in a constructive, life-giving way, or humans when they behave in a way that tends to be more destructive. Have you ever experienced in yourself a tendency, a potential for constructive behaviour? To help, to assist, to support, to encourage, to build up? I'm sure you have. Have you also felt within yourself a potential for destructive behaviour? To tear down, to undermine, to erode, to destroy? It may not be monumental, it may not be the sort of destructive behaviour that will be talked about on Four Corners or the Channel 7 News. It might just be in terms of the nasty word, the moody silence, the unwillingness to offer a compliment or make an apology. These are manifestations of a potential that you and I all know within ourselves. Human beings are, in fact, ambiguous beings. No human being is simply good. No human being is simply bad. The best amongst us are aware of their potential for hurt. In fact, it is my experience that those who are fine human beings have a very deep sense of their ability to hurt. It's one of their better qualities, actually. People who are destructive also have potential for being constructive. Let me quote to you here from Les Carline's wonderful book on Gallipoli. He's writing about that war, and in war, this ambiguity comes out perhaps more obviously than in other places. He's writing about the assault on Lone Pine on August the 6th. Like the attack at Helles on August the 6th, the assault on Lone Pine was a diversion. As with the Helles attack, the casualties were high. More than 2,000 Australians, about 7,000 Turks. But Lone Pine was also that rare thing. On both sides, it was an epic of savagery and sacrifice that leaves one wondering again at man's capacity to harbour within the same brain and the same body so much that is brutal, so much that is sublime. What a piece of work is man, so infinite in reason, etc. But what is this quintessence of dust? I have here a few paper clippings. One is from the Sydney Morning Herald of the 30th of November 2005, page 13. It's headed, "Monstrosity and Humanity Live Hand in Hand." It's a reflection particularly on a film that has just come out, or had just come out, called The Downfall, about Hitler. Let me read to you a few lines from this particular article by a lady by the name of Gwyn Dyer, a London journalist. She begins, "He could be very entertaining," Stalin's niece, Kira Alilieva, told the biographer Robert Service in 1998. The dictator had her jailed in his last round of purges after World War II, but she still remembered how kind he had been to her when she was a little girl, how he took her on his knee and sang songs to her, and that he had a fine singing voice. Not only that, but he wrote limpid poetry in Georgian as a youth. He read Dostoevsky, and his subordinates saw him as a considerate boss. He also had millions of people killed, which is why, until Service's recent book, Stalin, A Biography, people were reluctant to write about his human side. And so she goes on to mention not only Hitler, but Pol Pot and Che Guevara, etc. And the fact that these people did have, if you like, a human side to them. The sins of the best are the worst. People couldn't be terribly wicked if they didn't have wonderful talent. Here's another paper clipping entitled "The Curse of the Rat Race, Reigning in Runaway Workaholism." It's from the Sydney Morning Herald of the 4th of May 2006. The author is Oliver James, and he's writing in The Guardian. The death of J.K. Galbraith, author of The Affluence Society, has removed the sharpest cartographer of a quarter century of misguided navigation. Luckily, a new pilot has appeared. Avner Offer is Professor of Economic History at Oxford University. His book, The Challenge of Affluence, exposes the extent to which the past 25 years have forced people in the English-speaking world to believe that there is no alternative to dual-income, workaholic consumerism, the hedonic treadmill. And so he goes on. Now, I'm not about to launch into an attack on our culture and our society because it is affluent, except to say that this ambiguity that I believe every human being experiences within his or her own heart is manifest in human society, predictably enough. For example, affluence has brought many wonderful possibilities, but it has also brought some rather dark actualities, as the reporter just mentions, in terms of workaholism and the tremendous stress on the family. And it's almost as if those conversations we used to have back in the 70s about what will we do with all our leisure time were laughably naive. Affluence and all the accoutrements that have gone with it have, in fact, made us busier than ever. A comment also about consumerism. I suggest that if we weren't transcending beings who are also anxious beings, consumerism would fall apart. I'm told that marketers pay top dollar to get their particular product in the supermarket at eye height or near the exit counter, the checkout. Why? Because these transcendent, anxious pilgrims want to consume things, want to acquire things, want to possess. Because they need them? No, simply because they're anxious. We grab things, we hold them to ourselves, we acquire and we possess, and form the underpinnings of consumerism, not out of need, not out of necessity, but out of anxiety. That surely is a manifestation too of ambiguity. Finally, I have here an article from the Sun Herald of March the 26th, 2006. It is a report on Rowan Williams, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man for whom I have great admiration. The report is headed, "Leadership is, to me, a very, very murky and complicated concept." The writer is Alan Rusbridger. And it goes on to talk of the concern that many have expressed about Archbishop Rowan Williams and how some of them have openly attacked him for his weakness as a leader. Now, I suggest to you that Rowan Williams is a very fine scholar, a deeply thoughtful man and a wise man, a man who sees things going on and cannot operate in black and white simplistic categories. You would never hear Rowan Williams say, for example, "You are either with me or against me." That is not part of his makeup. Therefore, leadership for him is a very ambiguous experience. So, back to our reflections here. I would like to take up some thoughts by a historian of ideas, teasing this ambiguity out just a little bit more, or what we experience as ambiguity, this tension between our potential for the constructive and our potential for the destructive, and often they are so entangled that we cannot separate them. We find ourselves torn. Isaiah Berlin, in a book of essays which carries the title of words given by Immanuel Kant, actually, The Crooked Timber of Mankind, which implies something of the ambiguity. Berlin writes, "The notion of the perfect whole, the ultimate solution in which all good things coexist, seems to me to be not merely unattainable, that is a truism, but conceptually incoherent. I do not know what is meant by a harmony of this kind. Some among the great goods cannot live together. That is a conceptual truth. We are doomed to choose, and every choice may entail an irreparable loss. Happy are those who live under a discipline which they accept without question, who freely obey the orders of leaders, spiritual or temporal, whose word is fully accepted as unbreakable law, or those who have by their own methods arrived at clear and unshakable convictions about what to do and what to be that brook no possible doubt. I can only say that those who rest on such comfortable beds of dogma are victims of forms of self-induced myopia, blinkers that may make for contentment, but not for understanding of what it is to be human." Now, Berlin actually raises a number of points there. He's stepping back from the experiential, from the concrete reality of what we know from our daily lives, this conflict, this tension, this struggle between our potential for good and evil, and he's offering some philosophical principles. But he also raises the question of a human tendency to try and override it, to get rid of it. We can't stand the tension, so we pretend that there is no tension. We get rid of one of the terms of the conflict. So we pretend that we don't have any tendency to destructive behavior. Not our people, it's them. That our dogmas, our rules, our way of living is superior, is right. Doubt makes us anxious, and we must get rid of our anxiety at all cost. In a sense, in stepping back from the experiential and the immediate and the concrete, Berlin actually throws us, via these philosophical principles, precisely back into that. Who has not witnessed, either in themselves or others, this tendency to assuage anxiety by simplifying, by reducing life to manageable proportions? I do believe it is operative within our political systems within the Western world, and indeed our religious systems within the Western world. Berlin goes on. So much for the theoretical objection, a fatal one, it seems to me, to the notion of the perfect state as the proper goal of our endeavours. But there is, in addition, a more practical socio-psychological obstacle to this, an obstacle that may be put to those whose simple faith, by which humanity has been nourished for so long, is resistant to philosophical arguments of any kind. It is true that some problems can be solved, some ills cured, in both the individual and social life. We can save men from hunger or misery or injustice. We can rescue men from slavery or imprisonment and do good. All men have a basic sense of good and evil, no matter what cultures they belong to. But any study of society shows that every solution creates a new situation which breeds its own new needs and problems and new demands. The children have obtained what their parents and grandparents longed for: greater freedom, greater material welfare, a juster society. But the old ills are forgotten and the children face new problems, brought about by the very solutions of the old ones. And these, even if they can in turn be solved, generate new situations, and with them new requirements, and so on forever and unpredictably. Let me signal immediately one of the issues raised here by Isaiah Berlin. Ultimately, dealing with this radical tension in the human heart between our power for destruction and our power for construction, it is not a problem that can be solved by human strategy or human effort. It pertains to the nature of the human person and requires something more than the resources any human being or group of human beings can bring to it. When we talk about the Christian understanding of this, we will talk about the reality of Jesus Christ and the incarnation. We're not introducing a magical formula here. We are introducing the reality of faith, but we are building on the human ground, and we must recognize that human reality. Isaiah Berlin goes on again. We cannot legislate for the unknown consequences of consequences of consequences. Marxists tell us that once the fight is won and true history has begun, the new problems that may arise will generate their own solutions, which can be peacefully realized by the united powers of harmonious, classless society. This seems to me a piece of metaphysical optimism for which there is no evidence in historical experience. In a society in which the same goals are universally accepted, problems can be only of means, all soluble by technological methods. That is a society in which the inner life of man, the moral and spiritual and aesthetic imagination, no longer speaks at all. Is it for this that men and women should be destroyed or societies enslaved? Utopias have their value. Nothing so wonderfully expands the imaginative horizons of human potentialities. But as guides to conduct, they can prove literally fatal. Heraclitus was right. Things cannot stand still. Isaiah Berlin is there pointing to the hugely destructive consequences of failing to acknowledge truthfully the potential for destruction in the human heart, in human nature. Human systems, be they political, economical, social, cultural, cannot deal with the human potential for destruction. There is no such thing as a human utopia, as the Marxists would have said. We have to deal with human destruction at a much deeper level. Or, to put it another way, the problem of evil is not so much a problem, but a mystery of iniquity that must be dealt with at another level. We might reflect here on the tragedy of perfectionism, whether it's the perfectionism in the life of the individual who has misinterpreted the gospel call to be perfect, we'll come back to that in a moment, or the perfectionism that happens in the likes of Nazism, fascism, and communism, various ideologies, a perfectionism that in the end destroys. It unleashes the destructive elements of the human heart in some grotesque mass sorts of ways. The way of living, the way to human society, a human society, is not the way of perfectionism. It's not the way of willful mastery, of setting things in order, even if you do get the trains running on time. and that's a good thing in its own right. There has to be a huge element, a significant, substantial element in any human life and any human society, an element of compassion and forgiveness and patience with the fragility and the destructive possibilities of human beings. That doesn't mean that you stand aside and say, oh, well, we're only human, we can destroy. No. Each of us in our own way will require forgiveness somewhere along the line and compassion. Finally, a quotation here from Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He writes in his Gulag Archipelago, "It was granted me to carry away from my prison years on my bent back, which nearly broke beneath its load, this essential experience, how a human being becomes evil and how good. In the intoxication of youthful successes, I had felt myself to be infallible, and I was therefore cruel. In the surfeit of power, I was a murderer and an oppressor. In my most evil moments, I was convinced that I was doing good, and I was well supplied with systematic arguments. And it was only when I lay there on rotting prison straw that I sensed within myself the first stirrings of good. Gradually, it was disclosed to me that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, nor between classes, nor between political parties either, but right through every human heart. Stanley Kubrick complements that by indicating the tragic consequences of not recognizing what Solzhenitsyn has observed. In an interview apropos his 1972 film Clockwork Orange, reported in the New York Times, Stanley Kubrick writes, "One of the most dangerous fallacies which has influenced a great deal of political and philosophical thinking is that man is essentially good and that it is society which makes him bad. Rousseau transformed original sin from man to society, and this view has importantly contributed to what I believe has become a crucially incorrect premise on which to base moral and political philosophy." Let us turn now to the Christian articulation, the Christian response, if you like. How do we as Christians address this question of evil and good in human behavior, good and evil? Let me begin with a universal principle articulated from the Christian faith tradition. Human beings are made in the image and likeness of God, fallen and redeemed in Christ. I've named there what I am referring to metaphorically as the three pillars: image and likeness, fallenness, redemption. I put each of those in inverted commas because each of those needs to be thoroughly explored. We will not thoroughly explore them for the simple reason that they require very subtle and considerable theological knowledge, sophisticated research to examine each of those, but we must look at them at least in a naive way, because I believe they are at the very heart of the Christian story about what it means to be human. Let me begin by acknowledging that our teaching in this regard, and I mean teaching at the highest level of theological education in seminaries and universities, as well as our teaching in catechesis, and I'm speaking within our Catholic school system. I have reason to believe that it was very similar in the Protestant tradition. has been very negative, have been very lopsided. If we imagine those three pillars or those three legs to a stool, one of them gets much, much more emphasis than the other, or one of them is left out. You have a lopsided stool. You have a stool that will fall over. In particular, what I suggest has been overemphasized and misrepresented has been the fallenness side, the fallenness pillar. If you start there, emphasize that, here I'm talking about the traditional misrepresentation of what has been called original sin. And St. Augustine has a lot to answer for in that, saying that this reality was almost a genetic reality handed on through sexual intercourse from our first parents, so that we were all born, as it were, evil. This was very, very strongly taken up by Martin Luther, who was an Augustinian monk. Martin Luther used the image of a pile of dung covered by freshly fallen snow to describe the way grace, the grace of atonement works. Martin Luther could not believe that human beings were anything but evil. And Jesus, the Redeemer, the Saviour, stands between the evil subject, the human subject, and the Father, who must wreak revenge on that human subject if it is not for the cross and the saving death of Jesus. In our own Catholic tradition, the ransom theory of the cross has been pretty much the dominant understanding of salvation and redemption through the Incarnation, namely that our first a fault that was of infinite implications and consequences. It required, or could only be set right by someone who had infinite qualities about them. Hence, God himself, in the second person of the Blessed Trinity, had to pay the price, the ransom for us. And there always was that sense of guilt being emphasized, the potential of hell and eternal damnation hung over much of our preaching, especially home missions. It generated a lot of fear and scrupulosity and moralism. It tended to drive us away from the mystical heart of our faith. Scrupulosity is a very tragic and sad symbol of this sort of experience within our Catholic tradition, where priests, and I can think of at least one bishop, who couldn't say the words of the sacraments, for example, consecration, or in the case of the bishop, ordination. They were so overwhelmed with the sense of responsibility and the implications if they didn't say it with the right intention and the right way, that they would literally stutter and be unable to complete the phrase. There's no doubt that there was an enormous amount of fear and guilt and hell and damnation present in our Catholic tradition, and I think in the Protestant tradition. In the 17th century, a Dutchman by the name of Jansen, wrote a thesis on nature and grace and drew on the writings of St. Augustine and again emphasized the baseness and the evil of the human person. To this day, we still talk about Jansenism, which is very like Calvinism, which has a negative understanding of the human person, particularly the human person as bodily being. In our tradition, we find also the heresy of Docetism, so named from the Greek word dokein, to appear. This heresy says Jesus only appeared to be human, that the body was a mirage or a front, as it were, that Jesus remained God but never became truly human. Let me read to you a few quotations here from people commenting on the Christian tradition in regard to the presence of this heresy of Docetism. And you find in it the basic resistance to the notion of God becoming human, because to be human is bad, is evil. And this goes back to the issue of Gnosticism, which we talked about in the last session. Matter is bad, spirit is good. Matter is to be rejected, spirit is to be embraced. Jesus couldn't have become bodily in the full human sense of the word, because bodily is bad. That is, if you like, the thinking. That is the influence of Gnosticism, dualism. Augustine was profoundly influenced by Manichaeism, which was a form of Gnosticism. He never quite got it out of his system. In his early writings, as a Christian and as a bishop, Augustine regarded sexual intercourse as evil, to be permitted only for the sake of bringing children into the world. He modified his view later, but does not seem to have ever been entirely at home with it. Louis Bouillet, one of the great historians of Christian spirituality, says that encratism, E-N-K-R-A-T-I-S-M, encratism was the most prevalent heresy in the early church. That is, encratism rejects all manner of pleasure. It's related to Gnosticism, it's related to matter being bad, spirit being good. So the pleasure of drink, the pleasure of food, the pleasure of sex, just the pleasure of anything became sinful. Now, I do believe that even endured into the 20th century, that kind of encratistic thinking. A few quotations here from various ones commenting on Docetism. First of all, a man by the name of Pollard, in his book Johannine Christology in the Early Church, published in 1970, the earliest Christological heresy of which we have any evidence was Docetism, which so emphasized the divinity of Jesus that it reduced his humanity to mere appearance or fantasy. Second quotation from the eminent Protestant theologian Oscar Kuhlmann in his book Salvation in History. Docetism is the primal heresy of ancient Christianity, the only one which we can distinctly see to be attacked in the New Testament. Remember St. Paul talks about Timothy, have a little bit of wine for your stomach? That was more encratism. But in John's Gospel, where Jesus asks Thomas to put his hands into his side, scholars suggest that this is an affirmation of the bodiliness of Jesus against those who were saying, no, he only appeared to be. Again, Pollard, in his same book, Johannine Christology in the Early Church, while the apostles yet remained upon the earth, and he's quoting St. Jerome here, while the apostles yet remained upon the earth, while the blood of Jesus was almost smoking upon the soil of Judea, some asserted that the body of the Lord was a phantom. Basil the Great, the wonderful 4th century bishop, man set up a whole village, a whole town with hospital and a wonderful Christian community. But Basil said he, that is Jesus, ate and drank in a manner peculiar to himself. He did not even pass his food. So great was the power of self-control in him. Clement of Alexandria, the early 3rd century catechist from Alexandria. For Jesus ate not for the sake of the body, which was kept together by a holy energy, but in order that it might not enter the minds of those who were with him to entertain a different opinion of him. He was entirely impassible, inaccessible to any movement of feeling, either pleasure or pain. Karl Rahner says, in the ordinary religious life of the Christian, Christ finds a place only as God. There are many scholars have found much evidence of Docetism right down to the present day, and I think you can track that down to a basic Gnostic view of the human person, particularly the human person as bodily, a rejection of matter, and it got into this understanding of the human person which has us in a situation simply of badness. Now, the impact of that in contemporary terms is that many modern-day Christians, particularly Catholics, I'm speaking from experience here of our tradition, many Catholics simply reject wholesale any talk about original sin. I fear the baby has been thrown out with the bathwater. One of the people who has been most obvious in this argument has been a fellow by the name of Matthew Fox, who has since left the Catholic Church. He's emphasized original blessing, the image and likeness, but says that the whole notion of redemption and the sinfulness that pertains to human nature is a fabrication. It has no scriptural base. There's always the tendency for one extreme to beget an opposite extreme. I'm going to suggest that there is a way of understanding a Christian anthropology that does not include or doesn't embrace the Jansenism, the Calvinism, the Gnostic view, which is so heavily laden with guilt and fear and the promise of hell on the one hand, but doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, human beings are basically good and therefore we ought to stop talking about sin and guilt. I do think human experience and our faith invite us to look at an alternative. Let us reflect a few moments on the image and likeness. That is the first revelation of humanity in the Bible. The Creator creates the world and all that is in it, and then says, let us create them in our image and likeness. We are an extension of love. St. Bernard of Clairvaux in the 12th century says, why did God create us? Because God is good. He is reflecting the logic, if you like, of an axiom that the medieval philosophers used, that goodness is diffusive of itself. Because God is eternal goodness, you and I exist. We are manifestation of God goodness. We are sparks of the divine fire. We are outpourings of God's love in the world. Our very existence is a divine statement. Because we are manifestations of God in the world, if you like, incarnations, each of us, we bear within our very beings the same kind of informations of the incomprehensible and the uncontrollable and the unnameable mystery that is God. These are our origins, which bespeak our destiny. The whole work of salvation, as we talk about, or redemption, or if you rather, liberation, the coming to be what we are, is not a discontinuous process, but a continuous process. We are born. By nature, we have the potential to become children of God. That potential can never be activated except by the grace of God. It does not lie within human capacities to achieve what we are made for, to actualize our best potentials. That is a work of God's grace. That depends on Jesus Christ and the incarnation. But the seeds are planted. The capacity, the potential, the longing, the urging, the sense of destiny is in our hearts. Aylred Squire, in his wonderful book Asking the Fathers, reflects on this experience of the revelation that we're made in the image and likeness of God in the lives of the fathers. And he says they experience this revelation as the recovery of a lost memory. It is as if when they heard the revelation, they said, yes, so that's it. I have already experienced the intimations of that, and I'm not wrong. I am made in the image and likeness of the divine. I am a child of God, at least in potential. I have the capacity for divinity deep within my soul. I am not, in the manner of the story of the fall, equal to God. I don't compete with God, but I am a companion of God. That's what the story says. I come from God. I am made by God deliberately, lovingly, wisely, for good intentions. That is at the very heart of my being. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over cattle, and over all the earth. God created man in the image of himself. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created him. One of the best reflections of this is found, I believe, in St. Paul's letter to the community in Ephesus, chapter 3, verse 14. He says, and it's listed here as a prayer, "For this reason I bow my knees before the Father, from whom every family in heaven and on earth takes its name. I pray that according to the riches of his glory, he may grant that you may be strengthened in your inner being with power through his Spirit, and that Christ may dwell in your hearts through faith as you are being rooted and grounded in love. I pray that you may have the power to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and length and height and depth, and to know the love of Christ that surpasses knowledge, so that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now to him who by the power at work within us is able to accomplish abundantly far more than all we can ask or imagine, to him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus to all generations forever and ever. Amen." St. Paul comes in for a lot of unscholarly criticism. There are at least two sorts of writings in St. Paul. One sort is where he responds to immediate, concrete pastoral situations. He tries to sort out issues. There's a fair bit of this in his letters to the Corinthians. Another category of writing is where St. Paul is a couple of steps back from the concrete problems which carry with them cultural, political, social, personal issues which must be sorted through and are very particular to the moment. These other reflections, as you'll find, for example, in Romans chapter 8 and Romans chapter 6, and in that prayer to the people at Ephesus, there is a sense of something that transcends time and culture and politics and personal, concrete realities. St. Paul is deeply aware of what God has done in the world. St. Paul reminds us, I think, time and again through such writings as that prayer, that the whole of the Christian life starts and ends with God. Very important practically to remember that. If I start with myself and what I must do, I will finish with myself and what I must do. And that really is a sort of organized despair, because I'm coming up against issues that I cannot sort out. If I start with God and God's infinite love and God's intention to embrace us, to sweep us up in that love, to bring us home, because that's where we belong, that's where we came from, that's our origin, that's our destiny. We start with the infinite horizons of God's life, we will never end. We will always be within those infinite horizons, discovering more, being more and more liberated in the love of God. If you want a good thumbnail description of what it means to be a biblical person, a follower of the way, and that's probably a better description than to say a Christian, but someone who is on a way, in process of becoming more and more free in love, the thumbnail description would go something like this: as you have been loved into freedom, go into the world that God may love others into freedom through you. The emphasis is on God. In the most radical sense, I cannot love anybody, but I can dispose myself in such a way that God will love others through me. We must now reflect on the potential we have for destruction. In the story of Genesis, it's a story of a falling from grace, falling from innocence, of being the companions of God in this garden of delight, this world of harmony and good relationships, and a falling away from that. Before we look at that a little bit more closely, again, let's do it in the context of what we're talking about, most basically, of this human subject. Basil of Caesarea writes, the human being is an animal who has received the vocation to become God. Irenaeus writes, the glory of God is a living human being, and the life of the human being is the vision of God. Gregory of Nyssa writes, God made human beings free, having from the beginning their own autonomy and their own soul, that they might use the counsel of God freely and not under constraint from him. And so that's the subject who finds in himself or herself a propensity for destruction. What's happening here? How do we describe that? Well, we don't understand the origins, the ultimate origins of evil, and scholars will look at that continually. In the Bible, it is that mythology, that simple story, or that story that looks simple, it's actually highly complex, of our first parents. And incidentally, Adam is not a person's name. It refers to the earth. It refers to humanity. It's a generic term, a universal designation. So it is even wrong to talk about our first parents in a way, in any simplistic sort of a way. Whatever the case, whatever the explanation, our best potentials, we know, each of us, are frustrated. You and I have a potential to be destructive, even of ourselves, even of our best potentials. There is something amiss within us, and that we must deal with. The fathers of the church borrowed a metaphor from Plato, actually, saying we live in the land of unlikeness. It's not a bad description of how we are. We experience ourselves as exile. There's something not quite right about the way we live now. And this is not to denigrate the world in which we find ourselves, but our best possibilities seem to make us look beyond the merely material or the merely political or the merely social or cultural or even the merely religious organizational structures. Our hearts are restless until they rest in God. But we cannot simply get there. Again, we've given St. Augustine a bit of a whacking in this session, but let us listen to him because he is an ambiguous writer, and Augustine's best writings are as good as you'll find in the Christian tradition. He writes in his Confessions, Book 7, "When I first knew you, you took me up, so that I might see that there was something to see, but that I was not yet one able to see it. You beat back my feeble sight, sending down your beams most powerfully upon me, and I trembled with love and awe. I found myself to be far from you in a region of unlikeness, as though I heard your voice from on high. I am the food of grown men. Grow, and you shall feed upon me. You shall not change me into yourself as you change food into your flesh, but you will be changed into me. I knew that you have corrected man for iniquity, and you have made my soul to waste away like a spider, quoting Psalm 38. And I said, is truth nothing, because it is diffused neither through finite nor infinite space? From afar you cried to me, I am who I am. I heard as one hears in his heart. There was no further place for doubt, for it would be easier for me to doubt that I live than that there is no truth, which is clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. Here is a man longing, crying out from within the ambiguity of the human condition. This man knows the divinity from which he has emerged. This man knows the divine life for which he is destined, but this man knows the limits also. And that is not a statement of negativity about the human person. It is a statement of wonder and awe. It is a statement of great respect and compassion and love. And this must go hand in hand with our understanding of the role of Christ and the incarnation. Again, do we use the word redeem, save, liberate? I leave that to the theologians. But the role of Christ is pivotal, is essential in my becoming what I am made to be, in releasing, in liberating my deepest potential. I am unable to do that. What I am able to do, and what is my responsibility to do, is to dispose myself, is to facilitate, is to make choices and take actions in my life which will enable the grace of Christ to emerge in my life. Or, to put it another way, enable the kingdom to come, enable me to bring on the kingdom. Let us conclude with some reflections, first of all from St. Gregory of Nazianzen. Acknowledge whence you have existence, Gregory writes, breath and understanding. Acknowledge whence you have what is most important of all, your knowledge of God, your hope of the kingdom of heaven, your contemplation of glory, which in this life is, of course, through a glass darkly, but hereafter will be more perfect and clearer. Acknowledge that you have been made a son of God, a co-heir with Christ. Acknowledge, and now I speak with daring, that you have been made divine. Diadochus of Photiki writes, by the baptism of regeneration, grace confers two benefits on us, one of which infinitely surpasses the other. It gives the first immediately, for in the water itself it renews us and causes the image of God to shine in us. Not that the image of God was not there, but it doesn't have its full potential. Baptism, says Diadochus, causes the image to begin to shine, brings forth the light. He goes on. As for the other, second quality baptism brings, it awaits our collaboration to produce it. It is the likeness of God. The Fathers made this distinction between image on the one hand and likeness on the other. And they even suggested that the image of likeness always remains in the human person, the image of God. The likeness has been tarnished, even lost. And it is the likeness of God that is restored through the Christian life. Diadochus reflects that thinking here. When our spirit begins to experience the deep sensation of savouring the goodness of the Holy Spirit, then we should know that grace is beginning to overpaint the image with the likeness. Painters begin by sketching the outline of a portrait in a single colour. Then they gradually add the lustre of one colour to the other until they copy their model, right down to the very hairs of its head. In just such a way, the grace of God in baptism begins by making the image once again what it was when man first came into existence. Then when grace sees us aspiring with our whole will to the beauty of the likeness and standing naked and at peace in his studio, then he adds the lustre of one virtue after another, and by raising the soul's beauty from splendour to splendour, makes it an unmistakable likeness. Our spiritual sensitivity shows us that we are in the process of being formed to the likeness. But we shall know its perfection only by illumination. Indeed, no one can attain to spiritual love unless he is brought to certainty by the light of the Holy Spirit. And only the enlightenment of love, when it is added, shows that the image has completely attained the beauty of the likeness. We must now turn to consider a number of factors involving our formation over which we have some control. Let us begin by recalling the formation field, which we dealt with earlier in our course. We said that there were 5 major dynamics influencing the shape of our lives. The first one is pre-formation, body, soul, givens with which we begin the journey, temperament, genetics, etc. Secondly, there is the interformative dynamic, the effects that other people and our relationships with them has on our formation. There is the intraformative dynamic, that is, how we internally process what's going on. That has an influence over the shape of our lives. Then we have the more external world of our situation. First of all, the weather, the geography, the mood, the climate, the atmosphere in which we find ourselves most immediately, but also the influence of the wider world in which we find ourselves at a particular historical moment. All these 5 sources of formation are operating together, interdependently. They're interconnected, and they each have some influence on the way our lives take shape. In the coming sessions, we're going to spend a lot of time on the intraformative dimension. That is the one polarity of this formation field, of these 5 dynamic influences, over which we do have some control. Not absolute control, certainly, but we do have some facilitative control. Under the heading of intraformation, we will consider the person as thinking. We'll spend 2 sessions on that, the first one in this session. We will deal then with the person as willing. We'll spend 2 sessions on that. In Unit 3, we will take up the issues of remembering, the person as remembering, then the person as anticipating, then the person as imagining, then the person as feeling, and finally the person as consciousness. 2 comments before we move on. First of all, intraformation, all these aspects we've just mentioned, must be kept in contact with, we must never forget that they are interdependent with all the other factors of life formation. Pre-formation, interformation, situational formation, and world formation. Life formation is not just what goes on inside us. life formation is a giving and a receiving from within us and from without us. The second observation I would make is that all these aspects of intra-formation, thinking, willing, remembering, anticipating, imagining, feeling, consciousness, they aren't things separately operating inside us. They are manifestations of the person, and together they make a whole. So when we are talking about each of these issues of thinking, willing, remembering, and so forth, let us not forget that they are of a piece. We're not dividing the human being up. We're making distinctions, but we are not separating the person. Let's begin our reflection on thinking with a quotation from Immanuel Kant, who lived or died at the beginning of the 19th century. And he described a period of history which has become known as the Enlightenment in the following way. Enlightenment is man's release from his self-incurred tutelage. Tutelage is man's inability to make use of his understanding without direction from another. Self-incurred is this tutelage when its cause lies not in lack of reason, but in lack of resolution and courage to use it without direction from another. Sapere aude. Have courage to use your own reason. That is the motto of the Enlightenment. A couple of comments. In this first reflection on thinking, we will look briefly, terribly briefly actually, at that issue at that time of history called the Enlightenment, which is roughly the 18th century, but there were people before the 18th century who really need to be included in any discussion of the Enlightenment. First of all, the name Enlightenment, it really is a bit of an arrogance in the sense that it's a period of history that thinkers would say is over against the Dark Ages, a time in history roughly from about the 5th, 6th century right through until at least the 10th, if not the 12th century, 11th century anyway, in which Christianity held humanity in a superstitious darkness. It darkened people's minds with stories of revealed truth rather than discovered truth. The Enlightenment was a time in which human beings saw the light, they woke up, and they began to think for themselves and break free of the shackles of religion. Well, that's as it may be. And I suggest that that is a very myopic view of history. However, that's where the name comes from. We will reflect today on the Enlightenment as a phenomenon in history, both in terms of its positive outcomes and its negative outcomes. Remember, and this will be an enduring theme for us all individually and communally, the human experience is an ambiguous experience. Human living is a mixed bag of good and bad. No one's life is ever simply good. No one's life is ever simply bad. The Enlightenment as a human phenomenon is not simply good, nor is it simply bad. The key phrase, sapere aude, variously translated, dare to think, have courage to use your own reason, is a good one. And it's as topical and as challenging for us today as it ever was. The second quotation to set us on our way is something of a counter to this, focusing more on our current era than on the 18th century, but our current era is, if you like, the birth child of that 18th century time. Van Kaam says, "The current historical pulsation is to exalt informative thinking at the expense of more foundational formative thinking. This exaltation hides a preconscious flight from the demands of transcendent and pneumatic formation. Exclusive exaltation is used as a deformative safety directive, directing daily life away from formative dwelling." Now let's see if we can cut through the technical language that Van Kaam uses there. The current historical pulsation. Remember, we talked about the structure of the self. We used a metaphor, and the historical, cultural, social environment sets up what Van Kaam calls pulsations, vibes, a mood. And the mood of our times is to exalt, he says, informative thinking. Now, there are various ways we can describe this as the rationalistic. Martin Heidegger distinguishes between calculative thinking and meditative thinking. Informative thinking is about data, it is about information, it is about details. It is not the same as formative thinking or foundational thinking, and we'll come back to that particular topic in a moment. He further suggests that this focus on the rationalistic, the functionalistic, the gathering of data and details and information reflects or represents a flight, an unwillingness to be still, to be quiet, to listen, to dwell. Again, what Heidegger calls meditative thinking. Informative thinking promises control. Formative thinking demands submission, yielding to what is. They evoke different dispositions. That is one of the great tensions of human experience. Letting go and submitting. To our generation, the whole notion of submission seems scandalous. We turn to the sacred scripture, Psalm 46, verse 10. "Be still and know that I am God." And Philippians chapter 3, verse 10. "That I may come to know him and the power of his resurrection and partake of his sufferings by being moulded to the pattern of his death." In both those instances, the idea of knowing, and therefore implicitly thinking, is quite different from the idea of knowing and therefore thinking in our culture. Our Western mindset doesn't have the same understanding of thinking and knowing as the biblical mindset. When the psalmist says, "I want to know God," or "be still and know God," he's talking about relationship. He's talking about intimacy. He's talking about yielding to the experience of the divine. St. Paul is speaking in the same way. When St. Paul uses the word gnosis, and the early church fathers, in fact, drawing on St. Paul, talk about Christian Gnostics. They are not talking as the Gnostics of the time talk. They're not talking about Gnosticism, which has nothing to do with Christianity. Gnosis in the mind of St. Paul is about a relationship. It is about intimacy. Gnosis is at the heart of faith. Christian gnosis is knowing Christ Jesus. Recall, if you will, also John chapter 10, verse 10. Jesus says, "I know mine, and mine know me." He's not talking about information or details or data about his disciples. He's talking about a relationship. In our second session on knowing, we will actually develop that understanding of knowing and thinking more. A universal human principle. All human life formation is affected, for better or worse, by both the process and the content of our thinking. And we will keep referring to that distinction between process and content. They're not the same, but they're obviously intimately linked. In fact, throughout our previous sessions on developing your own spirituality, we have been slowly but surely, implicitly promoting a certain way of thinking, a certain approach to knowledge. Let me suggest to you some of the characteristics of that process of thinking. Implicit in this process of thinking, we have assumed that life is an ongoing conversation. We are thinking of life as dialogue, as conversation, as giving and receiving, as interdependent, as interconnected. Secondly, this process of thinking that we have been promoting and in fact using assumes that we are at our best, our human best, when we are open to our transcendent possibilities in every moment, in our encounters with every person, event, or thing. It is this openness to the transcendent that preeminently makes us human. Thirdly, and related to that, this style of thinking we have been promoting assumes that all of reality is evocative, an invitation for us to be touched and shaped by engaging the more than. Every moment, in other words, is a moment of grace. Each encounter, each person, each event, each thing is a gateway, an opening to the graciousness that life is, a transforming possibility. Fourthly, the style of thinking we have been promoting assumes that life, as it is experienced by us each moment, is more than a problem to be solved, or even a series of problems to be solved. There is no solution to life. Fifthly, this is the complement of what we have just said, we are not the masters of the universe. We are participators in a mystery. Putting those two together, life is not a problem to be solved. Life is a mystery to be lived. In life, there are many problems to be solved. But that occurs, that seeking of solutions must submit to a much deeper and more profound process of thinking and living, which is an encounter with mystery. Sixthly, the most fruitful way of living is by graced emergence rather than ego mastery. That style of thinking runs very, very counter to the modern Western way of thinking and living. Our culture tends to promote ego mastery, not graced emergence. As I've said a moment ago, the notion of submission and yielding is a scandal to our culture. You've got to be in charge of your life. You've got to be in control. There are winners and losers out there, and it is your job to be a winner. It's a peculiar way of thinking that doesn't bode well for the development of a good spirituality. Finally, that thinking that we've been promoting involves the whole person, not just the rational mind or the intellect. We will talk about the person as thinking. The thinking is a manifestation of you as a person. Now, all of this style of thinking that we have been developing, implicitly mostly, we could call foundational thinking. And we can distinguish foundational thinking from issues thinking. And I would encourage you as we go through this to think of your own distinctions about thinking, different ways of thinking, different ways that you think, different ways of thinking that you find in people near to you. Issues thinking, at its worst, simply focuses on this or that problem to be solved, this or that issue. Issues thinking can often have people acting like a dog with a bone. They keep coming back to it. They won't let it go. It becomes something of a crack record for them. Yes, there are issues about which we have to think in practical terms, and sometimes we have to think in terms of outcomes and solutions. What I'm suggesting is that when we do think of issues, we're better off coming from a base of foundational thinking. Keep the issue in context. Keep the issue in perspective. Keep our thinking about any issue, no matter how pressing it is, connected with the whole of life. Issues thinking, and I'm using the word in an obvious negative or pejorative sense, tends to lose contact with the bigger picture. Issues thinking, in this negative sense, tends to lead people to decontextualize the issue. So supposing in a family the teenage son has done something silly, we can become so issue-oriented that we forget the context. We lose contact with the rest of the family reality. And in doing that, we can wound people. We can say and do things that become destructive. Keep it in perspective. Thirdly, issues thinking can become excessively pragmatic, functionalistic, and perhaps even fixated. Issues thinking tends to generate the sense that life is episodic and disconnected rather than continuous and interconnected. This is a particularly dangerous effect or outcome of issues thinking. To lose the connectedness, the contact, the context and the perspective is to run the dangerous risk of living life in a whole lot of disconnected ways, that this issue is not related to that issue, when in fact the issues in our lives and the way we think about them are interconnected. People are interconnected. This issues thinking also tends to lead to frustration and anger. We might think of the church and our experience in the church. If you study history, you'd have to say that at this time in the history of the church, things are probably not as bad as they have been for most of the church's history. There are, however, elements of church life that leave us frustrated, can make us angry. If we bring issues thinking to that, if we just focus on that issue outside the context of history, outside the context of the whole call to assemble in love, to worship together, to build community, the gift of Christ and the Spirit amongst us, and the more practical, immediate issues of who is being affected here, what's actually happening here, bring a foundational perspective to it, situates it. I've seen too many people get involved in issues thinking about this or that issue in the life of the church. They become very frustrated and very angry, and it doesn't help themselves or anybody else in the church. And I'm not saying anger and frustration shouldn't be felt. I am saying they shouldn't be exacerbated by bad thinking. Finally, issues thinking tends toward the assumption that winning is the aim of the encounter. So it is a foundational style of thinking that we will eventually be promoting and reflecting on. But before we do that, what I would like to reflect on in this session from three different angles is some introductory material about thinking, just becoming aware and helping you to start thinking about the human being as a thinking subject. And we'll look at and reflect on the complexities and how diverse thinking actually is. Secondly, we'll reflect on the Enlightenment and its legacy of thinking, how it's influenced the way we think. And thirdly, we'll actually critique that, look at some of the negative elements of the Enlightenment that go hand in hand with the positive elements. Let me take a few issues here. I have a paper clipping. It's from the Good Weekend of February the 5th, 2005. And it's the story of Martin Bormann, the son of the Martin Bormann, who was Hitler's secretary. I'll just read the first couple of paragraphs. His earliest memory is of playing on a swing in his garden as a small boy. Then his father shouts out that he must get off and give his younger sister Ilse a turn. He kicks himself to the ground, but his sister is standing too close behind. The swing flies back into her face. She starts to scream, blood running down her chin. Martin makes a run for it, afraid his father will give him a beating. He hides for hours in a coal bunker close to his home in Pulack, near Munich. It is 1934, and Martin is 4 years old. When he eventually returns home, the small boy is astounded that his father does nothing. He just told me that the fear I had felt deep in my bones all that time was my punishment. 70 years later, this story is retold with an unsettling air of tenderness. Yet its last line provides a chilling clue to his father's twisted psyche. For Martin's father was Martin Bormann, Adolf Hitler's brutal private secretary, and the man who, by the end of World War II, was second only to the Führer in terms of real political power in the Third Reich. What is it that prompts a human being to think as the Nazis thought? In the 1950s, there was a lot of reflection by psychologists on this kind of mind, the authoritarian mind, the mind that is cruel. If you look at the formation field, you can say Nazism was definitely facilitated by the world of the time, the 1920s and the 1930s. It was a very, very difficult time of low unemployment and economic failure. Also, it was a world influenced by the Treaty of Versailles, especially in Germany. The situations the Germans lived in was not a happy one for the most part. The Nazi mind can be influenced by interformation. Think of the Nuremberg rallies. Aldous Huxley writes of such events, and he says that he talks of herd intoxication, and Jesus promised wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, and Huxley says Jesus didn't say wherever 200 or 300 are gathered. It is possible for group think to take over human beings so that we start to think in ways that we wouldn't otherwise if we were more objective and maybe challenged and prompted to examine a wider issue. You could hardly blame pre-formation for Nazism. It's got nothing to do with genetics, really, unless there is a personality type, perhaps, who is more prone to this. But there is definitely a way of thinking that goes with this, both in terms of process and content. I have here another clipping. It is from the Financial Review of January the 8th and 9th, 2005, page 32. It's headed, Sardonic Schopenhauer shows how to win when you lose. It's a review of a little book called The Art of Always Being Right by Arthur Schopenhauer. The reviewer is George Walden. He writes, Arthur Schopenhauer's sardonic little book, laying out 38 rhetorical tricks guaranteed to win you the argument even when you are defeated in logical discussion, is a true text for these times. An exercise in irony and realism, humour and melancholy. It is no antiquarian oddity, but an instruction manual in intellectual duplicity that no aspiring parliamentarian, trainee, lawyer, wannabe TV interviewer or newspaper columnist can afford to be without. The melancholy aspect comes in the main premise of the book, that the point of public argument is not to be right, but to win. Truth cannot be the first casualty in our daily war of words, Schopenhauer suggests, because it was never the bone of contention in the first place. He quotes Schopenhauer here. We must regard objective truth as an accidental circumstance and look only to the defence of our own position and the refutation of the opponent's dialectic. Then, the opponent's dialectic then has as little to do with truth as the fencing master considers who is in the right when a quarrel leads to a duel. This prompts me to recall an experience of my own when I was studying philosophy at the university. And we were doing a unit on moral philosophy. And the lecturer was explaining a moral philosophical theory which in effect said that the moral good is simply the conclusion the subject, the individual, comes to. There is no objective truth. And if you could argue for it, then that's it. And he was proceeding along these lines. I was feeling particularly bored and even a bit annoyed by it all because it seemed so silly. When one of the other students put up his hand, the lecturer acknowledged him and the student said something like, society can't be built on that basis. You can't have human beings all choosing just what they want as if there's nothing objective, there's only subjective truth. You can't live like that. The lecturer looked gobsmacked and he said, this has got nothing to do with living. It was by default a marvellous educational experience for me. And I realised that for the most part, what was being presented as the study of philosophy was really the study of argumentation. It had little or nothing to do, for most of the people it seemed to me, it had little or nothing to do with truth as such. It does seem to me that of the essence of the moral life is a commitment to pursue, to seek what is true and what is good, implying that there is such an objective reality as what is true and what is good. I may not know it. I may not ever reach the truth. I may remain ignorant of the truth and the good for the rest of my days, but I'm bound to search for it. I must commit myself to that as honestly and as earnestly as I possibly can. On a lighter note, in 1938, in October the 30th of that year, Orson Welles put on one of H.G. Wells' plays, The War of the Worlds. And I won't go into a full description of it, but it's a well-known event in which Orson Welles announced at the beginning of it that this is a play, this is drama, etc., and then proceeded with the play in which there's an invasion by people from outer space. Some people only heard the word invasion, and there were some rather peculiar behaviours that came from the sort of thinking that was set in train. For example, 20 families on a single block in Newark, New Jersey, rushed from their homes to escape what they thought was a gas raid. Their faces were covered with wet towels and handkerchiefs. A San Francisco man phoned authorities. "My God, where can I volunteer my services?" he said. "We've got to stop this awful thing." In Mount Vernon, New York, a man who was considered a hopeless invalid heard the broadcast. With the news of invasion, he rushed from his home, climbed into an automobile, and disappeared. I mean, it's a silly example, but it shows how, in this instance, what you hear, it falls on a certain way of thinking and certain content of thinking, and then it leads to certain behaviours. You don't have to extend that too much to see the power, for example, of propaganda, religious bigotry, and inflammatory political demagoguery. It falls on an anxious person's mind. It feeds their thoughts, and they start to become one track and blind to reality, and they may do some things that are regrettable, even tragic. History is dotted with that sort of behaviour. I have here another newspaper clipping. This is from the Blacktown City Sun of January the 20th, 2004. And it's a report on a young man, a young Islamic man by the name of Hani Beshay of Blacktown, who survived the waterfall train crash. He says, "It's God's will." So far, so good. Then he goes on, "I only hope those responsible for the accident would learn from their errors to ensure it would not happen again." Hani Beshay is mostly focused on content. He has this content, which is obviously clearly not thought through, namely God's will is something important to him. But how does he think about God's will in the vagaries of life, in the unpredictabilities and even the tragedies of living? He's got a serious problem that he needs to look at there. Shortly after that, in the same newspaper, there was a letter to the editor, again, the Blacktown City Sun, on February the 3rd, 2004, by a Maoist sister, actually, by the name of Mari Clark. The letter reads, "I read with interest the article about Hani Beshay's escape from the waterfall train disaster. May Hani have many more years of happiness and good health. As a devout Christian myself, I believe in a God who is with us in the human reality. That human reality includes tragedies and outright evil. It also includes freedom, responsibility, and accountability. I am with you is a central theme of the Bible, the central revelation of God in the Bible. I believe that God's heart was the first to break in the face of the deaths of the 7 people and in the heartache caused to the victims' families. I would suggest to you that Mari Clark's letter indicates a more developed way of thinking. It doesn't give an answer to the problem of evil, the problem of human error begetting tragedy, but I think it is a more coherent way of thinking. Moving ahead with the religious dimension, I have here a poem written by a friend of mine, and it shows the struggle to think about God. And before I read this poem, let me suggest to you that one of the central themes of maturity or maturation in human life formation is a movement from a more or less heavily rational, functional way of thinking, in which we're in control, in which detailed data and information is the focus. We have to cross the border into the world of metaphor and story and symbol and learn a new way of knowing and naming reality. Because the bigger realities, the things that matter ultimately, cannot be known and named in that functional, rational, merely rational way. And we find ourselves stammering and stuttering and struggling for words and images as we move more deeply into the life formation process. Ultimately, the evidence of the great world religions is that we move towards silent awe and reverence in the face of the ineffable mystery. This little poem by this person is entitled "Not an Answer," is as follows. At first it's God in hiding, then hide and seek. What God is this? Unrecognized, unrecognizable, small italics God, who may or may not reside in my abandoned cave, beneath most thriving, living desert, also mine, bereft of all that counts. This God of small italics speaks silently. Its voice is understood by desert winds, seldom raining storms, by never counted grains of sand, stars that match, sounds not heard at first, except when all is still and moonlight rings the bells at Eden's gate. No one has the keys to open, to welcome my small italics God. Another birth, delayed for now, the stillness screams, no one hears. That is echoes a comment by, an observation by Father Karl Rahner, where he reminds us in his book Foundations of Christian Faith, an introduction to the idea of Christianity, pages 51 through 54, where he's talking about God, and as a highly brilliant academic writes, God, in inverted commas, God is itself the final word before wordless and worshipful silence in the face of the ineffable mystery. It is the word that must be spoken at the conclusion of all speaking. God is an almost ridiculously exhausting and demanding word. If we were not hearing it in this, we would have heard something that has nothing in common with the true word God, but its phonetic sound. The concept God is not a grasp of God by which a person masters the mystery, but it is letting oneself be grasped by the mystery that is present and ever distant. Our thinking about God must always respect the ineffable, the uncontrollable, the unnameable, the incomprehensible, which of course throws us into an awful dilemma, because thinking works with ideas and concepts, doesn't it? It wants to name, as was reflected by Moses in chapter 3, verse 12 of the book of Exodus. What is your name? And the response from the burning bush is, I am who am. In a somewhat related line of thinking, John Baptist Metz, the German theologian, writes in his book, A Passion for God, page 49, wherever Christianity becomes more at home, more easy to bear, wherever it becomes more livable, and ends up for many being the symbolic exaltation of what is going on anyway, and of what determines the way of the world, there its messianic future is weak. Wherever it is difficult to bear, recalcitrant, and thereby promises more danger than safety, more homelessness than security, there, obviously, it is closer to the reality of which Jesus spoke. Only if we remain faithful to the images of crisis will the images of promise remain faithful to us. John Baptist Metz is thinking in a certain way about the Christian life. We can, as it were, be lulled into a way of thinking about the Christian life, about the person and teaching of Jesus, that has more to do with our culture and the situation in which we find ourselves, and less to do with the gospel and the actual reality that we claim to be living. It is a very peculiar, very different, very countercultural way of thinking that John Baptist Metz is reflecting on there. Deborah Tennant is a sociolinguist who's written a book called You Just Don't Understand. And in it she makes a distinction between two different kinds of communication, speech, talk. She says there's a kind of talk which is about information, about explaining details, how something works, what it costs, how you get there, that sort of thing. It embodies a certain hierarchy. For example, if I go to the supermarket and I say, "Do you sell peanut butter here?" I am beginning to ask questions, to pursue talk, which assumes that this person to whom I am talking is superior to me in this area of knowledge, that this person will give me that knowledge. Deborah Tennant calls this report talk. It's about conveying information. But she says there's another kind of talk, which is probably far more common and far less recognisable. She calls it rapport talk. It's the kind of speaking, communicating that has as its primary intent not information, but connection, relationship. Somebody may in fact mix up the two. Let me give you what might be a fairly stark example. May in fact use report talk as the disguise or as the front for rapport talk. And so they will extend the talk a lot more than is necessary to keep you there, to engage you, to remain connected. It does help us in our dealing with people to be able to recognize the report talk as distinct from the rapport talk. They indicate also different ways of thinking. Deborah Tennant goes on to suggest that rapport talk is more typical of women than males, and report talk is more typical of males than women. It might suggest some areas of interest when it comes to relationship between men and women. Another example of different ways of thinking and speaking is found in John Thornhill's book, wonderful little book called Modernity, Christianity's Estranged Child Reconstructed. On page 17, he quotes from an example of an explorer in Africa meeting a local tribesman and trying to work out how the local tribesman counts. So he says to him, well, this is how the record of the interchange happens: "My brother, in the tongue of the Swahili, we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, hi, replies the wild man, we say fingers. No, says the explorer. This white man wants to know how you say 1, 2, 3. Again, he counts them off with his fingers. 1, 2, 3 sheep, goats, women? No. Only 1, 2, 3 sheep, whatever, in your own tongue, the tongue of the Wapoka. Hi, what wants the white man with the Wapoka? 2 people talking at cross purposes. 2 people passing like ships in the night. 2 very distinct ways of thinking. The Wapoka man doesn't think abstractly. He thinks concretely. He doesn't think in terms of numbers. He thinks in terms of things. We in the West are very much able to think in abstract terms, and it's both a positive and a negative reality for us. The Enlightenment. I'm going to suggest that there are 4 major areas of discovery that characterize this time, specifically of the 18th century. And when we talk about this time of the 18th century, we're actually talking about what was going on particularly in England, France, and Germany. It had immense ramifications, however, for the whole of the human family, and we're still feeling those. Human beings began to think differently. It developed a new consciousness, and with it, a whole new way of being in the world. The 4 areas of discovery were scientific, especially with astronomy, but since then a whole array of scientific discoveries have continually changed our lives. Secondly, geographical discoveries. Before the 15th century, people thought you fell off the edge of the world if you sailed too far west or east, fell into the caverns of great monsters or whatever. Travel, discovery of other lands, other cultures, other segments of the human family had a huge impact on the human consciousness for both those doing the discovering and those who were being discovered, like our own Australian Indigenous people. Thirdly, philosophical discoveries. People started to think outside the square, as it were, to ask questions, to push the issue of proof and rationality. And finally, social discoveries. There was a wholesale questioning of the social structure of reality. Perhaps the most outstanding manifestation of this is the French Revolution. Let's look at some of the people, the players that were part of this whole development. Nicholas Copernicus, who died in 1543, so it's well before the 18th century, but as I was saying, there are people who lived outside of this time, must be included within that whole notion of a transforming consciousness, a changing world of meaning for human beings. Copernicus is perhaps best remembered for his discovery and proof that the Earth is not the centre of the universe, the Sun is. So-called heliocentrism, and hence we talk about the Copernican revolution. It had an immense impact on the way people thought about themselves and about society and about authority and about the world generally. Of course, since the Copernican revolution, we've come to realize that whilst the sun may be the centre of one universe, ours, it's not the centre of the cosmos. And astronomy has perhaps done something profoundly symbolic, namely, it has taken away the centre. We don't know where the centre is anymore. And that probably affects our psyche, our consciousness, our thinking, far more than we realise. It is very unnerving to be uncentered, have no centre. As W.B. Yeats says, the centre fails in The Second Coming, his marvellous poem. Galileo, who died in 1642 and was condemned by the church authorities, was promoting Copernicus's heliocentrism. Galileo, from all reports, was a wonderful human being, a very gentle, good, decent, humble man. The church authorities made the terrible mistake in their thinking about Galileo's thinking. It was a confusion of categories. St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine both taught that science and the Bible have their own relevant, independent spheres. The proofs that apply in science are not the same as the proofs that apply within the Scriptures. Scientific projects and documents are not the same as biblical projects and documents. In the Bible, you're talking about a world of faith, documents and texts that are faith documents and texts. In science, you're talking about empirical verification and proofs of a different kind. The Bible cannot critique science. Science cannot critique the Bible in any absolute sense. The two have their own integrity and stand interdependently, but also independently of each other. Failing to accept that distinction, church authorities condemned Galileo because they claimed that what he was teaching was against the Bible. We might have a certain smirk at the church authorities of 1633 when they condemned Galileo in this way, but it's not too far from our own times. You'd have to wonder about the thinking behind creationism, so-called. Another important thinker was Francis Bacon, who died in 1626, an Englishman, philosopher, statesman, a legalist. He argued that human knowledge and human power meet in one. To know is to be powerful. He was a wonderful thinker, Bacon, a very practical, down-to-earth man, a man of immense common sense. And he said there are laws in nature, and we would do well to discover those laws, to harness them, and to make them work for our good. He also said we must put nature to the rack. Now, whatever he actually had in mind in saying that, from this distance, it was ominously said. It was a portent of some terrible things that we have done since that time. Another thinker was René Descartes, who died in 1650, the middle of the 17th century, a mathematician and a philosopher. Descartes was faced with the skepticism of his time, not entirely unlike our own time, where there is a tendency to believe that there is no such thing as objective truth. There's just your truth and my truth, and in the end, there's no truth, actually. You just get on with your life and do the best you can. It's a skeptical approach to the world. This skepticism actually leads to an ungrounded life, one which in the end will drive people mad. Descartes tried to counter it. He said, in mathematics we have irrefutable principles. We can put markers in the ground and we can work within those, and we can point to those and say, you are right, you are wrong. Why can't we do that with philosophy? So Descartes set out to develop a solid, irrefutable base for a philosophical system. And as he sat by the fireside meditating, he came up with the insight that he's meditating. He's thinking. So he says, cogito, I think. And went on to conclude, if I think, I must exist. That's irrefutable. Nobody can deny that. Cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Descartes was delighted. What he didn't seem to realize was that got him nowhere, because he couldn't proceed to conclude that anybody else existed, because how did he know they were thinking? Maybe they are just figments of his thinking. He went on to develop his notion of clear and distinct ideas. He also went on to develop a way of thinking that has contributed negatively to the modern world. You may have heard the expression Cartesian dualism. Descartes spoke of the human person as like a pilot in a ship. In fact, he went so far as to say that the human person, the person as such, dwells in the pineal gland, the base of the brain. A friend of mine who's a pathologist said, yes, the pineal gland in most adults is calcified, do you realise? Well, that may or may not support Descartes' argument. John Locke, English philosopher and doctor, medical doctor, died in 1704, immensely influential thinker. And let me remind you, we're not naming these names to get the goodies, separate them from the baddies. No one's life is simply good and no one's life is simply bad. Each of these people, I think we can conclude, is a decent human being who's struggling to discover what is true and what is good and contribute to the social world in which he finds himself. And indeed, they are all men. John Locke wrote an essay on human understanding in which he promoted the idea of religious tolerance, for example, and freedom of speech and basic values that we take for granted. And interestingly, Oxford University condemned him for it in 1704, the year of his death. John Locke was somebody revered by Thomas Jefferson, who was the great father of the American Bill of Rights. And an interesting factor of Jefferson's life was that whilst he was prepared to claim a right for all human beings to the pursuit of happiness and freedom, etc., he was a man who owned several hundred slaves, and he used a number of them as concubines. Isaac Newton is also an important person, a physicist, an Englishman. He died in 1727, natural philosopher. Newton's mechanistic view of the world had a great impact until particularly quantum physics came along in the early part of the 20th century. Voltaire, who died on the verge of the French Revolution, 1778, French philosopher, like Galileo and Descartes and Diderot, the father of the encyclopedia. They were all educated by the Jesuits. And interestingly enough, we can look from this angle and see these people as anti-religion and specifically anti-Christian. I think if I can put in a word for them, they are trying to break free of some pretty limited and limiting views by churchmen of the time. They are rejecting superstition, they are rejecting authoritarian and simplistic views of the world. But for the most part, these were deists rather than atheists. Somebody like Voltaire, for example, saw religion as a valuable part of the social fabric because it enabled law and order and good behaviour to be promoted. It was a sort of a moral bastion that was worth preserving, although he wasn't a church man himself. David Hume, who was a Scottish philosopher and historian, another one who died in 1776. Diderot, whom we've already mentioned, died in 1784, together with D'Alembert, who died in 1783. They put together, over a period of 15 years, 1750 to 1765, the first encyclopedia, 17-volume work. Another man who was very influential was Auguste Comte, who died in 1857. He was a French social philosopher, and he's often called the father of modern systematic sociology. And one of his fundamental theories was that human beings develop, or human societies develop in three stages. The first and most primitive stage is the religious phase. Then you outgrow that and you become metaphysical. And that second metaphysical stage is eventually outgrown. And finally, the positive phase, or the scientific phase, is the sign of maturity, when human society has done away with the metaphysical and certainly done away with religion as really the marks of childishness and immaturity. And the positive phase, and this lends the name to positivism. It's based in an empirical approach to the world, that the only basis for claiming that anything is real is that you can empirically, that is by the senses, verify it, or at least mathematically or philosophically prove it. And that is a very common way of thinking in our culture. Auguste Comte has had an immense impact. Let's look briefly at a few of the negative effects of the Enlightenment. It had an immense, it threw immense weight behind the rational. And we've come to I think, the way of thinking that the only way to think, or the most mature way to think, is to be very rational. We would say very logical, analytical. I already said at the beginning of this session that for developing a well-grounded spirituality, we really need to think of the person as thinking. That thinking is more than just a rational exercise. The whole person is a thinking being, and it involves more than just intellect. Rationalism operates on the basis that we've noted with Auguste Comte, that any truth claim must be empirically verifiable or philosophically/mathematically provable. Rationalism, as distinct from being reasonable, rationalism excludes faith as a way of knowing, or excludes intuition. Rationalism, strictly speaking, can find no place for art or poetry as ways of knowing and naming what is true. Rationalism can find no place for the contemplative way of knowing, of being present, and knowing in a way that doesn't even allow you to say what you know, that silent awe is a profound way of knowing what is most real, even if it leaves you stuttering or just dumbstruck in silence. Rationalism can't allow that. Paul Ricoeur, the French philosopher, talked about the masters of suspicion. Three men he gave that name to. One was Karl Marx, who died in 1883. The second was Friedrich Nietzsche, who died in 1900. And the third was Sigmund Freud, who died in 1940. Now, Ricoeur's reason for saying they are the masters of suspicion, he says they introduced into our way of thinking, into our modern consciousness, a hermeneutics of suspicion. That is, hermeneutics is the science of interpretation. When we go to interpret our world, when we talk with one another, we are deeply suspicious. We want proof. Now, given the heavy rationalism of our time, you get into a self-defeating spiral if you move into that rationalistic mode and you try and prove everything. What people end up doing is simply retiring into their own private truths. You can't connect with other human beings in a merely rationalistic way or on the basis of suspicion. But both of those are rampant in our culture. They affect our ways of thinking, even if we don't realize it. We need to also note that the advances of science, whilst they are fascinating and splendid and immensely useful in so many ways, they also carry with them some terrible tragedies which we don't always acknowledge. For example, if it weren't for science, we wouldn't have had the awful destruction of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, or the firebombing of Tokyo or Dresden. We wouldn't have had Agent Orange stripping the forest in Vietnam, or landmines, of which there are over 100 million around the world. This is the stuff of science. Now, I think we should hasten to add, just as you can't blame religion because someone using the rhetoric of religion does crazy things, you can't blame science just because some scientist uses science, or some politician or somebody else uses the effects of science to do crazy things. Science is not the problem, just as religion is not the problem. Human beings are the problem. Human beings who are selfish or greedy or just plain mad. There are facets of science that are very obviously two-edged swords. For example, in medicine, modern medicine has presented us with an awful dilemma. It enables us to grow old and die very slow, painful deaths, or if not painful, slow deaths, and just sink away into infancy over a number of years. Now, of course, you'd have people saying, well, we can solve that problem, we'll kill you. That's called euthanasia. And don't ever forget, euthanasia is about killing people. Yes, we kill them out of a sense of mercy and care. At its best, that's what happens. But if you start legislating euthanasia, you can bet your bottom dollar there's a fair amount of killing goes on that's not done out of the motivation of mercy or compassion, but rather greed and selfishness. Palliative care is the alternative, but still, you go into nursing homes and you've got to wonder about the whole process. Human progress is not to be identified with scientific or technological progress. They are not the same things. Science is a useful reality about concrete things. It's not about the transcendent. It's not about ultimate things. Science does not answer the most important questions. For example, why am I here? What is love? How do I become a more rich human being? A few comments about the Christian tradition. And a universal principle here in the Christian, or a Christian principle, reason is a God-given gift which can facilitate or obstruct our Christian life formation. In the first roughly 1,000 years of Christianity, the development of the Christian life was mostly centered around the monasteries, and the teaching emanated from the monasteries. The monasteries were places where not only education took place, but healthcare took place, and the life of the people was nourished and cared for. Now, not all monasteries or abbots or monks were good people. Again, the same principle. The tares and the wheat, the mixture of the good and the bad is there. But it would be wrong to call that period of the 6th to the 1000 to the 10th century simply a dark time in which nothing happened. The monasteries actually preserved the libraries, they preserved civilization, insofar as it was possible in the wake of the barbarian invasions. But the kind of spirituality that they promoted was very concrete, very immediate, very experiential. With the advent of the 12th centuries, we saw the development of schools. The great universities of Europe have their roots back in the 12th century. The universities we have in Australia have their roots back in the 12th century, and we shouldn't ever forget that they grew out of a desire for learning and love, which was very much centred on the so-called sacred sciences of understanding God and how God and the incarnation and the reality of the Christian life fits. They studied law, they studied science and so forth. We have there the beginnings of the faculties that we've got in our own universities, but they were sent, it was a religious world in which they grew up and which gave birth to them. What happened with the development of the schools was a different way of thinking about the Christian life emerged. One writer says, the 12th century saw the birth of a more scientific theology, which was to reach its highest point in the 13th century. De facto, if not de jure, the new science leaned more to reason and dialectic than to faith, the word of God, truth received without discussion as coming from the truth, with a capital T. Theology henceforward claimed to be a science, and according to the Aristotelian ideal, took on a speculative and even deductive character. Like all sciences, it was disinterested. It was no longer concerned with nourishing the spiritual life, as the monastic theologians would have it do. The scriptures were read, studied, and taught with the view of the mind, rather than the heart acquiring knowledge. And theological activity assumed a more purely intellectual character, less contemplative, less dependent on the atmosphere created by the liturgy. We have there, in a word, the beginnings of what I think was a tragic development within the church, and I'm speaking here mostly as a Catholic. Yes, the schools were an immense contribution, a wonderful development, and the intellectual life of the church that was grounded there was great. The dark side of that, however, was, as the author points out there, a very rational, if you like, propositional approach to the faith, one dislocated from real living, from experience. Instead of starting with the person's experience, with the lived reality of the human subject, it starts with ideas and principles and works back so that the human subject has to simply put on the ideas and principles and conform and fit the template that is abstractly worked out. When I went to the seminary in 1965, some 700 years after this, 7 centuries, 8 centuries later, this was still the way of thinking. As a side effect of that, mysticism and the contemplative life and genuine spirituality tended to become latent, dormant within the church. There were some wonderful exceptions, as happened in the 16th century with the Carmelite revival, for example, and Ignatius of Loyola. But it is very interesting with Ignatius, his mystical horizon was largely lost in the wake of the rationalistic and functionalistic approach that had taken hold in the life of the church. We must pick that up at a later time.
This is Unit 2, Session 5. We continue our reflections on thinking. In this particular session, we will focus more on a positive, more integrated style of thinking. To open that reflection, let's have a little focusing exercise. I invite you to sit in a relaxed sort of a way and ask yourself the open questions, to be present to where you are, to think in a way that is open to what is happening with you at this time. The first open question is, how are you? Do not attempt to analyze what is going on. Do not go into it. Be gentle. Be non-judgmental. Simply be present to listen, and hear, Get the whole sense of how you are at the moment. Second open question. What matter or issue presses for attention at this time? Let those matters or issues come to you one at a time. Gently, non-judgmentally receive each. Get the whole sense of it. Listen compassionately to it, and place each to one side as you have listened to it. The third open question. Which of these matters or issues most presses for attention at this time? Just leave the others to one side. Be with the one that asks for your attention. Be there. Listen. Be non-judgmental. Be compassionate. Be gentle. What's it like? In order to open yourself to hear that one matter, experience of this issue, you might follow questions like, does it remind you of any other person, event, or thing? Where in your body does it make itself felt? What feelings does it arouse? What thoughts does it arouse? See if you can let the experience finish this sentence for you. It's like, don't force it. You might try on some names, some expressions, some images, some words. Wait for a right fit. Let the experience itself name itself. It feels like. It is like. It reminds me. I invite you now to be mindful of the presence of God. Recall the words of the Psalm, Psalm 46, verse 10, be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am. Be still and and know. Be still. Be. By way of an introductory reference, I read to you a well-known quotation from Rainer Maria Rilke. A young man had apparently written to Rilke and had asked for some advice concerning issues he was struggling with. Rilke wrote back to him, "Be patient to all that is unsolved in your heart. Try to love the questions themselves. Do not now seek the answers, which cannot be given, because you would not be able to live them. And the point is to live everything. Live the questions now. Perhaps you will then gradually, without noticing it, live along some distant day into the answers." A number of years ago, I had one of those strange thoughts that come out of the blue of a man about my age, middle-aged man, who has a career, successful professional, walking along George Street, and he falls over. It's an embarrassing moment, a moment of rupture and interruption. It is a metaphor for a moment of ending, perhaps a moment of beginning in this man's life. He awakens from the taken-for-granted world in which he has been lulled to sleep in a way. This little story arises from that idea. I've called it "The Man Fell Over." "Never seen anything like it," said the man in the hat and the sunburned face. "Went down like a sack of spuds, he did, poor bugger." And a young woman in a navy pantsuit said he was walking towards her and just fell over. "I got the fright of my life," she said, holding a handkerchief to her mouth with her right hand while she held her stomach with the other. A young man with a ring in his ear said, "Is he all right?" and looked from side to side. Another man just glanced in his direction for a moment and kept walking. An elderly man and a plump woman, both with cameras slung over their shoulders, paused. The man said, "Did somebody call an ambulance?" The accent betrayed someone from America's Midwest. The man said, "It's all right, mate. There's someone on the way." Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman knelt beside the man. She took his right arm, and with two fingers she gently felt for a pulse. She was trying to speak to him. "Can you hear me?" she said. The man opened his eyes. He looked confused and disoriented for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for this," he said in a soft, matter-of-fact sort of way. "Are you diabetic? Do you have low blood pressure? Are you on medication?" And so the middle-aged woman gently but definitely spoke to him, like a doctor might talk to a new patient in the surgery. The sound of a siren was heard at the other end of George Street, and the people that had gathered started to move on, merging with the lunchtime crowd. Like the water in a creek flowing around a sandbank, the people passed by and around this woman, this man, she kneeling, he now sitting up, with his arms casually round his knees, his right hand grasping his left wrist. "Thank you," the man said. He looked at her, then looked away and said again, as if to someone else who was not there, "Thank you." "You've torn the knee of your trousers," she said. He looked at the small tear, brushed it with his right hand before returning to hold his wrist again. "What were you waiting for?" she said. He looked back at her, quizzically, as if she had said something he did not understand. "A moment ago, you said you'd been waiting for this." "Did I say that?" He looked away. "Yes," he said, "I wasn't sure that I was waiting for it, but now that it has happened, I know I've been waiting for this for some time now." If the ambulance had not arrived, they might well have become part of the street, with people now hardly sparing them a sideways glance. The paramedics took over and were very professional in the way they dismantled the human tableau. "Do you know this man?" one of them said to the woman. "No, no, I don't." She could not understand her stuttering response. She'd never seen this man before. He was a complete stranger. "Can I go with you?" she blurted out. The paramedic said, "Sure, get in the back." And so they drove towards St. Vincent's Hospital. No need for the siren. The man seemed to be okay. He lay back on the stretcher, with his head turned slightly to one side, away from the woman, a smile now confidently on his face. "I'm an accountant," he said, apropos of nothing. "I have a wonderful wife of 23 years, 4 healthy, intelligent children, good kids. My life is humming." He turned and looked at the woman and laughed silently. "So what were you waiting for?" she said, sensing that she was being drawn into some place that was at once new and utterly familiar. "What was I waiting for? I don't know, but it just happened." And they both began to laugh as they had not laughed for many years. Before we begin to reflect on thinking in a more positive, integrated sort of a way, let's recall a fundamental distinction that we have already made, a distinction that will run through all our reflections on life formation as we think about the intraformative powers, the intraformative power of thinking. In the next session, next 2 sessions, we'll think about the intraformative powers of willing. Then in Unit 3, we'll think about the intraformative powers of memory, anticipation, imagination, consciousness, and feelings. Underlying them all is, if you like, a tendency or an inclination. We might even consider it an option or a choice. We can think of life formation as tending more or being dominated by, on the one hand, ego mastery, which is an emphasis on the functional, or we can think of life formation as being dominated by or tending towards graced emergence, which is an emphasis on the transcendent. Ego mastery promises control. Ego mastery is the servant of the functional ambitions. It is, in right proportion, appropriately applied, an entirely healthy part of life formation. If I want to become a touch typist, or I want to learn the syntax and grammar of another language, or I want to learn a recipe, it is entirely appropriate that I concentrate on developing the skills, that I allow myself to be trained in a manner that is appropriate to ego mastery to do these things. That is part of life formation. What we're going to emphasize here and in every session from here on is that ego mastery, though healthy, must always remain the servant of graced emergence. Our primary emphasis will always be graced emergence. Graced emergence, with its emphasis on the transcendent and our aspirations, doesn't emphasize control, it emphasizes submission, yielding to a higher order of being, waiting upon, listening, dwelling, being obedient. Where ego mastery, as it were, tends to expect life to be a problem to be solved, graced emergence says life, in the end, is a mystery to be lived. Where ego mastery is fostered by and promotes rational, functional thinking, graced emergence is fostered by and gives birth to a more formative thinking. We might call it transcendent functional thinking. Again, let me emphasize, we are not dismissing or denigrating ego mastery. It has a healthy part to play in life formation. What we are saying is ego mastery and the facts of life that are appropriately submitting to ego mastery are relative and must always remain the servant of graced emergence. Our primary attitude and disposition to living, our primary mode of thinking, willing, anticipating, remembering, imagining, being conscious, feeling, must be one that is dominated by, that is governed by the sense that life is, first and last, a process of graced emergence, not ego mastery. Before we look at some people who've spoken quite insightfully about not only the emphasis that we tend to place on the rationalistic and the functionalistic, we should look at the paradigm, a new paradigm, a more positive creative paradigm, one that integrates the functional and the transcendent, one that is actually based on the fundamental assumption that to be human is to be a facilitator and a participator. We are not called to life formation as conquerors, as masterers. We can distinguish in the human person transcendent possibilities and functional possibilities. This is implicit in the distinction we have just made between ego mastery and graced emergence. Thinking, the power to think, is an intra-formative power. It is one we have within us. It is part of the way that we shape our lives. It is a power to participate in the mystery of formation. It is power, but it is a power to participate. Not a power to conquer, not a power to dominate, to lord it over. It is a power, ultimately, which enables me to participate, to be, in my own way, a manifestation of the mystery, along with other manifestations of the mystery. We can think of that power as transcendent possibility and as functional possibility. As transcendent possibility, that power to participate is an openness to the more than, to the transcendent with a capital T. An availability to the mystery, to listen, to hear, to heed, to play the part in that mystery that is peculiarly and uniquely mine to play. That transcendent openness must be kept in tension with the functional possibility, which is my possibility of bringing closure on certain things, solving problems, getting jobs done. Thinking is not either functional or transcendent. Good thinking, healthy thinking in the life formation is both. People who are simply open to the transcendent and cannot be functional, cannot bring closure on things, cannot make decisions, cannot solve problems, are a menace to themselves and other people. People who are simply committed to solving problems and bringing closure without any openness to the more than are also a menace to themselves and other people. Thinking as a transcendent possibility is epitomized in actions such as contemplation, in meditation, inner listening, indeed in the process of focusing. Thinking as functional possibility is manifest in the business of bringing closure, doing research, exploring possibilities, adding up the practical implications, the consequences, and making decisions which lead to action now. There are different kinds of names we can give thinking. The kind of thinking that integrates both the transcendent and the functional we can call formative thinking, or meditative thinking, or dwelling thinking, or listening thinking. The kind of thinking that is simply functional we might call informative thinking, or issues thinking, or problem-solving thinking, or task-oriented thinking, or practical thinking. Again, let us emphasize, it is not a question of dismissing this kind of thinking. It is very useful, literally useful. But it is about relative things, not ultimate things. The kind of thinking we wish to promote is both transcendent and functional, both open to the more than and available to closure on the here and now. It is a listening thinking and a practical thinking. Now, as a matter of fact, no human being, no individual human being, can ever fully embody this integrated kind of thinking. Some human beings are better at the transcendent possibilities. Others are better at the functional possibilities. Only through community do we find something like the fullness of thinking manifest. In community, you have the manifestations of those who have a greater openness to the transcendent, together with those who have a greater openness to the functional. Both are necessary to a healthy community. We need each other. Once again, that intra-formative power that enables us to participate, we call it the person as thinking, reminds us that we are relational beings. We are not, as it were, independent units in our own right. We are unique, but we are communal. And we will keep emphasizing the person as thinking, the person as willing, the person as anticipating, etc., etc. Thinking is not something, some action that goes on inside some part of the body, e.g. the head. It is worth noting that, for example, in the Zen tradition, the master invites the student to think with the stomach, not the head. Thinking, in fact, is an expression of the person, the body person, the whole person. It is a manifestation of our humanity, and it is a way to reflect on our humanity. It is the way our humanity engages the world by participating in the mystery. It is also a way for us to understand ourselves. Different people have different capacities in their thinking. Let us take a moment to emphasize the implications of thinking. The way we think, or the process of thinking, tends to beget the content of our thinking, or what we think. For example, if a person is locked into a culture which already preempts the outcome of thinking about those who are different, for example, a culture of white people that has already drawn conclusions about those who are black, the kind of thinking, the process of thinking that will typically occur and be promoted within that white culture will inevitably move towards conclusions about those people who are black. In other words, the content will tend to be already shaped by the process. If we go ahead a little bit and think about our situation as Christians, and here I speak more particularly as a Catholic, it is worth our while reflecting on the process of thinking and the content of thinking in terms of morality, in terms of doctrine, in terms of law, in terms of the way we think about church, in terms of the way we think about others. When I entered the seminary in 1965, I think it is fair to say that the kind of thinking that predominated was more the rational, functional kind of thinking, which led to a kind of spirituality that, whether we would admit it or not, was more tending towards ego mastery than graced emergence. Virtue was a matter of conquest, personal discipline. Spirituality, under that rationalistic, functionalistic domination, tended to be a spirituality which might be characterized as head and teeth spirituality. You figure it out with your head, you've got the ideas in place, you grit your teeth, and you simply do it. And if you fail to do what you know with your head is right, then that is a moral failure. You apologize, you pray for grace, and you seek to go on. I suggest to you that that is a bad way to approach the Christian life, and it is a bad way because it is a bad way of thinking. The rational, functional domination of our thinking led to a very willful, muscular Christianity, which has more in common with Stoicism than with what Jesus exemplified in his life. Let's take a few examples. If you were to contrast what might be called the rationalistic, functionalistic way that tended to dominate our Catholic thinking coming into the middle of the 20th century with what I'm proposing here as the more transcendent, functional way, an integrated way of thinking, grounded in an openness to the transcendent, and going back to our original understanding of spirituality as living relationships. The rationalistic, functionalistic way might give its primary focus, or would tend to give its primary focus, or did tend to give its primary focus to the abstract. It developed a whole series of ideas, principles, rules, dogmas. It came up with conclusions about what was right and what was true. So that if a person came along and said, look, I'm struggling with this issue, the pastor, as I was trained, simply drew on that set of ideas, those principles, and said, well, here's the answer. Go and do it. If we think differently, if we think in a more integrated way, with the transcendent and the functional way that I'm suggesting, the primary focus will tend to be concrete. Relationships and people will be in the forefront. And what builds relationships will be emphasized. So when the person in the pastoral situation comes seeking assistance, it won't be abstractions that govern the encounter. It will be a listening together. It will, in the best sense of the biblical word, be a matter of obedience. Let me be quick to say this is not subjectivism. This is not situation ethics. This is a dialogue that happens between the individual subject and objective reality. There are objective truths. There is an objective universal reality to which we must all submit. Discerning that process of submitting is what is at issue here, not whether we submit. Take, for example, the issue of homosexuality. If we think in a rationalistic, functionalistic way, we will tend to come up with one conclusion, a content that is quite specific with regard to the homosexual person. If we think in a more transcendent, functional way, open to the more than, listening with the ears of the heart, as Benedict says, joining that individual in a search for the way in which he or she must submit to what is true and what is good and what is beautiful and what is unifying, we will almost certainly come up with a different content, a different way. The rationalistic functional way will have as its primary intent action in accord with what is perceived abstractly to be true and right. The transcendent functional way will have as its primary intent action in service of communion and good relationships. The rationalistic, functionalistic way, when it focuses on the moral life, will tend to promote a conforming to right principles. The transcendent functional way, when it pursues the moral life, will tend to promote good relationships. Again, let me hasten to add, principles are important in the transcendent functional way of thinking about what are good relationships. It is certainly not just a matter of doing what one feels like. It is primarily a matter of honestly, in fact with ruthless honesty, being still, being quiet, facing what must be faced, and submitting and engaging in a dialogue, and one encounters the pastor as a facilitator in enabling that dialogue, and life becomes a continuing dialogue and an ongoing act of obedience and submitting to what is asked of me. In the rationalistic, functionalistic way of thinking, the primary emphasis will be on the self, self-discipline, moral mastery, duty and accountability. In the transcendent, functional way, the primary emphasis is on the more than, God, the one revealed to us in Jesus Christ as Abba Father, who invites us into the life of the Trinity to be in love. The emphasis is on what God has done in and through Jesus Christ and what God continues to do through the Spirit. I invite you to reflect on that issue of the way we think, giving birth to what we think, process being the parent of content. It has immense practical implications and applications in terms of the spiritual life generally and the moral life in particular. Let us now look at a few quotations to take us further in our reflections on thinking, this new kind of thinking we're promoting. An integrated thinking which is based in a primary emphasis on being open to the transcendent, a listening thinking, a dwelling thinking that proceeds from that dwelling and listening to be practical, to be problem solving as need be, but the base of our life, the first port of call in all our thinking is to listen. Hence, the most practical question that I can ask at any moment, a question indeed that I should ask, at least implicitly in every moment, what's happening here? What's actually going on? The ego mastery, functionalistic, rationalistic kind of thinking bypasses that question, moves very quickly into control mode and problem solving, and may end up answering a question that is not being asked. It may end up resolving a problem that is not there and missing what is there. Life is not a problem to be solved, it is a mystery to be lived. There are many problems that need to be solved in life, but there is no solution to living. Adrian Van Kaam writes in his Studies in Formative Spirituality, Volume 1, Number 1, page 153, formative thinking, he says, is an experiential, open style of thinking, characteristic of the human person as openness to transcendent formation. Dwelling reverently on familiar formative events, it discloses the transcendent and pneumatic meanings they conceal. Adrian Van Kaam is there emphasizing the ground of the kind of thinking, integrated thinking that we're talking about, the starting point. It is our openness to the transcendent. It is a listening thinking, a dwelling thinking. And from that, and in that mood, and with that disposition, we move to solve the problems as best we can, to deal with life's issues. But it is primarily focused on being open to the transcendent. And this comes with practice. This comes with persistent and consistent application, whereby we commit ourselves to constantly facing and listening to what is going on. We could use that as a kind of a bookend, as it were, complemented by another bookend as we do our reflections on thinking. This one from Leonardo Boff. Boff writes in his book Sacraments of Life, The Life of Sacraments, 1987, page 30 and 31. As St. Irenaeus puts it, nothing is a vacuum in the face of God. Everything is a sign of God. For those who see everything in terms of God, the entire world is one grand sacrament. Everything and every historical event appear as sacraments of God and God's divine will. The mystics offer us the best proof of this. St. Francis of Assisi immersed himself so deeply in the mystery of God that suddenly he found everything transfigured. Everything spoke to him of God and Christ. The worms along the wayside, the lambs in the field, the birds in the trees, fire and death, which he came to call Sister Death. God comes to fulfill everything. Immanence, transparence, and transcendence. As St. Paul puts it in Ephesians chapter 4, verse 6, there is only one God and Father of all, who is over all, that's the transcendence, works through all, that's the transparence, and is in all, that's the immanence. The transparency of the world with respect to God is what enables us to understand sacramental structure and sacramental thinking. It tells us that God is never reached in and by self. We always reach God together with the world and the things of the world, which are diaphanous and transparent with respect to God. Hence, experience of God is always a sacramental experience. In things, we experience God. That last sentence is a pretty good definition of what sacrament is, or what we mean by sacrament. Leonardo Boff is talking about a whole way of thinking, amongst other things. He calls it sacramental thinking. It is another way of saying what we have been saying about this transcendent functional thinking. In the novel Household Saints, written by Francine Prose, it is about an Italian-American family living in New York, and a rather dotty character in that family asks the question, perhaps the burning bush that Moses saw was burning all the time, but he just didn't see it. Perhaps the world is charged with the glory of God and we just don't see it because we think about the world in a wrong-headed sort of way. That if we thought sacramentally, if our thinking was transcendent, open to the more than, in every moment, in every encounter, in every person, event or thing, we would encounter many burning bushes. Abraham Heschel was a contemporary Jewish philosopher and prophet, a man who actually went and visited Thomas Merton at Gethsemane Abbey. He writes in his book, Who is Man, 1965, page 109, knowing is not due to coming upon something, naming and explaining it, he says. Knowing is due to something forcing itself upon us. Thought is a response to being rather than an invention. The world does not lie prostrate, waiting to be given order and coherence by the generosity of the human mind. Things are evocative. when conceits are silent and all words stand still, the world speaks. We must burn the clichés to clear the air for hearing. Conceptual clichés are counterfeit. Preconceived notions are misfits. Knowledge involves love, care for the things we seek to know, longing, being drawn to, being overwhelmed. Perhaps there's a metaphor comes out of Heschel's way of thinking there. He is leaning very, very much towards what Van Kaam calls formative thinking, what we might call a transcendent openness. That shouldn't be the only way we think. Our culture, however, is, it seems to me, obsessed with the more functional, the more rationalistic way of thinking. And our church, our Catholic Church, has tended to be obsessed with that way of thinking. And when that way of thinking dominates, you come up with certain conclusions that are sometimes quite perverted. We need greater injection of the kind of thinking that Abraham Heschel is talking about. Listen to the words of the Psalm, Psalm 139. O Lord, you have searched me, and you have known me. Is the psalmist talking about rational, functional knowledge, data, information? Actually, what is evident from the use of the word to know in the sacred scriptures, and therefore the way we think, it is about relationships. It is about loving the other. For God to know me, and for me to know God, and therefore for God to think about me, and for me to think about God, is an act of intimacy, is a movement into being together. Dwelling thinking leads to dwelling with. And so we have the Gospel of John. Jesus says in chapter 10, verse 14, I am the good shepherd. I know mine, and mine know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father. Again, this is not about data or detail or information. This is about intimacy. This is about love. This is a dwelling thinking that leads to a dwelling knowing that is a dwelling with. John, in fact, will repeatedly use a Greek verb, menein, to abide, to remain, to stay, to live. 3 universal human principles. First of all human life formation is typically enhanced by an integrated style of thinking that is both formative, transcendent, and informative and functional. What we have been calling the transcendent, functional way of thinking. It is an integration of both ends of the spectrum, if you like. Some of us do it better than others. Secondly, some people have a greater potential for the formative, transcendent way of thinking, others for the informative and functional way of thinking. Hence the third principle, while the integration of the formative and transcendent and the informative and functional ways of thinking should be promoted in the individual, The full integration of these ways of thinking will typically be achieved only in and through community. In session 4, which was our first reflection on thinking, we reflected on the complexities of the human person as thinking. We also reflected on the Enlightenment as an historical event in which human consciousness, particularly in the West, was radically altered. And we might add at this point that our reflection on the Enlightenment was terribly brief. The Enlightenment in France, particularly, didn't have quite the same effect as the Enlightenment in England. In France, the Jesuits had been dispelled, kicked out of France about whatever it was, 1764, and they would have been the appropriate intellectuals to respond to the people coming from the scientific standpoint and rejecting revealed religion, people like Voltaire and Diderot. So the voice of rationalism did not have any counter in France. In England it was not quite the same, because there were a number of clergy who were also good scientists. And so the conversation between science and faith remained somewhat in place in England, certainly in a way that was more effective than it was in France. Now, we also made a critique of the Enlightenment and suggested that, together with wonderful and fascinating and most useful inventions, there came some limitations and some difficulties. And it would be terribly naive to say the Enlightenment was unmixed in its blessings. The Enlightenment did tend to be driven by science, particularly the hard sciences. We noted the influence of astronomy, for example. But physics was a huge beneficiary of this new way of thinking. And that in itself became the paradigm for thinking. Now, the way we think about physics is not a good way to think about love or human life formation as such. And that's what we have tended to do. And as a consequence, the kind of thinking that is appropriate to physics when applied to human life formation has come up with some fairly inappropriate conclusions. What I'd like to do now is look at 4 particular authors: T.S. Eliot, Michael Polanyi, Martin Heidegger, and R.D. Laing. First of all, T.S. Eliot. In 1934, Eliot wrote his Choruses from the Rock. In part, he writes there, "Where is the life we have lost in the living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information?" This is a lament. T.S. Eliot is deeply worried about the way human society thinks about itself and the world in which it finds itself. 12 years earlier, when he wrote The Wasteland in 1922, he was even more into lamentation, but he was probing the timeless themes of moral achievement and moral dissipation there. These transcend any particular time and culture. Eliot was the harbinger of a kind of thinking that has struggled to make itself part of mainstream thinking and is still struggling to do so, that questions the ability of the purely rationalistic, functionalistic mind to answer the questions and adequately address the issues that most matter to us. It is entirely possible, for example, in our education system, for someone who has great intellectual ability and therefore can synthesize ideas, remember, draw connections, probe and be very insightful and bring about masterful arguments. It might be possible for that person also to be very disconnected from reality, from what is real. Perhaps it's helpful for us to draw a distinction between intellectual gifts on the one hand and true intelligence on the other. It is possible to be intellectually gifted and in fact get a good reputation in a university for being very, very bright, but in actual fact be very unintelligent, be very silly. It is possible within our church tradition to be brilliant at theology or biblical studies, but have no faith. This disconnect runs right through our culture. I believe that is the sort of thing that Eliot is reminding us of. It's something we don't necessarily want to be reminded of, but it is something that we need to be reminded of. The second author is Michael Polanyi, who addresses the issue, first of all, of the so-called objectivity of science. I commented that the thinking that characterizes science, particularly the hard sciences and perhaps more particularly physics, is really the science of the laboratory. It's the science that pretends great objectivity, a science that says our truth claims are governed only by reason, which is another way of saying if you can't prove it, prove it means empirically verify it or philosophically / mathematically prove it, then you really can't accept it as true. That in effect dismisses all other ways of knowing other than the rational functional. It dismisses the ways of knowing, for example, of faith. It dismisses the ways of knowing of intuition. It dismisses the ways of knowing that are precious to the poet and the artist. If a man says, I love my wife, is that not typically, all other things being equal, a reasonable thing for that man to say? Is it not reasonable for that man to say, I know I love my wife, and I know my wife loves me? In fact, he may be wrong, as indeed physicists may be wrong and astronomers may be wrong in saying they know this or that. It would be interesting for someone to do a PhD research on the number of times scientists have been forced to say, we used to think, but now we think. We all get it wrong from time to time. But getting back to the man who says he knows he loves his wife and he knows his wife loves him, that is a reasonable thing. That is quite a rational statement. Can this man prove that he loves his wife? Of course he can't. He can point to things he does for her and how faithful he's been to her and what she does for him and how faithful she's been for him, but that proves nothing. Yet, it is entirely reasonable for that man to say, I know it. My thinking about this is right and true. This is a truth claim that is solid as any truth claim in physics or astronomy. And it is about things that matter a whole lot more than the truth claims in astronomy or physics. And so the poets and the artists and the mystics speak truth to us, which indicates a way of knowing that is beyond the laboratory way of knowing of physics, which in any case has difficulties, as Michael Polanyi points out in his lectures of 1951 and 52, which were later published, 10 years later, in a book called Personal Knowledge Towards a Post-Critical Philosophy. He says, "I start by rejecting the ideal of scientific detachment. In the exact sciences, this false ideal is perhaps harmless, for it is in fact disregarded there by scientists, but we shall see that it exercises a destructive influence in biology, psychology, and sociology, and falsifies our whole outlook far beyond the domain of science. If we use this way of knowing, this way of thinking that is characteristic of science, the laboratory scientists, and we apply it to what matters most to us, the daily business of relationships, it will be very destructive. Not only is it a false way of thinking for the scientist, it is a particularly bad way of thinking for the human being in everyday life, suggests Michael Polanyi. He goes on to offer something, an insight, which I believe is very challenging and also very beautiful. He says, "So far as we know, the tiny fragments of the universe embodied in man are the only centers of thought and responsibility in the visible world. If that be so, the appearance of the human mind has been, so far, the ultimate stage in the awakening of the world." What Polanyi is putting before us there is the notion that we are part of the world, we represent the world, we think for the world, we are the world thinking. This is an immense privilege, it is also an immense responsibility. It puts me in mind of the Catholic ritual of the distribution of ashes on Ash Wednesday every year. One of the formulae which is used there says, "Remember you are dust, and to dust you will return." It is a statement of origins and a statement of destiny. It is also, if we take Polanyi's insight, a statement of wonder and awe. We are an expression of this world thinking through us. Or to use the language that we have already suggested, we are participating in the great mystery of life through thinking. To be the person thinking is to be a manifestation of the mystery in this world. It is our responsibility and our privilege to do it well. The third thinker is the German philosopher Martin Heidegger, writing about the same time that Michael Polanyi gave his Gifford lectures. Martin Heidegger, in a remarkable essay that's been published under the title of Memorial Address, which is the text of an address he gave on a particular anniversary in Germany, in Bavaria, in 1955, makes a distinction between two types of thinking: meditative thinking and calculative thinking. I suggest that they represent pretty much what we have been calling, one end of the spectrum, transcendent thinking, that's the meditative thinking, the other end of the spectrum, functional thinking or calculative thinking. What I've been suggesting is the two need to be melded, and that's precisely what Heidegger suggests. But he's also suggesting that our world is dominated by calculative thinking and is therefore placing itself in peril. We need to think meditatively. Meditative thinking is dwelling thinking, is listening thinking, which opens us, as Heidegger puts it, to being with a capital B. He speaks of an expression that actually Meister Eckhart in the 14th century used. The German word is Gelassenheit. It is untranslatable. It roughly means releasement into, or at least towards, the mystery. A way of thinking that opens us to be drawn into the mystery, to become part of the mystery. It's a very simple and I think reasonable step to make for us as Christians, to say this kind of thinking is a prayerful kind of thinking, is a sacramental way of thinking, which allows us by grace to be drawn into the life of the Trinity, into the communion we call Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Heidegger suggests, or argues, that the great danger of our world is not that we've developed atomic weapons, but that we've forgotten how to think meditatively. And if we continue to think in that calculative mode, perhaps when the truly big questions are asked of us and the big issues face us, we will not know how to think about them in ways that will lead us to good responses. However, he is positive in saying if we do learn meditative thinking, and it is the style of thinking that is most natural to us, it is closest to us, then we will find ways through to being and doing what we must be and what we must do. The fourth thinker is R.D. Laing, a Scottish psychiatrist. And on the basis of his clinical work, he suggests that we, in fact, have become a generation cut off from our experience, that the way we think and the way we behave and the kind of culture we have promoted actually fragments us, disconnects us, alienates us from our own experience and therefore from our souls. He writes, "We are bemused and crazed creatures, strangers to our true selves, to one another, and to the spiritual and material world, mad even, from an ideal standpoint, we can glimpse but not adopt. We are born into a world where alienation awaits us. We are potentially human beings, but are in an alienated state, and this state is not simply a natural system. Alienation is our present destiny, is achieved only by outrageous violence perpetrated by human beings on human beings." And he goes on, "As men of the world, we hardly know of the existence of the inner world. Our capacity to think, except in the service of what we are dangerously deluded in supposing is our self-interest, and in conformity with common sense, is pitifully limited." The Christian articulation. We've already indicated this at various points. Let me quote St. Paul, writing to the community in Philippi, chapter 1, verse 8. "For God will testify for me how much I long for you all with the warm longing of Christ Jesus. It is my prayer that your love for one another may grow more and more with the knowledge and complete understanding that will help you to come to true discernment, so that you will be innocent and free of any trace of guilt when the day of Christ comes, entirely filled with the fruits of uprightness through Christ Jesus for the glory and praise of God." St. Paul is thinking in a particular way, not only by way of a particular content, but by way of a particular process. St. Paul's notion or understanding of thinking and knowing is quite different from the modern Western mindset and its way of thinking and knowing. It takes some kind of a quantum leap for us to get back to get inside the consciousness of the Gospels and the writings of St. Paul, the way to think about Jesus, the way to think about ourselves. St. Paul writes to the same community in chapter 3, verse 10, it's his desire, he says, to come to know him and the power of his resurrection. What a beautiful acclamation, to know him and the power of his resurrection. St. Paul is not desiring analytical, rational, theological knowledge. St. Paul is desiring the kind of intimacy that expresses actual unity. The gnosis, that is the word St. Paul uses frequently, to know Christ, the knowledge of Jesus who is the Christ. The Christian gnosis about which St. Paul speaks is the life in Christ, is the intimacy of being one with him, is pretty much what St. John talks about when he uses the verb menein, to abide. It is the knowledge that comes through grace as we listen with the ears of the heart, when our thinking is a dwelling thinking, our functional and transcendent thinking, an open thinking, one that is willing to wait upon the more than in any given situation, a sacramental thinking, one that thinks about the world in expectation of revelation and epiphany, one that knows that the promise, I am with you, is being fulfilled in every moment. The Christian, through practice, through living out the reality of the faith, by meditating on the great truths of the faith, by participating in the assembly at worship, and by quietness and stillness and reflection, comes to think about the world in a very particular way, comes to think about herself and himself in a very particular way, comes to think about church and holiness and justice and peace by way of communion, by way of intimacy. This kind of thinking is loving. It is the knowledge that overtakes one as one dwells with and is with. Again, it is a dwelling thinking that draws one to dwell with. There are two particular traditions which we've already spoken of, not in this session but before, in the way we know God. The apophatic way, or the so-called negative way, the via negativa, the way of negation, in contrast with the cataphatic way, sometimes called the via positiva, the positive way, the way of affirmation. St. Thomas Aquinas embodies both the apophatic and the cataphatic, the negative way and the positive way, in his own manner, in his own being and in his own writings. St. Thomas affirmed the reality of God in a magnificent set of texts. St. Thomas was a great proponent of the cataphatic way in that. He knew that you could make meaningful statements about God. Likewise, St. Thomas at the end of his life said, "What I have written is so much straw, we should burn it. Compared with the real thing, it is nothing." There he manifests the negative way, the way of negation, the apophatic way. Again, it is not a question of either or, but both and. Sooner or later, however, as we pursue the journey of thinking of God and thinking of ourselves in relation to God and our world and church and other people, as we come to know God more deeply through this dwelling thinking and dwelling with God, we will be drawn into a knowledge that surpasses the kind of knowledge we're used to. We will come to know what the great proponent of the apophatic way, St. John of the Cross, knew through the dark night. We know by not knowing. Our knowledge will be forced to submit to a process of purgation. It will be stripped of all our images and all our ideas, because if we are to be drawn more deeply into that love, that knowing, that more radical, more profound way of thinking, we must learn a new way of thinking, a way of thinking that we cannot even begin to ponder or imagine at this point, a way of thinking that is in fact a profound way of loving. Unit 2, Session 6, the person as willing. We will go on using that kind of expression, the person as. It's a bit clumsy, but it reminds us hopefully that when we talk about these intra-formative powers, like thinking, willing, anticipating, remembering, imagining, consciousness, feeling, we're actually talking about a person, not a thing inside the person. The person as thinking is the person manifesting herself or himself through this power. It's a way of participating in the world. And so, as we begin this first of two reflections on willing, we think of the person participating in the world, in the mystery of life, in the formation mystery, in a particular kind of a way. The power of willing is, to use a working definition, the ability to stand up and say, here I am, I will, I want, I shall. We begin with a couple of epigraphs, as we normally do, and the first one is a quotation from an American psychiatrist by the name of Leslie Farber. Leslie Farber writes in what must be one of the most imaginatively named books ever published, Lying, Despair, Jealousy, Envy, Sex, Suicide, and the Good Life. He has an essay there called Thinking About Will, and he begins by referring to Friedrich Nietzsche. He who no longer finds what is great in God, Nietzsche wrote, will find it nowhere. He must either deny it or create it. Farber goes on, I share Nietzsche's dour foreboding that the loss of the divine will in our existence would have paradoxical consequences. In place of our relation to the immortal, each of us must assume some of the prerogatives of divinity. The tremendous advantages of such reliance on our own will are immediately apparent in our technological, scientific, and even social and political advances. On the other hand, the more ominous side of such willing would lie in our vainglorious attempt to impose this will on precious and private aspects of our lives that must wither under such coercion. I need hardly remind you of the extent to which ordinary and private relations between people have suffered from this imposition, sexuality being only one of the more conspicuous catastrophes resulting from this encroachment of will. My own failures repeatedly tell me I cannot will relation any more than I can will not to will relation. Whether God is dead, as Nietzsche would have it, or merely in eclipse, as Martin Buber would have it, I know I am granted occasional and surprising moments in my life, neither self-induced nor drug-induced, that lie outside the dominion of my conscious will. At such times my soul is indeed conquerable, and I am more servant than captain of my fate. Yet even as these moments arise, I know my temptation to declare myself their master, who must manipulate them into public certainties of knowledge or relationship. Since they are easy objects for my will, I stand ready to reduce them to nothingness out of my insistence on everything. Leslie Farber has said a mouthful there, and a lot of what we are about to reflect on in this session will develop some of the intimations and insights that he offers. But first of all, one particular insight. Michael Burley's recent book, Earthly Powers, refers to, or he explores, the argument that the religious instinct in human beings will never die. It cannot be eradicated. And where societies attempt to do that, to eradicate the religious instinct, they end up being religious in perverted sorts of ways. Thus, says Burley, in communist Russia after the revolution, when they were digging up the bodies of Orthodox saints to prove that religion was a fraud and that these bodies actually were corruptible, contrary to popular pious belief that the bodies of saints remained incorruptible. At the very time they were disinterring Orthodox bodies from the grave, they were heading towards building their own mausoleums and having their own, as it were, liturgies, and building a whole quasi-religious framework built around the Marxist ideology. And that has happened time and time again. We could recall also the syllogism of life, if you'd like to call it that, whereby as the sense of the transcendent, in a healthy sense, declines, so the reason to be moral declines. As the reason to be moral declines, so litigiousness in society increases. And as we become more litigious, so lawlessness increases. We become less respectful of the law. Thus, without a reason to be moral and without a moral climate, the law simply breaks down, and there will be no reason to be moral and therefore a diminution in the moral climate if you don't have any basis for the morality. And as Dostoevsky points out, without God all things are lawful. Remove the transcendent, with a capital T, from the equation of life, and human beings fill the divine vacuum. This is Nietzsche's argument, one which Farber takes up. And thus we become, or the world becomes, the subject of what we want and what we choose. This is precisely what people like Jean-Paul Sartre argued, that you make up your life. There is no such thing as meaning, there's just the meaning that you invent. There is no such thing as morality, there's just the morality that you invent. This places enormous and inordinate emphasis on human willing, and it becomes, in the end, ultimately deformative. We're going to argue in the second session on will that there is an alternative to this heavy emphasis and heavy application on will. We will call it being willing, being a willing participant, which presupposes there is an other, or the other, with whom one engages. Leslie Farber also intimates something else there too, where he says we cannot will relationship. In this session, I'm going to call what he's referring to there, by the use of the word will, willful. We cannot be willful about developing relationships because they do not fall within the realm of mastery. Life is not about ego mastery in the end. Life is about graced emergence, and graced emergence cannot be willfully forced. As we engage the world, as we enter the formation mystery, we experience ourselves as part of a giving and receiving, not just producing, not just mastering, but engaging in a dialogue, a mutuality. That's the way existence is structured. The willful way, the way of ego mastery, the way of the utterly rationalistic and functionalistic in the end, doesn't match our experience when it comes to what matters in life. Yes, it is entirely appropriate that we can be about the business of becoming adept at keyboard skills or the foreign language grammar and syntax, or learning how to do a menu, or learning how to do a heart transplant or a lens implant. All these things can be subject to training, mastery, and the development and acquisition of skills. And they therefore can be done willfully. Probably best not done willfully. You're doing something like a heart transplant. But there's a certain amount in life that not only submits to willpower in this sense, but requires it. But in the end, the things that matter, the things like relationships, the characteristics that we would like to develop, like love and compassion and mercy and kindness and forgiveness, etc., these are not qualities that are mastered. These can never be the product of willful action. The second quotation is taken from Adrian Van Kaam, his book Existential Counseling, A New Perspective in Psychotherapy. On page 71 he writes, "When I distort the authentic nature of the human will, I distort the whole of human life. For, as we have seen, the will is the core of freedom. It is the center of human existence. My whole conception of what it means to be human is dependent on a sound appreciation of what the will is." In other words, that ability to stand up and be counted, that ability to step forward into the world and say, I am, I will, I shall, I want, goes to the very heart of what it means to be a human being. We've already reflected in an earlier session on freedom as being right at the center, the core of our humanity, and at the core of the whole life formation process. Freedom is not a thing that is simply given and that's it. Freedom is always a margin. Freedom is always waiting to be expanded or diminished, depending on how I choose, how I behave, how I act. So when we reflect on the person as willing, we're somewhere near the heart of the whole life formation process. How we understand and apply ourselves as people willing will have a lot to do with our formation, how it proceeds, and indeed it will have a lot to say about how it has proceeded to this point. Houston Smith, in his book of essays entitled Beyond the Postmodern Mind, has a very pithy little comment on page 143. He says, "The opposite of the will to control is the wish to participate." I think Houston Smith is suggesting there, and if he is, I'd certainly agree with him, that we are actually at our best as participants, rather in the ultimate aspect of living, rather than controllers or masterers. It is a deep wish or a deep desire within us all. It is part of the deepest desire of all, namely the desire to be in love, to love and be loved. We turn to the sacred scriptures. In the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 28, verse 2, we read, "Being swollen with pride, you have said, I am God." And thus Nietzsche's comment and Leslie Faber's development of that comment. When there is a divine vacuum, whether we've created it ourselves or inherited it from our culture, we step in, or we allow someone to step in ahead of us. In the Old Testament, the number one, the most enduring and ubiquitous sin is idolatry. It's the sin of our first parents. They want to be as gods. We will move towards, especially in the second session, reflecting on our ability to be there in the world as willing beings in the context of the eternal, the absolute, the divine will. God as willing is our partner in our being present as willing. In Mark's Gospel, chapter 1, verse 16, we read, "Jesus passed along the Sea of Galilee. He saw Simon and his brother Andrew casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. And Jesus said to them, 'Follow me, and I will make you fish for people.' And immediately they left their nets and followed him." This reference in Mark's Gospel points us in the direction of the concrete daily business of following Jesus. That summons forth the person as willing. How we respond has a lot to do with how well we will follow, how formatively our Christian life will be lived, and whether or not we do justice to the reality of Christ in the world. A universal human principle. All human life formation is affected, for better or worse, by the capacity for, the necessity of, and the limits to the person as willing. I'd like to put before you several real-life examples that start to open up something of the complexities, the limits, the possibilities, the challenges we have here when we reflect on the person as willing. And just as when we reflected on the person as thinking, we spent the first session mostly, as it were, uncovering something of the complexities and the limits and even the negative realities. We will do that as we reflect on the person as thinking, a person as willing here. Let's do coffee sometime. Have you ever heard that expression? I must say that sort of comment or that sort of wish is fairly common in our culture. People say, "You must come over sometime. We'll get in touch and have coffee," or "We'll do lunch together." I recall a number of years ago being at a gathering, and I met a man whom I'd met a number of years before, a businessman, and he was quite gushing, saying, "Oh, it's great to see, you must come over sometime, we must get together, here's my card." I thought he was fair dinkum. And when I emailed him and said it was good to see you, etc., when shall we meet? I didn't hear from him again. Ruth Ostrow, in an article in 1990 in the Australian, wrote or coined the term comitophobes. She suggests that we are becoming a culture of comitophobes, people who are fearful of commitment, even the trivial commitments of daily eating together or sharing a cup of coffee or meeting. And when it comes to the bigger issues, that comitophobia, that fear of commitment, takes on some fairly significant dimensions. Ruth Ostrow in that article wrote, "An old friend rang to ask me for coffee last week, and then spent 25 minutes eloquently easing herself out of any plans we tentatively made. A host of maybes and perhapses later, she cheerfully ended the conversation by promising to ring and confirm our non-existent arrangements at some time later. I was exhausted, but frankly not confused. I knew I was dealing with someone who had caught what I have diagnosed as the dreaded yuppie disease of the 1980s and 1990s. Severe and prevalent enough to take its place alongside modern horrors such as ME, teeth-grinding syndrome, terminal greed, and self-aholicism. Introducing the as yet unrecognized but totally insidious comitophobia. Definition: chronic inability to commit to anything or anybody, anytime, anywhere, with symptoms including debilitating indecision, claustrophobia, and a sudden onrush of migraine, memory loss, hyperventilation or narcolepsy when confronted with anything remotely resembling a long-term plan, a discussion on topics such as the relationship, the M word, marriage, love, or commitment. Language spoken: non-specific English, NSE. Favourite words and catchphrases: maybe, possibly, let's ring and confirm at a later date, we'll see, let's not go down that path right now, let's not rush things, I'll sleep on it, sometime in the future, I'm not sure if that's exactly what I want at this particular moment in time. Recognisable feature: a 4-second attention span. Other names: open door syndrome. The elusive comitophobe will not go into anything that does not have an escape hatch in sight, and preferably enters where he or she will almost always be forced out. Choice anxiety. Something better may be out there mania. Holy Grail syndrome, or grass is greener syndrome. Life is a lollipop shop syndrome. I deserve greed mania, and occasionally fear of intimacy neurosis. Now, Ruth Ostrow is writing in a light-hearted sort of a way, but she's actually pointing to something that could be quite profoundly serious. And I don't raise it here to point the finger of blame or scorn, but simply to expose what may, in fact, and what I do believe is, an issue in our culture. We have great difficulty in stepping forward and saying, yes, I shall, and sticking to a commitment, especially a long-term commitment. People seem to be okay, often enough, about a short-term commitment, but a life commitment, saying, yes, I will, I do, that seems to have certain ramifications that we're not willing to pick up. We don't like to burn our bridges. The fact of the matter is, we don't grow except, we don't go deep, we don't get well grounded in life where there is not some significant and substantial commitment which involves significant and substantial burning of bridges and closing off of other avenues. Clearly, this can be done prematurely and unwisely, but it's an issue. The second example comes from a paper clipping in which there was a report of a tragedy, a road rage tragedy. It's headed, or the report begins, Death came to 2-year-old Tyrell Hart in the driveway of his own home when he became the innocent victim of road rage. What seems to have happened was that Tyrell was in a car with his grandparents. They were returning from a family outing, and when turning from the roadway into the drive, the grandfather braked to let a cyclist proceed along the footpath. Now, this seems to have upset the driver of the car behind the grandfather, prompting him to follow the grandfather's car into the driveway and ram it with his own car. Sadly, what he hadn't allowed for was that the little 2-year-old jumped out of the car as soon as the grandfather stopped. He ran around the back just as our man rammed into the grandfather's car. He crushed the boy to death. And then he ends up saying, "What have I done? What have I done?" I suggest we have here a distinction, a troubling distinction of two dynamics that operate with regard to the person as willing. Two dynamics that actually intermingle all the time, even though they seem opposites. The two dynamics I would name willfulness and willlessness. Road rage and that activity, for example, ramming into the car, is a very willful act. It's full of will. It's the person, as it were, leaving aside thinking, imagining, anticipating, remembering, being conscious of anything else. It's just all will. I will do this. You can imagine the person gritting his teeth with glaring eyes and stiff muscles. There's a highly tunnel visioned moment in which nothing else but will dominates. And then all of a sudden, he's will-less. What have I done? Oh, poor me. Isn't it terrible? A sort of a helpless cry. A moment ago, he was anything but feeling helpless. He was feeling on top of things, utterly in control, utterly focused. I'm going to suggest that neither willfulness nor willlessness is healthy, is formative. The person as willful and the person as willless are both deformative ways of being in the world. The next example comes from the societal or the political domain. How often do we see it that we as a society do not seem to have the political will to do what must be done? For example, it has been known for at least 30 years that building expressways and tollways into major cities actually increases traffic congestion. It doesn't decrease it or alleviate it. Yet here in Sydney, we have been madly building freeways and expressways and tollways into the CBD. You'd have to ask yourself, what is going on? What is it that prompts a society to do what is clearly not in its own best interests? A lack of political will? Now, it would be wrong to suggest that there is a simple answer to that. It is a highly complex business. But again, I'm raising the issue of the person as willing in the context of society, the group reality. It is very, very difficult to get a group, typically, it is very difficult to get a group to move in a way that is in their own best interests. Might I suggest that human beings typically do not make major decisions and take major life-changing actions on the basis of ideas or ideals or principles. They do it typically on the basis of pleasure or pain. When this reality becomes too painful, we seek out an alternative reality. Or, when an alternative reality appears to be clearly more pleasurable, we may abandon the current reality. It is interesting to note, for example, that already in some major cities there are very severe restrictions on private traffic. In London there's a congestion tax, for example. It's not without the realm of possibility that somewhere in the next 10 years we'll be forced to do that in Sydney. But it will happen, I suggest, when it's just too painful, too unpleasant for us to continue with our current silliness. But the silliness won't change until the pain increases too much. We could say the same about our use of water in this country. It is monumentally silly the way we who inhabit the driest continent in the world use water here, or at least don't save water. There doesn't seem to be the political will of the community. We shouldn't blame our politicians. We give them their riding orders and they follow what we tell them to do. If we don't like what they do, we vote them out. Typically they're not going to do what we don't like, or the majority of us don't like. The next example, again exposing something of the complexities, the limits, the possibilities, the challenges of living and life formation under this heading of the person as willing, is parenthood. How do we bring up, form, facilitate the growth of an individual human being, our child, in a manner that fosters a formative approach to willing, so that this child, as they grow, is enabled by our parenting to step forward in a constructive and good and healthy way into the world and say, here I am, I will, I can, I shall, or no, I will not, I shall not, I can't, and do it in a way that is contributing to the good of the community and expressive of the truth of who this person is. It is much easier to train a person to be willful or to incline towards being willful or incline towards being willless. I can think of an example at the moment of a young man in his mid-30s who's just begun his second marriage. I believe his mother is an extremely willful person who has, as it were, possessed this boy, and there is a very serious question in my mind as to whether or not he is capable of making the commitment that is involved in a marriage. No woman will be good enough for her boy, and maybe he himself actually believes that. I hope I'm not right in this instance, but even if I'm not right in this instance, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that such things happen. Another instance comes to mind of a similar relationship between a mother and a son, a very, very manipulative, willful mother who spoiled this fellow rotten, and when he did make the marriage commitment, he found himself utterly helpless. So there was a lot of willfulness about his behaviour, excessive drinking, excessive gambling, excessive smoking, being a pretty irresponsible young man, and I think there's a lot of willfulness in that, and then turning around and facing his marriage commitment, which demanded that he save a bit of money, that he be there for and with his wife and family, and he says, I can't manage it. Parenting may, in other words, help us to step forward into life well, that is, to be a person, a willing person in a good participative sense, or it may undermine that, or it may teach us to be very willful. For example, one of the issues that I believe it returns again and again when you reflect on the willful kind of person is, you've got to ask the question, what is the emotional life of this person? I suggest that there is a fair degree of anxiety underpinning willfulness, typically. Some kind of emotional pain, some kind of emotional void, which prompts the person to override what's going on inside them, to force fit some kind of an idea or expectation on the world. Let's explore the issue of the relationship between the person as willing and their emotional life. Now, we will have a whole session on the emotions and the part they play, but it's important that we touch on it here because I'm going to suggest to you that there is good evidence to suggest that our willful behaviour, when we are willful, we are so because of some kind of emotional difficulties. In a word, some kind of emotional pain, which is caused because of disconnection from feelings, which is caused because of experiences which make us very anxious, and so forth. I turn here to Rollo May, another psychiatrist, who's written a remarkably good book called Love and Will. It was published in 1969. In that particular book he writes, I have not infrequently observed in patients that the emphasis on willpower is a reaction formation against their own repressed passive desires, a way of fighting off their wishes to be taken care of. And the likelihood is that this mechanism had much to do with the form that will took in Victorianism. Will was used to deny wish. Speaking in clinical terms, this process results in a greater and greater emotional void, a progressive emptying of inner contents. This impoverishes imagination and intellectual experience as well. It stultifies and suffocates longings and yearnings as well as wishes. No one needs to remind us of the great stores of resentment, inhibition, hostility, self-rejection, and related clinical symptoms which can develop as a result of this repressive kind of willpower. Let me pause there before I go on with Rollo May's reference and refer to an instance of a young lady who developed anorexia. She came from a large family. Early in her life, being one of the elder children, she took on the role of surrogate mother, and she was extraordinarily good at it. At the age of 11, she could run the house, cook meals, organise the little ones, do what was required of a mother. All of which is highly commendable. No one's to blame. But there's a price being paid here in this instance. As an 18-year-old, she started to get sick and eventually became extremely ill and was subsequently diagnosed with anorexia, severe eating disorder. Now, people actually die from anorexia. It is a most perplexing and worrying syndrome. It's not just this or that. It's a gathering of psychological pain, we might say, in a physiological way. The person develops weird eating habits, mostly about not eating, and simply wastes away. All the time, they can be very, very alert. Anorexia, it seems to me, is preeminently a willful expression. If you've dealt with anorexic people, they are incredibly frustrating. They will defeat you at every turn. But, strangely, there is an incredible willlessness about anorexia too, or at least on the surface there is a willlessness, a sense of being a victim. And the same person who willfully acts as the anorexic can be quite plaintive in saying how difficult it is and how they love to be better, but they just can't. In this instance about which I speak, I think it would be reasonable to suggest that this young girl of 11 had to put on hold or suppress her childish wishes. The childish wish particularly to be taken care of, to be nurtured, to be allowed to be a child with a mother looking after her and shielding her and encouraging her and affirming her. All that did not go away, those wishes, those desires, those normal healthy longings of the little child. They got bottled up and, as it were, said, right, it's my turn to be nurtured. And I would suspect also in this instance there's a certain amount of resentment, anger, and indeed punishment being wrought here in all of this. It all sounds terribly weird and complex, but if you look at human beings in the concrete, it's not so far-fetched actually. The person as willful is almost certainly the person in pain, even if it's not as extreme as anorexia. I can recall my own experience of migraine headaches. Now, I haven't had a migraine for years, but I had my first migraine headache when I was in grade 6. I was 11 years of age. In retrospect, I would say migraines occurred to me when I was tired and particularly overstressed and forcing myself, and the body just gives out and you have to go and sleep, preferably in a darkened room. It's a way of the human organism saying, enough. I need respite. Stop the world. I'm getting off. Now you could take that through a whole series, that basic principle of pain, inner grief, emotional void, anxiety, as the basis for willful behaviour. People who are aggressive in the workplace, bullies, people who are insensitive, people who are just hard to get on with, people who are gossips, people who are nasty, people who are bitchy. I think these are almost certainly expressions both of willfulness and inner pain. Rollo May goes on, a woman in her late 20s, since we shall refer back to her, we shall give her a name, Helen, informed me at the beginning of her therapeutic treatment that her motto had always been, where there's a will, there's a way. This motto seemed to fit her executive job, which required a lot of routine as well as serious decisions, and her respectable New England background in a typically upper middle class family. She gave the impression, at first, of being a strong-willed person. The only trouble was that one of her most pronounced symptoms was compulsive, promiscuous sexual activity. She seemed incapable of saying no. Whatever the cause, this symptom, no doubt aided by the fact that she was a pretty girl, was directly contradictory to her willpower, as she could easily see. She would also wolf food, occasionally eating everything left on the plates by others at breakfast, paying the price of a stomachache and later struggling to diet to keep her figure. Her job revealed similarly driven patterns. She would work for 14 hours at a stretch but never seem any farther ahead. It soon came out, with a good deal of painful weeping, that despite her superficial social success, she was a profoundly lonely and isolated person. She talked of longings for her mother expressed in the half fantasy, half memory, of sitting with her in the sun when she was a little girl, and a recurrent dream of wanting to be encircled again by waves of the ocean. She dreamt that she went home and knocked on the door, but her mother, on opening the door, didn't recognize her and closed the door in her face. The historical fact was that her mother had suffered a serious depression and had been hospitalized in mental institutions for a good deal of the several years after the girl's birth. Rollo May then goes on. So what we see in our patient is a lonely, pathetic infant, overcome with longing for what she never had. It seemed clear that the great stress of willpower was a frantic reaction formation, a desperate endeavour to compensate for the symptoms of her unfulfilled infantile needs, a strategy of living on despite these painful early longings. It is not surprising, such is the irony and balance of the complex processes of human consciousness, that her symptoms were of the compulsive, driven type. This is precisely will gone awry, will turned self-destructive, directed against the person herself. Life is saying to her, if we may put it figuratively in terms of her motto, where there are such longings and unfulfilled needs, will is exactly not the way. We note furthermore that her problem was not defiance of her parents, as we normally see it in adolescent behaviour. That would show the will still present and active, though negative, and a situation not too difficult to deal with. Our patient's problem was more serious. An emptiness, a vacuity, a longing to fill something which from infancy had always been empty. This kind of pattern led to critical problems of apathy. This kind of pattern can lead to critical problems of apathy if the will breaks down before the dependent longings have been brought to consciousness and to some degree integrated. The early trauma taught Helen, as an infant, that she must renounce her wishes, for they carried a degree of despair which would have probably sent her into psychosis. Willpower was the means by which she accomplished this. But the neurosis then takes revenge in exactly the area in which the problem originated. There's not a lot of need to elaborate on what Rollo May has said there. I think it stands fairly clearly on its own. But I would add the obvious example of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, where a principle of perversion seems to be latent in the human psyche, so that when we become obsessed about doing this or not doing this, we end up compulsively doing it. This too is related to the person as willing. It seems like the willfulness leads to willlessness. The attempt to override the truth, the fact, the reality of our existence tends to turn around and bite us. Proper, healthy, right use of our capacity to participate in the mystery as willing beings must, of necessity, include a lot of listening, that we may hear and heed and become part of what is real rather than hostile to what is real, at odds with it. Summing up then, these distinctions between willfulness and willlessness. And again, let me add quickly, there is a third alternative which we will explore more fully in the next session. The alternative is willingness. Broadly speaking, we can discern these two major symptoms of, and they are more or less deformative symptoms, of willfulness and willlessness. They are extremes. They seem to be opposites. In fact, it might be more helpful to think of them each as the flip side of the same experience of deformation. When we say a person is will-less, or has no will, or to use common parlance, has got no backbone, we generally imply some inability to make a choice and to act on it. Ruth Ostrow's committophobes would be obvious examples. But it's also very evident in Rollo May's patient Helen, we've just discussed. In a previous time, we would have called this a moral rather than a psychological failing. These days, we might consider it normal and even quite acceptable behaviour. In saying that, I'm making a statement of fact, not a value judgment. Maybe we do, and if we do, the question arises, is this good? For example, in the First World War, apparently there were a number of soldiers who were shot, executed for cowardice because they would not, probably could not, obey the order to go up over the top. It was deemed to be a moral failure in this time of Victorian willpower, as Rollo May has called it. Willfulness, and when we approach the moral life and the normal business of behaving as willful, we see any failure as a moral failure, as a lack of strength. What's the matter with you? Pull yourself together. Do it. Now, the alternative is not willlessness. The alternative is a whole new way of thinking and imagining and being, a way of participation rather than mastery, of facilitation rather than control. When we say that a person is willful, we generally imply determination, perhaps stubbornness or even pig-headedness. More properly, willfulness is the state or condition in which the person as willing has so dominated other aspects of the person's life that the person is thinking or imagining or anticipating or remembering is more or less suppressed, or at least in servitude to the person as willing. And along with the suppression of those intraformative powers, we have too the suppression of emotion. And that raises what I suspect may in fact be the key issue. Willfulness is a symptom of deformative emotional life, suppressed or undealt with emotion, pain in other words. Secondly, the capacity for genuine mutuality in relationships is more or less diminished when we are willful. You cannot love somebody willfully. You can do things for others willfully, but it will lack genuine humanity and genuine love. Thirdly, the person as openness to the more than, the transcendent, is also more or less suppressed, even if that willfulness is allegedly in service of the transcendent. That raises an issue, which I'll merely signal here, but one which has immense repercussions for us as Christians. If we put the following of Christ on a willful footing, and I think we have tended to do that, coming into the middle of the 20th century at least, you end up with something more akin to Stoicism than genuine Christian spirituality. And the results can be quite destructive. Getting back to our summary statement about willfulness and willingness, the willful, will-less dynamism can actually indicate what I would call a cage. We might call it the mastery-victim cage, a cage that is built by bad thinking and held in place by deformative emotion. If I am convinced that knowledge is power and I can and I must gain control over my world, then I am condemned to either mastery or victim. It is actually a life of despair, even if we don't admit it, and even if in fact we are very successful at it and we gain a high degree of respectability in society. And as we've indicated all along in this reflection, mastery and victimhood, willfulness and willlessness are actually the flip side of the one deformative experience. The Christian articulation now, and still we're not going to move into the positive reflection of the person as willing and start emphasizing willing participation as a manifestation of the Christian life. Let's just stay with the limits, even the negative and deformative expressions of the person as willing. There are a couple of universal Christian principles we might talk of. First of all, the primary emphasis in Christian spirituality must always be the initiative and the action of God. In the spiritual life, where you start is where you end. If you start with the human subject, you end with the human subject. If you begin by saying to someone, you must do this, you must do that, in effect you have to perform for God, and God will bless you and reward you if you do that, and punish you if you do not do that. You end up in that realm of performing for God. It remains always an egotistical, ego mastery, I'm going to say willful project. If, however, you start with God, what God has done, what God is doing, and what God has promised he will go on doing forever, we remain always within the infinite horizons of God's intentions, God's love, God's wisdom, God's goodness, God's truth. And the emphasis will, from start to finish, be with love, wisdom, truth, goodness, in abundance, prodigally given, no strings attached. The second principle in the Christian life, when the primary emphasis in Christian spirituality becomes the human subject, therefore, this will tend to manifest itself in more or less significant deformations of the person as willing. Perhaps the first example of willful behavior is found in the story of the fall. God creates humanity as companions and co-creators. Let us make them in our image and likeness. Now, there is a shift, according to the story, from two people who recognize that they are companions of God and willingly participate in that, to two people who are going to do what they want to do, despite the fact that it's in discord with who they are. They act in a way that disconnects them from the truth of their beings. They are willful. They force fit their experience to match what they choose rather than what God has chosen. And this is one of the characteristics of the willful person. They live life back to front. Not only don't they listen, don't they see what is true and real, but they come up with an idea of what should be. And it should be simply because that's what they like. That's what they reckon. And so everything is forced to fit the service of that end. So they've started at the end and everything is forced into place in accord with that end. If they were listening, if they were seeing, if they were alert, if they were awake, as the gospel says, they would pull up very quickly and say, hang on, I'm forcing the issue here. I am trying to do my will, not God's will. Cain and Abel is probably the next major example. And then so on through those first 11 chapters of Genesis, you find human beings behaving willfully. It is very much associated with the way of sin, the way of acting in disconnection from God, in refusing to be at one with God's will. That is, if you like, the in principle landscape. Concretely, however, it has been my experience growing up within a Catholic tradition, and going back to the middle of the 20th century, where there was in fact a lot of willfulness, not deliberately, but de facto, fostered in our spirituality. We did tend to start with the human subject rather than the divine reality. We did tend to say things which prompted a mode of thinking that would have gone something like this. I must do what God wants, and if I do what God wants, I will be rewarded by God and blessed in heaven. And if I do not do what God wants, I will not be rewarded by God. God will not love me, and I will be sentenced to hell. That is a very lonely, self-centered project. Organized despair, in fact. A quite bad misrepresentation of what we find in the Bible, especially the Gospels. They are about what God seeks to do for us. It was this kind of thinking, I suggest, that promoted scrupulosity amongst a number of Catholics, the kind of behavior in the sacramental celebrations that Clifford Howell, the Jesuit liturgist, described as the hockers, priests who couldn't complete or found it very difficult to complete the words of consecration because it all depended on them, their intention, and them doing it right. And if they didn't do it right, it would be a terrible consequence. There was a bishop who confirmed me, suffered dreadfully from this kind of scrupulosity. On one occasion he got back 2 ordinands in the dead of night and reordained them because he was worried that he hadn't ordained them properly during the day. That man, after celebrating the sacraments, whether it was confirmation or ordination, would be drenched with sweat. He'd have to change his clothes. He was under enormous psychological pressure because of a bad way of thinking. It promoted a willful approach to virtue and holiness. The emphasis was on willpower. If you are strong enough and disciplined enough, you will become humble, and you will become patient, and you will become kind. Now, in fact, we actually knew that wasn't the truth, and we had confession as a sort of a safety valve. And I must say, many Catholics that I know didn't take that entirely seriously and developed a very common sense approach to it all, which was much more healthy. And many pastors did similarly. They were able to get beyond the silliness of that very severe, oppressive, willful approach. One of my own confreres, after 50 years hearing confessions at St. Patrick's, commented, he said, a Dutchman, ho, he said, I have never heard a mortal sin. A beautiful, lovely man who used to have his particular time every week in the confessional, and people would come from all over to go to confession to him. Not because he was lenient or lax, but because he was deeply pastoral and he could cut through the oppressiveness of a willful spirituality and invite them into a dialogue, a way of being willingly there rather than willfully there. Willfulness puts all the burden on me. Willingness suggests there's a loving relationship here and we are being drawn into it and invited into it constantly. In the 4th and 5th century there was a monk originated in Rome, very, very popular spiritual guide. His name was Pelagius. Pelagius thought that if you emphasized grace and said that the whole of the Christian life from beginning to end depends on the grace of God, people will give up. People won't try. So he taught that it is possible for us to, at the very least, begin the journey. We can take the steps towards God, and then God will, as it were, pick up the slack. But the responsibility is on us to do that. Now, Augustine was his great opponent, and God bless Augustine. The church came down very much on the side of St. Augustine and said this heresy of Pelagianism was quite out of order because it didn't give the proper place to the working of God in our lives. It gave too much of a place to the working of the human subject. In fact, coming into the middle of the 20th century, many of us would say that Pelagianism was alive and well, the heresy of too much emphasis on the human subject, too much willful spirituality. And when we priests were trained in that way, we tended to pass it on, sadly. When somebody came with a pastoral issue, you simply implicitly suggested that, try harder. Here's some strategies, here's some tactics. But when it came down to it, it was a question of willful effort. And so we had try harder sermons and grocery list confessions. There is no need to have that approach to the Christian life. In our next session, we'll look at the whole issue of being a willing participant. It is much more realistic. It provides a much richer human basis for a profound response to the gospel.
This is Developing Your Own Spirituality, Unit 2, Session 7. Our focus is the second of two reflections on the person as willing. In this particular second session, we'll look more at the positive alternatives to willfulness and willlessness. But before we do that, we will recall four fundamental themes that we have already explored so far in this course. The first of those themes is the primacy of relationships. Human beings are constituted in and through relationships. The measure of the quality of our lives is the measure of the quality of our relationships. With God, however we name God, with ourselves, with other people, and the events and things of our world. We've defined spirituality in this context as living relationships. In that sense, it is the most fundamental dynamic of human life formation. All human beings have a spirituality. It might be more proper to say all human living is spiritual living at its roots. All human life formation is spiritual formation at its roots, because it is about living relationships. We defined religion as the concretization of living relationships. If spirituality, if the fundamental human dynamic is unto relationships, it is unto a social reality. It is necessarily and essentially communal. There is no such thing as private spirituality, and that communal reality has with it certain implications and consequences. Religion, understood as the concretization of those consequences, is therefore that constellation of symbols and rituals and belief patterns and lifestyles and authority structures and institutional realities, etc., 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 that are born of the living relationships. Spirituality without religion is truncated. Religion without spirituality is soulless. The third definition arising out of this primacy of relationships focus is that of mysticism. Mysticism is the experience of being one with the one. Every human being, therefore, is called to be a mystic, because every human being's life is grounded in living relationships with God, however you name God, with yourself, with other people, and events and things. I would venture to say that every single adult has somewhere, sometime, felt the intimations of the mystical, that sense of being part of something bigger than yourself, that sense of being one with the one. It might come as you sit on the bluff overlooking the ocean. It might come to you as you nurse an infant who's sleeping in your arms. It might come to you as you watch a beautiful sunset. It might come to you as you are walking through the woods after a summer thunderstorm. The sense of being one with the one is an intimation of a much deeper reality to which we are all called, all human beings. From the Christian perspective, we would speak of Christian mysticism as our life of communion in the Trinity, our becoming one with the Father through Jesus Christ by the power of the Holy Spirit, a oneness which comes through daily living, a oneness that is born of the stuff of ordinary human living. The second theme that I would like to recall is the theme of form potency, or the power to participate. We must gain and maintain a conviction that we are able to participate in our world, that we are able to step forward into the reality of the world as we find it, particularly the social human reality, and become a member, a participating member. Now, we learn that kind of conviction and we maintain that kind of conviction by doing things typically, but it actually is something much deeper than that. In the process of maturation, life formation is a shifting center of gravity from an egocentric conviction that I am able to participate to a mystery-centered conviction that I am able to participate. So that in the mature adult, the relationship with God, however you name God, becomes the source and the energy and the direction, the origin and destiny, if you like, of my power to participate, of everything about my participation. Now, clearly, both our being relational beings and our needing to be convinced that we're able to participate in the implications of relationships has much to do with ourselves as willing people. We'll pick that up in a moment. The third theme that we have looked at in this course is, if you like, a hypothesis of Adrian Van Kaam's. He talks of the primordial option. That is, early in life, very early in life, human beings typically get a sense through the agencies of life, typically the parents, that life is trustworthy or life is not trustworthy. It is a more or less general emotional inclination. It's got nothing to do with morality or moral choice. It is the claim or the hypothesis that human beings grow up with a fundamental inclination towards life that in effect says, I am able to abandon myself to the mystery of living, the formation mystery that I meet on daily living can be trusted. Or alternatively, an inclination to mistrust, which in effect says, I feel abandoned by the mystery, and I cannot abandon myself to the mystery. Now, this is not a choice. This is not something that the little child sits down and intellectually and logically concludes. It is a gut reaction, long since made its home inside you before you get to thinking about such things. And it is an inclination, more or less. Now, clearly, if someone is more or less inclined to trust life, to go to it with open arms, their way of being in the world, their way of being a willing person, will naturally tend to be different from the person who has learned that life can't really be trusted. It's a jungle out there. There are winners and there are losers, and you need to be a winner. That's going to generate a slightly different way of being in the world, a way of being a willing person. Finally, the theme of freedom. We are freedom. You are freedom. To come home to yourself, to cut through all the baggage that you've acquired, all the fictions that you take on, all the pretenses and game playing that you engage in. To get beyond that is to come into freedom. The truth of who you most deeply are is freedom. It is also love, it is also goodness, and it is also beauty. But there is so much that covers it, that prevents that from blossoming. Now, freedom is our ability to choose. It is our ability to stand up and say, I am, without compulsion, without drivenness, without fear, without anxiety. Or, in the face of fear and anxiety, we still stand up and say yes to what must be answered in the affirmative, or no to what must be answered in the negative. We begin with reference to 4 quotations. The first one is taken from the liberation theologian, writer, Leonardo Boff, a Brazilian. Liberation theology, in a sense, was a reaction, much as Edmund Husserl's reaction in the late 19th century saw in philosophy an abstractedness, a methodology that started with ideas and went back to experience and things of the world, and imposed, therefore. It was an a priori approach to experience, and he said we must go back to the things themselves. Out of that was born phenomenology, which tended to give birth to what became known as existentialism. Now, different people took those ideas and methodologies up in different ways and came up with different statements. But the fundamental principle is there, namely, you go back to the world of people, events and things in such a way that you let those people, events and things reveal themselves as they are in themselves. You don't impose categories. You don't look at them through a template which forces them into some kind of predefinition. You endeavour to let them tell you who, what they are. Now, this is an enormous challenge, and the results have been varying. Liberation theologians, I believe, have done something similar in the area of theology and spirituality. They have said our templates, our ideas, our understandings of the gospel are too a priori. We start with ideas. Ideas very often we have inherited from another age, and we go back to life and simply impose that understanding. Instead of going to life and setting up a dialogue and listening to people and their experience and allowing that those people and that experience to become part of the theological project, an essential dynamism that actually directs the theological project. That is, in effect, what liberation theologians point to. Now, again, as with philosophy, liberation theologians have followed certain methodologies and come up with certain statements. One of the major directions that all the theologians in this school would share is that we must look to the experience of the poor and the oppressed. You will find that word oppressed or oppression or oppressors recurring many, many times in their writings. I do believe it's a bit extreme to say it is only the poor and the oppressed who can speak the gospel to us. However, I think it is very realistic and salutary and freeing for us to hear the cry of the poor. That is a very biblical methodology. That is very gospel-centered. It is fascinating how Jesus associated with the lowly, the marginalized, those who were called sinners, the poor and the oppressed. If it was good enough for him to do that, we must at least ask what was going on there. Back to Leonardo Boff and what he writes here in relationship to our topic. He takes us back to the more negative view of the use of will, but he also opens up what we're going to explore in this session. Boff writes in his book, in his essay, Theology of Captivity, the Structure of Modernity, and it's from a private translation of a Maryknoller called David Kelly. What is the meaning of existence and life that we find present in the structural options of our violent and oppressive world? The hidden meaning that sustains our present world is the understanding of being and life as knowledge, and the understanding of knowledge as power. This is not something unfamiliar. It would seem to be quite natural, and indeed it would be if human beings did not make the knowledge and power the last word about everything. The criterion of truth and the ultimate basis of human relations. Reason as knowledge did not remain only reason, but was transformed into rationalism. Will as power did not remain only will, it degenerated into power as domination of others. Here is the structural drama that pervades the whole fabric of modern human beings. A drama that came about when mythical thought gave way, and reason as the power of discursive thought and discernment took its place. I won't develop any further the critique so much of modernity that Leonardo Boff is offering, but I point to his last sentence there when he suggests that the only way of knowing and naming reality is through the rational way. He also suggests, along with Leslie Faber in our previous session, when he quoted Nietzsche, that the will, the human will, has become the center of the cosmos. And if you match that rationalism with a will that regards itself as the ultimate power, then you get not only rationalism, but willfulness. Boff concludes that it was when that happened, when we lost the significance and validity of knowing and naming reality through myth and story, that we went down the path of rationalism and willfulness. We need to recover the fact that knowing and naming reality requires more than the merely rational, and being in the world, therefore, is not about simply being dominators or oppressors, not about being willful. There is an alternative. The next quotation is from Adrian Van Kaam, and he suggests quite a lovely little template for understanding what it means to be a mature human being. And he uses the metaphor of consonants from the two Latin words con, meaning together with, and sonare, meaning to sound. So it's the notion of harmony, the notion of different notes, different sounds coming together to make some kind of song or music in our lives. And he suggests there are three parts to that. There is congeniality, which is about our being in tune with who we most deeply are. And there is compatibility, which is about our being in tune with the otherness of other people, not possessing them, not forcing them to conform to us or we conforming to them, but we in our congeniality forming a harmony with others in their congeniality. That harmony he calls compatibility, and it is a harmony of tensions, obviously. The third part to this life of consonance he calls compassion, and it's about being in tune with the fact that life is broken, that all formation is fallen formation. This doesn't have to jar, this doesn't have to clang. There can in fact be a soft melody arising from the recognition and acceptance of our poverty, of our brokenness. It may be in a minor key, it may be a poignant melody, but it can still be a beautiful melody. We turn now to the Old Testament, the book of Samuel, 1 Samuel 3:10. Samuel answered the Lord, "Speak, Yahweh, your servant is listening." We are going to emphasize the fact that the one thing that is at the heart of the alternative way of being a willing person is that this person listens. This person is eager and alert, is attentive and awake. This person wants to know what is true and good, with a view to hearing that, assimilating that, and being shaped by that, and living according to that. Samuel is a good example. We turn to the New Testament, where we find, I believe, an even more powerful example in Mary, the mother of Jesus. In the first chapter of Luke, verse 38, at the end of her conversation, her tense conversation with the angel, Mary says, "You see before you the Lord's servant. Let it happen to me as you have said." There is the disposition of willingness about which we will speak. You could well imagine a willful reaction by Mary. She might have said, "Yes," and punched the air and said, "Bring it on." Hard to imagine, but that might indicate a willful response. There's no reflectiveness in that. There's no listening, there's just a reaction. It's not a response. Or she might have backed away and said, "Oh, no, I'm not going to do that." Certain willlessness. There is a firm, even if incomprehending, step forward. She says, "Here I am. I shall. I will. I come." We will see willingness does not mean weakness. Willfulness is not, repeat, is not the only way to be strong and courageous and committed. You can be strong and courageous and committed in a willful sort of a way, but it lacks the depth of humanity that being strong and courageous and committed in a willing sort of a way has. Mary's manner here indicates precisely that kind of willingness. Two universal human principles to guide us in our exploration here. First one, the alternative to willfulness and willlessness is willingness. It is a way of being present in the world that is attentive and self-transcending, seeking participation through facilitation, as opposed to willfulness and willlessness, which are implicitly at least inattentive and self-focused, seeking manipulation and mastery. The second principle, human life formation is enhanced to the extent that it is shaped by willingness and diminished to the extent that it is shaped by willfulness and or will-lessness. No matter what measures of success and failure the culture may use. By way of comparing and contrasting willingness with the other two, willfulness and willlessness, we could think of three different ways of being in the world. We could call the first one the way of conversation, the second the way of mastery, and the third the way of the victim. The way of conversation, I'm saying, is in fact the way of willingness. It is the way of mutuality. It proceeds by facilitation. It expects emergence rather than imposition. It is not about domination. It is about communion. It is about cooperation and working with. It enables us to engage with others. It listens. It is attentive. Life happens in the in-between. Now, this is an idealistic view, but I think also realistic. I say it is idealistic because for most of us, this is probably beyond us to be willing in this manner, proceeding by way of conversation all the time, in every circumstance. Most of us, sometime, in some circumstances, will fall back into willfulness, knowingly or not knowingly. In fact, if you were to ask me or present me with the alternative, with some serious job or task that needs to be done, and if I do it willfully, I'll get it done. If I don't do it willfully, it won't get done. I'll choose willfulness to get it done. The point is that that is not a good way to habitually approach living, the willful way. We ought to aim in all circumstances, at all times, wherever possible, to proceed by way of conversation, by way of listening, by way of cooperation, by way of mutuality. This is the way of willingness. To step forward and say, yes, I'm here. Your statement is not an aggressive, domineering, manipulative, mastering kind of one. It is one that intimates cooperation, sharing, a movement towards some kind of communality. Couple of practical points. This is especially difficult, this way of conversation, this way of willingness, when the other doesn't respond in kind. There are people with whom you cannot have a conversation. There are people who are so willful, so caught up in their world and their way, that they make themselves unreachable. I think it is realistic to recognize that. But it shouldn't make us willful. You can deal with a willful person in a willing way. You can stand firm. You can simply say, no, I disagree with that. Or, yes, I think this is what should be done. Or, I think that's inappropriate. Or, yes, that's fine. We shouldn't let the other determine our dispositions. More importantly, perhaps, for those who seek a deep relationship with God, is the haunting theme of the silence of God. Now, what in effect that points to is the fact that life as covenant, life as mutuality, we as individuals and we as community reaching out to God, accepting the promise, I am with you. We seek a dialogue with the divine, and the divine is not there, or so it seems. Where is God was the cry of the world, especially the Jewish people, during the Holocaust. But each of us in our own way will encounter this if we take prayer seriously. Sooner or later we'll come up against a moment of pointlessness, the boredom barrier. Why am I doing this? I get no response. It's like hitting ping pong balls out into the night and they just disappear in the dark. Nobody hits a ball back. There is a very, very practical matter arises in this context. Feuerbach said, he was, if you like, the founder of modern atheism. He said that what in effect this is a discovery that this one you call God doesn't really exist anyway. And all you're discovering is that your childish projections are simply that, no more than that. And they've collapsed, they've imploded, and there you are, having to face yourself and live in a world without God. So get on with it. Nietzsche would have suggested the same thing. Karl Marx would have. Sigmund Freud would have. John of the Cross would have agreed with these thinkers to a certain extent. John of the Cross was very aware of the fact that our language about God and the images that we have of God and the ideas of God are fraught with our own projections and wishes, our own immaturity, our own ignorance, our own inability, simply our own existential inability to be fully in love. That demands a stripping away, a purgation. That demands, says John of the Cross, a dark night. And for John of the Cross, the dark night was preeminently a work of love, a transition from less to more love, a transition from less capacity to give and receive love to a greater capacity to give and receive love. A journey into the heart of the Trinity. Therefore, all our conceptions of God, all our images of God must be taken away from us because they become obstacles after a time. Initially, they may have been useful instruments in keeping us focused on God, but they become, after a while, obstacles. So in a sense, John would agree with these thinkers that there is a sort of a atheism that we must go through, and we may experience it as that. The loss of God. We've lost our faith. We haven't lost God. God hasn't gone anywhere. God has come closer. We haven't got less faith. We've got more faith. We're not less loving. We're more loving. But the experience of it, initially at least, because it is absolutely foreign and alien to us, is one of darkness. We've not been in this territory before. We don't know our way around here, and it takes us time to discover it. And so life moves on in this way. Indeed, don't human, loving relationships proceed in somewhat the same way? If you were to see two mature adults who love each other dearly at the beginning of their married life, would you expect them to have a married life of unremitting joy and harmony and pleasure? Of course not. The very nature of love demands that growth in love will happen through crises, through dark nights. It's not any different with God. John of the Cross says there are two kinds of dark nights. One is the dark night of the senses, and that's where not only our external senses, but our internal senses lose their delight, lose their capacity to know and name God. There is also, he says, the dark night of the spirit, where there's desolation and a sense of total loss, probably very, very, very few people ever experience that. It must be a horrifying experience. I do believe Therese of Lisieux probably did experience that. She went through a tunnel of darkness, she said, for the last 18 or nearly 18 months, during the last days of her life. If you read her last conversations, and I encourage you to do that, you'll get some sense of the deep realism of her spirituality. I'm a great admirer of Therese of Lisieux. Beyond the petty, rather off-putting 19th century neurotic girl, there is a giant of a woman. I believe she identified with the atheists that were coming into being at that time, those who couldn't believe in God, the Feuerbachs and the Freuds and the Marxes and the Nietzsches and their children, their inheritors. At the risk of being misunderstood, let me say that Therese, like Jesus, the second person of the Trinity, entering the human condition, and as St. Paul says, the sinless one became sin, I think Therese of Lisieux entered the condition of atheism. Therese knew what it was to be an atheist, and in that she was profoundly Christ-like. This way of conversation, which gets purified in that manner of darkness, is a world apart from the way of willfulness, or the way of mastery, and the way of willlessness, which is the way of the victim. Both of those are, in their own ways, ego-centered. Particularly, the way of willfulness is about mastery, it is about imposition, it is about manipulation, it is about conquest. If we approach the Christian life, the following of Christ, in a willful way, in the way of mastery, the upshot will be quite different from approaching the way of holiness and the way of following Christ in a willing way. The willful way will carry with it a lot of willlessness, and the worst thing that can happen for the willful way of following Christ is that it succeeds, because when you succeed in that way, all the emphasis is on yourself. I have done this, and you might even use words about humility and grace and so forth, but if it is willful, it is egocentric. It is about mastery. It has more to do with Stoicism than with Jesus Christ. Let's do a little summary of the options we have before us here. First of all, looking at the person as willing, we use the same kind of fundamental structure that we used when we talked about the person as thinking, and we'll use it again when we talk about the person as anticipating, the person as remembering, the person as imagining, the person as consciousness, and the person as feeling. It is the tension, the creative tension we need to maintain between our transcendent possibilities and our functional possibilities. So we can speak of the person as willing as an intra-formative power within us. We have to participate in the mystery. It is a power to participate. All our intra-formative powers are powers to participate. This power to assert ourselves, to stand up and say, I am here, I will, has in view the community of humankind and the world, all of which is caught up in the formation mystery, and we come as participators. As participators, we have transcendent possibility, which is our potential to be there as an openness to the more than manifesting itself in this mystery of life that we find around us. That needs to be held in contrast with, and in tension with, the functional possibility, which is our potential to be there as bringing practical closure on this or that issue or task. The transcendent possibility, the openness to the more than, is non-specific. It is like an orientation. It is a fundamental disposition of affirming all that is. It's a willingness to be what is asked of me, to do what is necessary, what I must do. It depends on that existential must, ultimately. And we will come, as mature adults, to a point sooner or later where we will know that existential must, where we will know this is good, this is right, I must do this, even though I would like to do that. This is what is required of me. As transcendent possibility, we are always open for that, available to that, in fact, eager for that. And the willing person chooses that, even in the face of contrary feelings. As functional possibility, it is really about solving problems, doing tasks, tying up your shoelaces and cleaning the toilet and doing heart transplants and flying aeroplanes and driving motor vehicles and chopping up meat, etc., etc., etc. The willing person is not only in a general non-specific way open to the more than, but is focused on the here and now and able to perform tasks in a willing sort of a way. Always listening. The functional possibility is grounded in the transcendent possibility. Our ability to bring closure on this particular moment, this concrete practical task to be done, is grounded in our general openness to and our connectedness with the transcendent as such. The transcendent possibility of the person as willing is epitomized, for example, in creative waiting. We must learn to wait well, to be open and not rush in and preempt. It is epitomized in staying with, in facilitation, in submitting to what is and what must be. It is preeminently epitomized in listening and attention. The functional possibility of the person as willing is epitomized in such things as immediate action. There's a job to be done here, a task to be completed. In control, maintaining some control of the motor vehicle that I'm driving, for example, or the stove that I'm using to cook my meals on, or the scalpel that is being used to cut open someone's chest. It is involved in setting limits, boundaries, providing solutions. Thus, a good parent faced with a typical teenage child going through a rebellious moment can stand their ground willingly. The teenager in such a moment is probably inclined to be very willful. Being will-less is another question. But take the willful child that wants to go and ride the surfboard rather than do the study, and is getting all stroppy because he's not allowed to ride the surfboard. A good parent can be quite firm, quite strong, quite loving, in saying, no, that's not the way it is. Go in there and do your study. And if you don't do your study, there are consequences. All of which can be done in a manner of willingness. It doesn't have to be done in willfulness, and certainly shouldn't succumb to will-lessness on the part of a parent. Consider the whole spectrum of possibilities of the person as willing. We could start with the formative possibilities at one end of the spectrum, going down to the deformative possibilities. And really everything we've been saying is more or less, we speak in terms of inclinations and tendencies. We're not speaking in terms of definitions and clear-cut realities. Human beings are not like that, and human life formation is not like that. So at one end of the spectrum, we can speak of the person as willing in a formative sort of a way. This kind of being in the world will be grounded in the mystery, Fundamentally, it will be open to the transcendent. That will guide everything else that the person is and does. And the way of proceeding, the way of moving, will be the way of delight. This person will be drawn by delight. Now, I'm not using the word delight in any superficial emotional way, that one does what one simply likes to do. This is about what one wants, and what one wants is what one must do. Our ultimate freedom is the freedom to choose what we must choose. So the delight is the deep sense in our beings that we are harmonizing with what is true and what is good, even if it doesn't feel good. So the delight is, if you like, an existential life, delight of being rather than of emotion. So when I am as a willing person, grounded in the mystery, I can enter the world in terms of being drawn by what is real, what is true, what is good. That's what I seek. Concretely, there may be some difficulty in knowing that, but that's my fundamental disposition and intent. That is in contrast with the other end of the spectrum, the deformative end, where the willful person and or the will-less person has a life grounded in ego, not mystery, and it will be a life driven by some sense of perhaps duty or selfishness even, but it'll be driven rather than drawn. It'll be unfree to that extent. Again, going back to the formative end of the spectrum, the willing person tends to move, therefore, to the world with the intention of cooperation, facilitation, participation, in the expectation that of a graced emergence happening in herself or himself and in the people, events and things of the world. At the deformative end of the spectrum, the person moves with the intention of some kind of mastery or manipulation or anticipation or imposition rather, or competition. Again, going back to the formative end of the spectrum, this is the life of willingness. This is the way of conversation. It is transcendent and functional. It is dialogical, that is, it reflects the giving and receiving that is inherent in the mystery of formation, of which we are a part. It also tends to exhibit the two authenticating qualities of the mature human being, a sense of grace and freedom. Mature people have a graciousness about their bearing and their demeanour, about the way they proceed. They do tend to be free and they create freedom wherever they go. They bring a sense of possibility. At the deformative end of the spectrum, you can speak of either willfulness or willlessness. The willful person tends to be functionalistic. The openness to the transcendent is largely gone. There are jobs to be done, there are tasks to be completed, there are solutions to be found. It tends to be non-dialogical, reflects an excess of giving and productivity. It is focused on outcomes. There's a lack of mutuality here. It also does tend to be rather rigid and compulsive. It lacks the grace and freedom of genuine willingness. Or it becomes willless, non-functional rather than functionalistic, non-dialogical, but it reflects an excess of receiving. It is passive. Now, on that particular point, let me raise a question mark over our culture and entertainment in our culture particularly. It does seem to me in the last 30 or 40 years there's been a massive shift of providing entertainment for people. You really don't have to do a lot to imagine or to initiate or to invent or to innovate in terms of entertaining yourself or providing leisure. It is all provided. The obvious provision is through the television, through the multiple television channels. There is not a lot in our culture that encourages people to take the initiative and be proactive in regard to their entertainment. And I ask the question, does that in fact feed the possibility of will-lessness? Do people become in time incapable of entertaining themselves as individuals or as groups? And perhaps a spin-off of that is, do people in time become incapable of entering solitude and facing themselves? Finally, will-lessness has a lack or a weakness in terms of self-assertion and determination. Let us now look at the Christian articulation of this more specifically. We have already made some reference to this, but for obvious reasons, it is a most profoundly practical and important part of fostering a Christian life. Jesus said to all of us, "Follow me." There is the whole issue of how. How do I take up my cross and follow Jesus? How do I foster a Christ-like life? First of all, I go to the quotation from Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. Jesus says, "What does it profit if you gain the whole world but lose your very self?" Now, we are wont to apply that in a fairly obvious way to the acquisition of material possessions or reputation in the community. What if we were also to apply it to the acquisition of virtue and holiness? In other words, is it possible to gain the whole world of religious allegiance and adherence and respectability and orthodoxy, but lose your very self in a tragic sort of way? I'm not talking about losing yourself in the paradoxical way in which Jesus talks about it, for example, in John 12:24, where the grain of wheat has to fall into the ground and die. I'm talking about substituting a fictional religious existence for a real human existence. I believe that is possible. And I think it is possible if we foster the way of willfulness, the way of mastery, as the way of responding to Jesus' invitation to follow. Let's look at that a little bit more closely. Is it possible to love another human being willfully? That is, by way of mastery, by way of control, by way of imposition. Love, in fact, doesn't proceed along those lines. Love is gift. Love emerges. Take a more fundamental example. Is it possible to willfully make yourself go to sleep? You can't. What we call virtue, compassion, forgiveness, kindness, self-control, these are other names for God, for the presence of God or the face of God. There's a beautiful line in Les Miserables, in the musical. Just to love another person is to see the face of God. Virtue, these qualities, these manifestations of God, are given, not conquered. They come by way of facilitation, not by way of mastery. The way of willfulness is organized despair. It is possible to gain by way of self-discipline and self-mastery something that we call humility, something that we call patience, something that we call charity, something that we call forgiveness, etc., 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 but it's not Christian, because it is not graced, it is not given, it is not the presence of God, it's the presence of ego. Perhaps a good acid test for us is when we catch ourselves in one of these virtuous moments. Is our first instinct to feel satisfied or gratified or grateful? The willful person is likely to have a measure of satisfaction about this because it confirms his or her ability to remain on top, to remain in control. Whereas the willing person knows that this emergence, this graced emergence of compassion, or forgiveness, or kindness, or wisdom in this moment is to see the face of God. What a beautiful thing. How grateful I should be. I should fall on my knees and thank God in awe and reverence for the presence of God in this moment, the graced emergence, which happened because I was stripped back, not because of my mastery mode, but because of my committing myself to get out of the way, to do whatever I can to clear the path, to make straight the way of the Lord, to decrease that he might increase, to be so empty that God has free passage into the world through me. This kind of person will be good to be with. This kind of person will bring to the world immense possibilities that the willfully religious person could never hope to do. What does it profit if you gain the whole world of religious conformity and orthodoxy, but lose your very self? You bring a fiction to the world. What a tragedy. Thomas Merton has a reference. It's recorded in his book Conjectures of a Guilty Bystander, which was a gathering of notes that he wrote and bits from his journals and reflections of his on experiences. And towards the end of his writing the experience of his famous vision at the corner of 4th and Walnut in Louisville, he writes a paragraph here which I think is immensely insightful. This is found in Conjectures of a Guilty Bystander, page 158, in the Doubleday version of 1989. Again, that expression, le point vierge, says I cannot translate it, comes in here. At the center of our being is a point of nothingness, which is untouched by sin and by illusion, a point of pure truth, a point or spark which belongs entirely to God, which is never at our disposal, from which God disposes of our lives, which is inaccessible to the fantasies of our own mind or the brutalities of our own will. This little point of nothingness and of absolute poverty is the pure glory of God in us. It is, so to speak, his name written in us as our poverty, as our indigence, as our dependence, as our sonship. It is like a pure diamond, blazing with the invisible light of heaven. It is in everybody. And if we could see it, we would see these billions of points of light coming together in the face and blaze of a sun that would make all the darkness and cruelty of life vanish completely. I have no program for this seeing. It's only given. But the gate of heaven is everywhere. Merton is describing something about our beings, but he's also describing something about the process whereby we become who we most deeply are, which is another way of saying the process whereby we become Christ in the world, because we are all called to be one with him, to be other Christs. It is a process of allowing that which is given to emerge. We say within our tradition, we are baptized into Christ. We are members of the body of Christ. That is who and what I am. I am one redeemed in Christ. Yes, I am made in the image and likeness of the infinitely lovable, the infinitely wise, the infinitely good, infinitely true mystery that is beyond comprehension and beyond name, and I bear the traces of that unnameability and incomprehensibility, that eternal truth and goodness and love in my very being. And because of Christ, that is possible, that can now emerge, that is the diamond within. Therese of Lisieux uses a similar kind of metaphor when she speaks in her book, The Interior Castle. So the method, the process, is to foster the emergence of what is already given. It's not about acquisition, it's about liberation. It is not about imposition, it is about emergence. It is not about mastery, it is about facilitation. Our best energies and talents should go into listening. In concrete terms, that means facing in ourselves what must be faced and stepping back from nothing, being willing to turn up daily and face in ourselves whatever is going on. That is the point at which truth makes itself felt in our lives. That is the summons, that is the vocation, that is where conscience is. I should accompany myself in the world as my own best friend. And my own best friend will be ruthlessly honest and caring and gentle, but firm and unbending. So that if I am experiencing this moment in terms of fear or anxiety, I will face that. If I do something that makes me feel unhappy or unsettled or agitated in some way, I will face that. If I have said something that was wrong, I will face that. This too reminds us that the word for conversation in English shares the roots of the English word conversion. The way of conversation is also the way of conversion. I go into the world, I say, I am here, I will, I am available, with the intention of submitting to what is and being changed and being transformed, so that what is given may be released within me and within my world, so that I may bring to the world what God intends through me, not necessarily what I like to bring to the world or what others like me to bring to the world. And there may be a huge gap between what God wants and what I like or what others like. It may in fact place me at odds with others. So be it. Listen to a smattering of scriptural references that raise the whole issue of this willingness, this way of being in the world that is similar to Mary, that is similar to Samuel. For example, in the book of Exodus chapter 3 verse 12, there are two references, two revelations that form the basis, if you like. They are markers in the sands of our lives. When Moses is having his conversation with Yahweh at the burning bush, it comes out of an utterly ordinary moment. He's looking after the flocks of his father-in-law Jethro. And the revelation is, I shall be with you, as who I am shall I be with you. Or, I'll be there, but I will be there as a mystery presence. The revelation of God's name in that text is, according to scholars, untranslatable. It is generally referred to as the tetragrammaton, the four letters, Y, H, W-H. Now, if you include vowels in there, one after the Y, you get Yah, and then one after the W, you get Way, Yahweh. Really, what is revealed is mystery. What is revealed is that which can't be revealed. And it is revealed as unrevealable. Translators say it means I am who I am, or I shall be who I shall be. In effect, we are none the wiser except to be pulled up in our tracks to say that we are dealing with mystery here, and the mystery presence may be experienced by us as absence, as dark night, but we must trust the presence. I am with you, and that will enable us to keep turning up, to be there even against the odds. The next quotation, also from Exodus chapter 20, verse 1, it's the beginning of the so-called Decalogue, or the Ten Commandments. And you might find it helpful to go to that text and read the whole Decalogue, which I think is as relevant today as it ever was. It is about relationships. It is about the way of being in the world that deals respectfully with God's creation, with the possessions and the realities and the lives of our fellow human beings and our own lives. The opening gambit, I am Yahweh, and we can read that, I am the mystery. I am the mystery, your God, who brought you out of Egypt, where you lived as slaves. God announces himself as the liberator. This is the God of the covenant. Freedom is the heart of the covenant because we are loved. We are loved into freedom. We are set free by love. Again, the thumbnail sketch of the biblical vision of how to live. As you have been loved into freedom, go into the world that the great mystery of love itself may love others into freedom through you being there. In a very deep and real sense, you and I cannot love. We can be the instruments of love. We can be the place where love enters the world. And that's our wonderful privilege and responsibility. That, I believe, is the heart of the Decalogue. That's what we should understand by the Ten Commandments. Again, if you set those within a willful context, they come out as a very legalistic owner's manual, which is a terrible violation and travesty of the full meaning of the Decalogue. And then in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, you have the beginning of the famous Shema prayer. Listen, Israel, the mystery our God is the one, the only mystery. You must love the mystery, your God, with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. This is a prayer of memory. It is also a prayer of obedience, a prayer of submission, and a prayer of trust, and a prayer of expectation, which enables me to go into the world knowing that I am accompanied by, I am an expression of the mystery itself. And then in Psalm 118, give thanks to Yahweh, for his love endures forever. A spirit of gratitude permeates the Judaic tradition, and it is actually at the heart of our own tradition. The word Eucharistein means to give thanks. That is the core celebration. That is the source and summit of our lives as Christians. We go into the world as grateful people, people whose lives bespeak a sense that everything comes from God, everything reveals God. In Hebrew, the fundamental root word for to give thanks which is often translated as to bless, is borach, which simply means to kneel or to fall on your knees. It's a marvellous physical metaphor to express gratitude. Psalm 139, in the same mood, you created my inmost self. You knit me together in my mother's womb. And again from the book of Wisdom, chapter 6, verse 12, wisdom is brilliant. She never fades. By those who love her, she is readily seen. The willing person, the person who enters the world in the way of conversation and mutuality, who is listening and alert, who is, as the gospel says, awake, will discover wisdom everywhere, will discover a harmony and a truth and a synergy and a flow to life that is missed by the willful. So hell-bent are they on achieving this and that and imposing this and that. The willful person cannot live in the present moment. He or she is living back to front. He or she has already determined what should be and is driven by that. The willing person is available to the emerging grace in the moment. The willing person doesn't know how the story will end, but the willing person knows in his or her guts that the story will end well, because it is in the hands of eternal wisdom, truth, goodness, and love. Jesus says in Luke's Gospel, chapter 12, verse 22, that is why I'm telling you not to worry about your life. Going back to Leslie Farber, in the first session where we reflected on the person as willing, he says that anxiety is the peculiar result of willing what cannot be willed. To use our language here, I think what he is saying is that anxiety comes with willfulness. When we approach life with the expectation that we not only can but must impose our ideology, that in effect makes us anxious. I would also add that it almost certainly emerges because we are already anxious. So far from alleviating our anxiety, which is the expectation of willfulness implicitly, it actually exacerbates it. Maybe Jesus saw in Peter and James and John and the other disciples a certain willfulness emerging, maybe a sense of urgency, a sense of expectation that he was going to do something about the Romans and pull it all together and make it all happen. And he was getting them back to something more realistic, getting them to be where they are. I'm telling you, don't worry about your life. It's going to be okay, Peter. Just let's go. And if Peter had said, well, how's it all going to turn out? Jesus would have said, and we shouldn't let the Gospels as they are written interfere here, because the Gospels were written after and in the light of that new Exodus event, after and in the light of the empty tomb. They knew the ending before they wrote the opening lines of the Gospel. But not even Jesus knew for sure the ending. So he would have said something like, I must do what I must do, Peter. My will is to do what the Father has asked me to do. Let's go. But where? We're up to Jerusalem. But why? What? Well, we'll find out. In John's Gospel, chapter 12, verse 24, unless the grain falls into the earth and dies, it remains only a single grain. Willfulness, for all their goodwill, and let me say that willfulness doesn't necessarily mean the person is a bad person. It does suggest that the person is misguided. Probably also suggests the person is very anxious. The willful person might talk about the grain of wheat falling in the ground and dying, and might talk about grace and self-denial and self-sacrifice. But perhaps we can see the irony of willfulness if we think of the need to be stripped down, to be detached, to do this dying. The willful person sees it as a project, a task to be done, and approaches it in a functionalistic way. So instead of the graced emergence, you get the mastery, ego mastery in fact, so that you become attached to being detached. It is self-defeating, even though he or she may be very satisfied, sort of, with the outcome. The lack of grace, the lack of freedom are telltale signs. The presence of grace, presence of freedom are telltale signs. Finally, Jesus on the cross, it is fulfilled. Jesus went about the business of his vocation, his life, as a willing participant. It was his desire to be what the Father wanted him to be, to do what the Father wanted him to do. Mark's gospel is strong on the so-called messianic secret. Life flowed out of Jesus. People touched him and were cured, and he reached out to people and demons fled. Sick people who couldn't walk got up and walked. And he had to tell them, look, this is not what it's about. This is all a distraction, actually. There is a whole unfolding story here that's not about helping the lame to walk as such. Not that Jesus was against that, obviously. But there was a danger that this would become his focus, that the people would force him to set up a healthcare system, or a political system, or a sociological or a cultural system, none of which was his primary concern, all of which was of concern to him, however. His primary concern is the Father's will. The Father is about doing something of cosmic proportions, something that only Jesus can accomplish. And through him and with him and in him, we can bring something then to the political and the cultural and the social dimensions of our living. But Jesus was a willing participant and constantly had to fight the battle. And one of the people who stood in his way was Peter. Remember in Matthew 16, Peter says, we won't let you go up to Jerusalem and suffer like that. We'll take care of you. And Jesus turned to him and said, get behind me, Satan. Jesus went to Jerusalem and submitted, not because he liked it. All the evidence suggests he was terrified, but he turned up and he said, yes, I will. I'm here. I shall. Jesus was a willing participant. That is the essence of the Christian life, to be a willing participant in him, with him, and through him. To keep turning up, sometimes against the odds, but always with confidence that this is the path to life, to joy, to truth, to goodness. And we become the willing facilitators of it, the willing participators in it.